Terico's father had always told him that creatures capable of saving lives were generally just as capable of taking them. Humans were the prime example of this, but at this moment, 3 levels down an underground cave, Terico felt that the carnivorous pitcher plant worked just as nicely. The monster's roots were needed to heal some patients in the village's clinic, but one wrong move, and Terico would be lying on a hospital bed himself. Or worse, in a coffin. Father tapped the Nexi stone at the end of his staff a couple times to cause the smooth, transparent red rock to shine brighter. The light exposed the pitcher plant near the end of the tunnel in its full grotesque corruption. Looming at least 10 meters tall, the plant filled the entirety of the rocky nook it rested in. Thorny vines ran up and down the walls and ceiling, all leading back to a giant bulbous vessel that constantly overflowed with noxious black and yellow liquids. It stank of vinegar and decaying animals. The stench was overwhelming and made Terico a little lightheaded. He gripped his longsword tighter and took a couple nauseous steps back, bumping into his friend, Turan. "Watch it, mate!" Turan slapped Terico's leg with the flat end of his sword. Terico shoved the back of his sword's hilt into Turan's stomach, which was well protected by leather armor. Turan let out an exaggerated groan, fell to his knees, and leaned against his sword as he exhaled a slow, dying gasp of breath. "Pay attention, both of you," Father said. "The moment it feels threatened, the creature will lash out at all of us." He slipped out a green Nexi stone and clipped it into a slot in the center of his sword's hilt. "Best you both stay back a minute." "You'll need help with this, Dad," Terico said. "I fought off cavern monsters before." Father planted his glowing staff in a tight crevice in the floor. "None this big. Not even half this big, unless Turan's embellished stories of the 15-meter flying shark bush is to be believed." "It was 20 meters, Turan said, still on his knees. Terico kept from sighing, choosing to maintain focus on the burbling pitcher plant. Some of the creature's vines were sliding up and down the cave walls a bit, and Terico wondered if this was a sign the monster was awake. It was difficult to discern much when fighting against something without a face. "I can do this," Terico said. "Use your Nexi stone to hold back the vines, and I'll rush in to stab the heart of the pitcher." "It doesn't have a heart," Father said. "It will take quite a bit of hacking to kill this thing." "How do you plan to avoid its pool of acid?" Terico pulled a light blue Nexi stone from one of his trousers pockets and held it up for his father to see. "Where did you get that?" Father asked. Terico smiled, not wanting to admit he had snuck off on another overnight adventure. The stone was a reward for his efforts, and he was smart enough to save it for such a time as this. His father glanced to the side and smirked. "You take after me a little too well sometimes." "Very well then. Your mother will kill me though if you lose an arm or something. Or scar that pretty face of yours," Turan added. Father turned to Turan. "You watch Terico's back. And mine too, while you're at it." Turan jumped to his feet and stood up straight, his sword raised in front of him. "Yes, sir, Mr. Ambitious." Terico clenched his teeth and stared the poisonous, jagged creature down. "Have to take it down quick," he thought. "Dad and Turan are counting on me, and so is Mother." As the village herbalist, Terico's mother was the only one who could create this particular concoction from the pitcher plant's roots. And really, the ones who were counting on him most were the 3 sick villagers who needed this medicine. Terico had visited them with Mother a few days ago, an elderly man, a young woman, and a 4-year-old boy. They each had deep red boils beneath their eyes, and were too weak to speak or even move much. Terico wanted to help everyone in town, just as his father had always done. Through his skills with alchemy, the Nexi stones, and the sword, Terico's father had likely helped out almost every single villager at some point. It was thanks to him that the town took any measures at all to prepare for the possibility of attack from the Shire's kingdom, and Terico wished to be prepared for such an event. Terico readied his sword in his right hand, and gripped his blue Nexi stone in his left. "Let's go!" He charged down the cavern tunnel. Each of his footsteps echoed increasingly faster and louder. Father and Turan followed behind him, their steps almost harmonizing in the reverberations. Tens of vines leaped off the walls and lunged for Terico. The monster couldn't hear them, but it could feel the threat in the approaching footsteps across the limestone floor. Father swung his sword forward, forcing a dozen Nexi-powered vines to spring out from his blade. With remarkable speed and dexterity, Father directed each of his sword's thin leafy vines to wrap around the incoming thorn-decked tentacles of the pitcher plant. Terico kept running for the monster as his father held its attacks at bay. The pallid, fleshy vessel of the plant lurched forward. It leaned down, spilling buckets of black and yellow acids. From within the deep pitcher, the monster erupted a large, messy burst of the liquid toward Terico. Terico skidded to a stop and raised his Nexi stone in front of him. He connected his mind to the stone and felt his blood chill. The air in front of the Nexi stone turned cold in an instant, freezing the acid spray into tiny ice specks that bounced off Terico's cloak harmlessly. He aimed the stone toward the ground ahead of him, freezing the deep puddles of poisonous liquid spread across the floor. Two sets of vines rushed for Terico from either side of him. "Go left, Turun." Terico turned to his right and hacked at the vines before they could drive their long, jagged thorns into his neck. At the same time, Turun leaped forward and hewed down the vines, lunging for Terico's back. Terico ran for the pitcher plant, careful to keep his footing on the icy floor. More vines were emerging from the monster, but Terico used his opening to transfer what energy he could to his Nexi stone. Before the creature could release another burst of poisonous liquid, Terico chucked the stone into the giant pitcher, freezing all of its acid instantly. The creature rolled forward a bit, then slumped down to its side. Its many vines slowly drooped to the floor around it, and Terico breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled. "I did it," he thought. "I did it!" A sound like scraping glass emanated from the plant. An oozing slit formed down its side, then burst apart into large globules. Dozens of thin, crimson vines rushed out of the creature, and from the end of each sprouted flytraps, huge needle-toothed maws that shrieked like a flock of bats. Terico beat his sword against them, but there were far too many to keep up with. They ducked and swerved around his swings, then jabbed their needles against him. Terico evaded their attacks as best he could, but he was quickly overwhelmed. The flytraps dug deep gashes into his right arm, down his left shin, across his chest, and into his back before he could slip away from them. Turun rushed into the herd, screaming. With fast, broad swings he lobbed off several of the flytraps at a time, only for the vines to immediately sprout new ones from their ends. Terico stumbled back, but managed to keep his feet, despite the stinging pain of his injuries. Another set of thin vines launched for him, but it was difficult to fend them off with his right arm badly wounded. His father leaped into the fray, swinging away faster than Terico had ever seen of a swordsman before. Father frantically sliced the vines to bits, but new flytraps continued to emerge from the creature. "Get back!" Turun yelled. He leaped back from a swarm of flytraps encircling him, then lifted a red Nexi stone directly in front of them. A sea of flames exploded in front of the stone, wiping out the mass of flytraps. Instead of fading into the air, the flames rushed down the vines and into what was left of the half-frozen pitcher plant. Turun aimed the stone for the flytraps attacking Father, then forced his flames to rush down the entirety of those vines as well. Turun bent down to one knee, breathing heavily. The crackling fires quickly dissipated into fleeting embers, leaving nothing but a charred, ash-speckled husk of the plant creature. Father walked toward what was left of the monster, approaching with an air of caution. There were no vines left to attack him, but he readied his sword to hack away at the thick, mutilated pitcher. Another tear formed on the plant. A long, bloody spinal cord thrust itself out from the side of the vessel. Terico stared in disbelief as the set of bones floated into the air, then aimed its long, pointed end toward Father. It looked far sharper than any spear. Father squinted his eyes and smirked. The spinal cord flew for his head. He turned in place. Terico saw a blur of red and white whoosh past Father. A wave of dust, pebbles, and small rocks flew against Father from behind a moment later. Terico expected the spinal cord to lunge back for Father again, but all was silent. Once the dust cleared, Terico saw father with his sword raised, blood dripping down its blade. The entire sword was glowing a light orange, and Terico realized father had switched his hilt's green Nexi stone for an orange one, giving his weapon greater strength. In a split second, father had positioned his sword at just the right spot for the spinal cord to plow straight through the reinforced blade. Sure enough, Terico found the spinal cord sprawled across the floor, split into two perfect halves down its entire length. "What was that?" Terico asked, his voice strained from the pain of his gashes. "Some foul parasite," father said. "Are you all right, though?" "Yes, I'll be fine." "Good," father said. "A quick lesson then, Terico. If your goal is to kill something, you have to take extra measures to ensure it's truly dead." Terico realized he should have done more after freezing all the acid. Monsters were often unpredictable, and you could never be too careful with them, especially when they were this big. "Sorry. I shouldn't have let my guard down. I didn't think it was still alive either," Turan said. "It was just a really weird monster." Father turned to Turan. "You must be ready for anything in the heat of a battle. Your enemy, be it a monster or a soldier, may always have an ability you are not aware of. I imagine that one day you will learn this the hard way. Regardless, you did quite well here, Turan. I didn't realize you had learned to wield the red Nexi so capably. It's a surprise, but I am impressed. Fire is very difficult to control." Turan looked to the side and sheathed his sword. "Well, I have been practicing." Terico was surprised father was giving Turan so much credit. Admittedly, Turan did a very good job. He had a knack for Nexi stones in general, but father wasn't one who was quick to give compliments like this. He certainly had never praised Terico much, though in this instance it was understandable, given how badly he got beat up. "Let's cut the roots from the picture, Turan," father said. "We'll want to get Terico home so he has time to get his wounds dressed before your classes starts." Father and Turan were quick to slice off all the thin, wispy roots of pitcher plant. They were scraggly and hued a sickly light blue, and smelled like rotten cabbages. Once they finished removing all the roots, Turan gathered them all in a big pile and carried them with both arms, careful to not lose any of them. "Need any help walking, Terico?" he asked. Terico struggled not to wince when he stepped with his left leg. "I'll be fine. I'll be sure to let Shuren know you got beaten up by a plant," Turan said. "Or when she asks about those cuts at school, you can tell her yourself. She'll be all over you then." "Yes, and then I can let all the girls at school know about your little collision with the fluffball bunnies last week. They attacked me in my sleep." When father started to laugh, Turan was quick to give a detailed explanation of that day's events, in some vain effort to save his pride. Terico's thoughts meanwhile drifted to Shuren, an elvish classmate he had liked for some time now. A part of him wanted to do a good job this morning for her, too. He was glad to help the village get these roots for the medicine, but he had hoped to, perhaps, impress Shuren a bit as well. He followed father and Turan out of the cave, his mind filled with concerns for what he would tell Shuren at school. It was pointless to worry, but it helped distract him from the pain of his injuries. The walk back home felt a lot longer than the walk to the cave, but Terico managed to keep up with father and Turan well enough. The sun had risen while they were underground, and cast the fields of turnips and onions in a warm golden glow. It didn't take long for travelers to pass through the small town of Edeliston, but the fertile landscape was always a sight to behold. As was typically the case, the air felt misty against Terico's skin. Even when the heavens were clear, there was almost always a bit of precipitation. In all his 16 years of life, Terico had never grown tired of gazing across these farmlands. The modest thatched hovels and simple log structures of Edeliston's populace certainly didn't elicit any sense of adventure, but Terico was grateful for the quiet stability the town offered. He soon came in sight of the central square, where the small but bright limestone cathedral rested. It stood as a testament of the villagers' faith in the gods, but also acted as the site for public discourse and special events, including the Long Shadow Festival coming in a few days. Just a few minutes past the central square was Terico's home, which also served as a shop for mother's herbs and father's stones and potions. Herbalism and alchemy often worked hand in hand, and they usually got a couple travelers a day looking to buy some of their wares. Otherwise, they spent most of their time and energy developing new concoctions, most of which went over Terico's head. Father opened the door and led Turin to the dining table, which more often than not was covered with lab materials, rather than food. Turin set the pile of light blue roots down on a clear section of the table, between a few glasses of orange liquid and a set of loosely rolled up scrolls. Mother sat at the other end of the table, jotting down a few notes in a hand-sized leather notebook. She set it down and stood up to give Father a hug. Father kissed her on the forehead and draped his forearms across her shoulders. "Welcome home, dear," Mother said. "I see you all found plenty of burial. Should be enough for at least 20 doses, dearest," Father said. "You never fail to impress, dearest, forever. You're the one who inspires me, dearest of all times, all places." Turin cast an exasperated look in Terico's direction. "I can see where you get your flair for romance." This sort of dialogue was fairly typical of Terico's parents. It was all sickly sweet, but their smiles were always pure and warm when they tried to outdo each other's praises. Terico had never heard his mother and father argue with each other. They weren't the type to yell at anyone, and it was rare for people to get upset with them in return. Mother let go of Father and walked over to Terico. "Oh no. You look hurt." "Giant pitcher plant monster," Terico explained. "It got a few hits in before it died." Mother pushed back Terico's right sleeve and looked over the gash one of the fly traps gave him. "Oh, let's get that bandaged up, see scrub." It was a name that always amused Turin, though it only referred to the color of Terico's dark blue hair. It was a bit of a stark contrast with Mother's light brown hair and Father's golden blonde. Mother said her father's hair was blue, so it was assumed Terico got it from his late grandfather. A clanging of pots or pans came from the kitchen. Terico took a few steps to see who it could possibly be, and almost jumped back when he saw Shuren standing at the counter, cutting up some turnips. She was wearing a light yellow blouse and green skirt, like the sun shining on a meadow. "Oh, hi, Terico." She gave her knife a little wave, then closed her eyes a bit and gave an adorable smile. Why Shuren was here was beyond Terico, and why she was cooking what smelled like bread and omelets was anybody's guess. All manner of utensils were strewn across the counter, including a dark blue Nexi stone for water and a red one for fire. Father chuckled. "As expected of my wife, no visitor leaves without getting put to work." Mother nudged him in the side. "Oh, it's not like that," Shuren said, blushing a little. "I volunteered to help with the breakfast while she finished with some of her calculations for the medicine." "That's very nice of you," Terico said. "You don't have to come all the way here to go to this much trouble, though." "Oh. I came to drop off some herbs." She gave a tiny laugh. "My brother Lanek had a medicine cabinet full of them, some rare elvish herbs, and we thought they'd be more useful here. I just want to do what I can for our sick neighbors. Everyone's pulling together to help them, and it wouldn't be right for me to not do what little I can. Especially when you and Turin are risking your lives, fighting these cavern monsters." This more than anything else was what Terico liked about Shuren. There wasn't a single ingenuine iota in her heart, and she always put the needs and wants of others before her own. Even since they were children, Terico had wanted to become better friends with her. Perhaps at first it was that air of mystery about her that attracted him. The elves had such a deep, magical lore and culture, after all. And he thought Shuren was cute too, with bright hazel eyes and long, silky red hair. It was definitely the way she conducted her life, though, that endeared Terico to her. He just needed to find a good way to share his feelings for her. "No, it was fine," Terico said. "Thanks, Shuren. For everything. This is really nice of you." "Thanks." "A weak performance," Turin said under his breath. "Thanks," Shuren said. "It may not be your mother's cooking, but I'll try my best. Everything should be ready in a few minutes." Okay, see scrub, Mother said. Go to the other room and I'll get you some bandages. Terico sat on the creaky chair in front of the dormant fireplace, while Father and Turin stepped out with their swords to spar for a few minutes. Through the front window Terico watched them have at it, and wondered what Father was saying to Turin. Perhaps instructing him on his footwork, or perhaps complimenting him on his skill with the blade. Turin was very talented for his age, and perhaps the best in their class. Turin's brother Lanik was arguably just as good of a fighter though, and Terico considered himself rather competent as well. Like everyone else, Terico would take Nexi power ranking exams, or NPRs, every few months. It seemed he would always end up with some rotten luck during the tests though, keeping him from advancing to a higher level. Mother came back with some bandages, a damp cloth, and some healing ointment. Go ahead and clean your wounds and apply the medicine. I can help you wrap everything up. Terico rolled up his left trouser leg and soaked up the blood caked on it. Once it was cleaned off, he dripped some of the glass bottle's medication onto his fingertips and rubbed them onto the wound. It stung like 100 needles, but Terico kept from crying out. Sorry, it'll hurt, Mother said. I'm sorry this happened to you, Terico. I never wanted you to get hurt so badly. I'll be fine. It's really not a big deal, Terico said. And really, it could have been much worse. A few bad scrapes wasn't anything to worry about, though telling his mother that would be kind of pointless. She kept a concerned look on her face, but didn't comment further on Terico's injuries. He glanced out the window again and saw his father patting Turin on the shoulder. You look like something's troubling you, Mother said. Other than your wounds, I mean. Terico wondered if his worries were that apparent. It's nothing. Mother tilted her head a bit and gave this straight-lipped frown that meant Terico's response simply wasn't going to cut it. I wish I could make Father proud, Terico whispered. I was hoping to do a good job fighting that plant monster, but things didn't work out as nicely as I hoped. Mother nodded a couple times and smiled. Terico, you've always been the hardest worker I've known. And that includes your father, believe it or not. Just keep fighting, and you will definitely keep improving. That's more than enough to make your father and I very, very proud of you. Terico turned his head and shut his eyes for a few moments. It doesn't feel like enough. Hard work doesn't mean anything if it doesn't bring results. Mother shook her head and gave a light little sigh. Men tend to think that way. I think you'll learn for yourself that's not true though, see scrub. She didn't say any more on the matter, so Terico didn't either. While Mother wrapped up his leg, Terico took off his cloak and long-sleeved shirt so he could tend to the rest of his wounds. The cut across his chest wasn't too deep, fortunately, but it stung like crazy when he spread some of the ointment across it. I finished the breakfast, Turin said as she walked into the room. I'll keep it warm while. Terico looked up and found Turin frozen in mid-stride. Her eyes gazed down at Terico's chest, and her entire face reddened. She quickly shut her eyes and scurried back to the kitchen. Sorry, Terico. I didn't mean. Terico couldn't help but smile at her modesty. No need to apologize, Turin. You took part whenever our class went swimming. This isn't so different. That was a few years ago, Turin said in a quiet voice. You've grown since then. Mother tried to hide her amusement, though she made a poor effort of it. Ah, you've caught her interest now, she whispered. Your father used similar tactics, now that I think about it. Once Terico finished tending his wounds, he went to his room to change into clothes that weren't bloodied up, and then joined everyone at the table for breakfast. Everyone simply pushed the lab materials toward the center of the table to make room for their plates, and Turin ate kneeling at the end of the table, since there were only 4 chairs. Terico sat by Turin, but couldn't think of anything very good to say to her, other than thanking her for the meal. Turin kept up a loud conversation with Terico's parents, so it was simpler to just eat. I hope your injuries will get better quickly, Turin said quietly. Her thin eyebrows were arched upward, her face wearing such a worried expression. I'm feeling better already. Terico smiled. I'm glad, Shuren said. She finished breakfast about the same time as Terico, and stood up to give Terico's parents a slight bow. Thank you for letting me visit. No, thank you, Mother said. You cooked the meal and brought those elvish herbs. They will be a great help for the patients. Oh, thanks, Shuren said. Even when thanked, she instinctively thanked people for their thanks. I'll help see you out, Terico said, getting up. He followed her out the door and closed it behind them. You shouldn't exert yourself, Shuren said. Can you walk all right? Yes, it doesn't hurt so much anymore, Terico said. I mean, it never hurt much, he thought. It was too late to change his words though. Well, I need to go help my brother with a couple things before school starts, Shuren said. See you in class. She waved goodbye and started to turn away. Wait, there's something else, Terico said. Shuren stopped and tilted her head to the side. It was an adorable little gesture, and Terico stumbled for the words to say. There's the festival. The Long Shadow Festival is coming up. Oh, yes, Shuren said. That's always fun, with the shadow tracings and shadow puppet shows. Yeah, Terico said. I was wondering, you're going, right? Shuren hummed. That's great. Terico said. I'll see you there then? Probably, Shuren said. It's a small town, so even with everyone gathered together, it's not too hard to see everyone. No, this wasn't quite what I meant to say, Terico thought. Shuren smiled and waved again. Though if we don't meet up there, I'll see you at school, at least. See you later, Terico. She was in a hurry for something, but had been nice enough to finish this conversation with Terico. It didn't go the way he wanted it to, though. He sighed and headed back inside, wondering when he'd get another good chance to talk with Shuren privately. Perhaps at the festival? It was probably his next best opportunity, he decided. Terico waited for Turan to finish breakfast, then gave his goodbyes to his parents before heading off to class. The long wooden school building was situated just outside of town, as there wasn't a good spot for it in the central square. It was one of the more recent structures in Edeliston, built just a few years after Terico was born. Beforehand, groups of children were taught at teachers' homes, and typically moved on to apprenticeships at an earlier age than was expected today. Today there were more guidelines for what everyone in the country should learn, and the last couple days had given Terico a lot of old poetry to memorize. Terico much preferred learning more about ways to utilize Nexi stones, and other of the more magical subjects. Terico and Turan crossed a series of radish fields, and continued on down a trail that ran down an expansive turnip farm. Turan still had his leather armor and sword on him, so he'd probably get an earful from the teacher again about bringing a weapon to class. When Terico brought it up, Turan just gave one of his many carefree "don't worry about it" responses. Their idle chat turned to the inevitable within a few minutes, though. So you set up a date with Shuren, at long last? Turan asked. Well, not quite, Terico said. He knew this was coming, as Turan had been pestering him to set something up with Shuren for some time now. What? Turan cried. He gripped his blonde hair and gave an exaggerated frown, though he only held this expression for a moment. Come on, Terico. I'll give you a deadline if I must. If you don't ask her out by Friday, I'll make a move myself. He closed his eyes and rubbed his chin with the back of his hand a few times. Turan and Shuren. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think? I bet I can win her heart in 3 days flat. Right, Terico said. Just like you've won the heart of every other girl in class. Oh, wait. When was the last time you had a date? Turan waved his hand toward Terico's face. Don't sweat the details. I'm just waiting for all the girls to finish fighting over me, and then I can just take the one left standing when the dust settles. Terico stifled a laugh. You might need to rethink that strategy of yours. Yes, but seriously, Terico. Turan's face turned serious. You've got to make a move sometime with Shuren. I mean, you've liked her since you were, what, 2? Not that early, Terico said, but all right, I get your point. I'll see if I can find her at the festival, and maybe take her to a hill to watch the fireworks with me. Yes, girls love fireworks, Turan said. But then again, I love them too. Most everyone does, I imagine, Terico said. I think everyone looks forward to the long shadow fireworks. Hey, speaking of fire. Turan pointed to a rising cloud of dark smoke in the distance. There were a number of houses and a couple shops past this end of this field, not far from the school. Terico instinctively took out a dark blue Nexi stone from his pocket. Come on. We might be able to help put out whatever's caught on fire. He ran as fast as he could manage, though it sent painful jolts up and down his left leg with every step. As they approached the town outskirts, Terico saw there were several buildings on fire, perhaps all of them. He glanced back to the central square in the far distance behind him, and found smoke starting to rise there as well. The air filled with screams, cries for help, and weeping. It's an attack, Terico realized. He wished he had a sword on hand like Turan, but he would have to make do with his Nexi stones. He reached the nearest burning homes and found 3 dead bodies, each stabbed several times. A mother, a father, a child, all murdered beside their blazing home. Terico was not familiar with this family, but he still recognized them. He gripped his Nexi stone tight and searched furiously for the perpetrators. There was nobody around, though. The assailants were simply rushing through, killing everyone they could find. Turan ran off toward the burning shops down the road, and Terico followed him, only to find more dead bodies. Terico looked on ahead to find the school building, also drenched in fire. Shuren. Terico bolted toward the school, running as hard as he could. He paid no mind to the pain of his injuries, he had to find Shuren immediately. There were screams coming from inside. What if Shuren was trapped amongst the flames? He had to get her out of there. He had to get all his classmates out of there. Everyone was counting on him. Terico! Turan screamed. A little help. Terico glanced back and stopped, surprised to find 2 armed men advancing on Turan from either side of him. Men in white uniforms and silver armor. Their defining element was the flat, featureless white mask each of them wore, which was entirely blank save for an inverted black cross etched across the right eye. The Brotherhood. The most feared warriors of the Shire Kingdom. Use your Nexi stones. Terico yelled back. I'll be back as soon as I can. Terico was confident Turan could fend off these 2 warriors for a minute, while Terico dealt with the fire in the school. There was no time to question his decision, not if Shuren's life was on the line. Terico bolted to the school building, which pulsated with hazy, painful waves of heat. He lifted up his dark blue Nexi stone and forced it to activate with all the power he could muster. A great burst of water rushed forth from the stone, sweeping across the south wall and onto the roof. With the back entry doused, Terico ran in and continued releasing as much water as he could from his Nexi stone. The flames were powerful, and the fire was vast and overwhelming. It was going to be too difficult to put all of it out. I have to find her. I have to reach her right now. He ran into the main hallway, where flaming planks of wood fell from the ceiling and crumbled atop blackened floorboards. Terico put out some of the fire to make room for him to continue further into the building. His heart began to race faster when he realized that all the screams he had heard earlier had stopped. After drenching the door to the nearest classroom, Terico kicked it down, only to find a burning inferno. He saw figures lying on the ground and aimed his Nexi stone in their direction. The fires cleared, and Terico found bodies littering the floor in terrible, bloody piles. Students of all ages lay with gaping holes in their chests and stomachs. Incredulously, some were sliced clean in half. Terico bent down and puked. It was all so impossible to believe. Terico knew these people. They were his classmates. His fellow villagers. Kids he was planning to play with at the festival. He coughed up smoke and nearly fell to his knees. Have to get out of here, he thought. Have to find Shorin. Have to get out. The continual use of the Nexi stone was draining him of energy. There was no way he'd be able to keep using it much longer. But he didn't see Shorin amongst any of the bodies on the ground. He remembered she had said she needed to help her brother with something. She didn't say what, though. Terico called out her name, but there was no answer. He yelled again and again, only to have his voice drowned out by the building's raging fires and crumbling structure. After beating down the door to another classroom, Terico was nearly blown away by the heat that rushed through the entryway. He screamed from the sudden blast of searing heat and had to use the Nexi stone on himself for a moment to keep from burning up. There was nothing to see inside the classroom. It was an utter hell that had already enveloped everything in its path. "Shorin?" Terico cried. He turned back to the hallway and yelled as hard as his smoke-filled lungs could handle. "Shorin? Are you there?" She wasn't anywhere. Terico wanted to just keep using his Nexi stone, to keep putting out as much fire as he could, but he was too weak to keep wielding so much water. And yet he couldn't let himself just leave. What if Shorin was in the next room? What if she could still be saved? The sound of screaming from outside jolted Terico back to his senses. It was Turon. Terico struggled to run down the hall, but was overwhelmed by the thick blankets of smoke developing in the building. He pushed himself to make it through, until at last he stumbled out the building and fell to his hands and knees. For perhaps half a minute Terico fell into a painful coughing fit, helpless to assist his friend. He looked up and found Turan in combat with one of the Brotherhood warriors, fighting only a few meters ahead of Terico. Farther ahead lay the body of the other warrior, whose masked face drooped in a puddle of blood leaking from his slit neck. Turan had managed to kill one warrior, but then tried to escape to the school building, but was unable to shake the second fighter. The enemy was a fast swordsman, but Turan was barely managing to keep up with the man's attacks. It was clear Turan was terribly worn out, however. Terico pushed himself to stand on his feet, but felt his head go dizzy for a couple seconds. He ignored the feeling and took out a white Nexi stone. If he could blind the enemy with light for a moment, Turan would be able to slit the man's neck just as he had the first warrior. The sound of movement came from the far end of the school building. Terico glanced back and found a third Brotherhood member, this one wielding a long, jagged-edged sword in one hand and a fiery red Nexi stone in the other. This had to be the man who burned down the building, and perhaps slaughtered everyone within it. The man ran toward Terico, raising his bloody, jagged sword forward. The enemy readied his swing, and Terico leaped forward, thrusting his Nexi stone toward the man's face. While keeping his eyes on the man's sword, Terico activated both his dark blue stone and the white one, simultaneously releasing a wave of water while blasting a sheet of blinding white light. At the same time, the enemy swung his sword and released a burst of fire from his Nexi stone. Terico shut his eyes, but knew precisely where the man's sword was. As Terico's water devoured the enemy's fire, Terico turned in place and ducked, letting the man's attack pass over him. Terico immediately rose back up and jabbed his elbow into the man's stomach. As the brief flash of light faded away, Terico wrenched the jagged sword from the man's grasp, spun in place, and stabbed him in the back with his own blade. The sound that emanated from the man's throat, something of shock and horror, crying from the suddenness of the pain, filling with blood, it was an utterly terrifying sound, lasting at least a full 5 seconds. Terico shoved the man to the ground with a loud, jaw-cracking thump, then pulled the sword from the corpse's back. It was the first time Terico had ever killed someone, but there was no time to dwell on it now. Not when the entire village was in danger. He turned back to Turan, who continued to fight against the same Brotherhood swordsman, a tall, imposing figure, though nameless behind the mask of the Shire organization. Terico dropped his Nexi stones, no longer able to keep a grip on them. He had exhausted himself with the fight against the plant monster that morning, and then drained himself even more when trying to put out the fire at the school. Gasping for air, Terico fell to his knees once again, his entire body weak and trembling. He watched as Turan slipped out a brown Nexi stone from his sleeve and aimed it for the enemy's feet. A dark, swamp-like substance flew from the stone, but the enemy had leaped back the moment Turan took out the rock. Turan swung for the man, who dodged and pulled an orange Nexi stone out from a small belt pouch and clipped it to a slot in his sword's hilt. The man ran around the large, sticky marsh trap and charged for Turan, who lifted his Nexi stone and aimed again. The man's sword glowed a bright orange. Even if Turan blocked the enemy's swing, the blade would cleave Turan's sword in two. Turan released more swamp material at the last moment, shooting the sticky substance all over the enemy's sword. It didn't stop the man from swinging, however. Turan turned and raised his sword to defend the man's still glowing blade. The man sliced Turan's blade clean in half, but was unable to continue the swing onto Turan's head. The swamp material connected the enemy's blade to the top of what was left of Turan's blade, and Turan held strong against the momentum of the man's swing. With the Brotherhood swordsman taken aback, Turan pulled his severed sword away, taking his enemy's sword with him. Turan immediately slipped out his red Nexi stone with his left hand and shot fire into the enemy's face. The man leaped back screaming, and jumped straight onto the marsh trap Turan created earlier. Holding his sword with his right hand, Turan spun it so the enemy's sword at the end of Turan's blade pointed back to the enemy. Turan swung like a lumberjack, and slammed the glowing blade straight through the enemy's body, slicing him down from his right shoulder to his left hip. With the man finally dead, Turan set the weapon and stones down, and took slow, deep breaths. He recovered after just a few breaths, just as a man with long black hair approached him. Terico tried to get up to help Turan in case this man was with the Brotherhood, but it was too difficult to stand. The use of his Nexi stones had curiously increased the pain of his wounds from the plant monster, and he fell into another terrible coughing fit, as if he were still deep in the school full of smoke. The man walking toward Turan wore a small black vest, leaving his muscular arms and torso exposed. He wore a bandana and the kind of pants and leg guards found in the Shire Kingdom. But most startling were the bright green Nexi stones implanted up and down his arms, plus the light blue stone embedded in his right hand. There looked to be at least a dozen stones in total, and all of them glowed, ready to be utilized at a moment's notice. "You have talent," the man said, his voice quiet and monotone. "You will make a useful subject." Turan picked up his red Nexi stone and aimed it for this new enemy. Vines rushed out from all of the man's green Nexi stones simultaneously. Faster than Terico could blink, the man held Turan in the air by 10 vines wrapped haphazardly all around Turan's body. Turan's red Nexi stone and sword was in the grasp of another of the man's vines, a safe distance away from Turan's grasp. Turan struggled against the vines for only a moment. The vines reacted instantly to his effort, binding him even tighter. The vines pressed so hard against Turan's skin, Terico could see his friend visibly in agony, and even bleeding at places. "You have some skill with Nexi stones," the man went on, calm and placid. He almost sounded disinterested, even. Before Turan could yell a retort, the man caused vines to wrap around Turan's head, forcing a gag to form across his mouth. Terico wanted to run down to Turan, to pick up a sword and free him from those vines. But Terico could hardly move, let alone fight a man who could wield a dozen Nexi stones at once. He tried to yell Turan's name, but couldn't even manage that. His dry throat kept him from projecting his voice above the cracking and roaring of the village fires. A couple masked Brotherhood members ran up to the man with the arms decked in Nexi stones. "There are more town guards than expected at the central square, Commander Audiobook," one of them said. The name was familiar to Terico. Audiobook Shire was one of the two brothers who led the Shire Kingdom. A heartless man who conducted all manner of inhuman experiments. There were many stories of his conquests and subsequent Nexi testing on his helpless victims. And if even a fraction of them were to be believed, Audiobook was a man deserving of the utmost dread and fear. "We're finished here," Audiobook said. "If my brother's men need help, we will assist them." Terico watched as the two masked men ran off into the fields, followed by Audiobook, who simply walked at a brisk, steady pace. Strangely, he seemed to be keeping up with the masked Brotherhood members just fine, however. Turan floated along behind him and to the side, held in the air by Audiobook's strong, sturdy vines. No, not Turan, Terico thought. I can't let you take Turan. I can't let you take him away for your sadistic experiments. He got himself to stand up, but felt the whole world start spinning beneath his feet. Terico had never been so afflicted by the Nexi, though he recognized this was the most he had ever used the stones in such a brief period of time. His vision turned blurry for a few seconds, and he had to blink a few times before he could figure out which way he was facing. Terico found the fields he had walked through to get to the school, but Auguk and Turan were nowhere in sight anymore. But even if he did find Turan, there were at least 3 Brotherhood fighters to deal with. Even if Terico had energy to fight with, he'd be no match for 3 well-trained warriors. But he couldn't just do nothing, either. Turan needed him. How could Terico call himself Turan's friend if he just let Turan be taken away? Terico gathered his Nexi stones and picked up the jagged sword he had won. He looked back at the school, still burning bright and miserable. I'm sorry, Shuran. I wasn't able to protect you. He trudged toward the fields, agony pulsating through his body every step of the way. Turan, don't worry. I'll find you. And if you're still out there, I'll keep you safe too, Shuran. And I'll help you as well, mother and father. The village will be all right. I will do everything I can. I will make everything right. Terico's home was already burning by the time he came in sight of it, most of the wooden structure now a black, smoldering heap. There were no bodies lying outside the house, and Terico knew his parents wouldn't be inside. He continued his way to the central square. His father would surely be at the cathedral, the site he and the town guards always planned to use for a base of resistance in the event of a full-scale attack. Mother was likely with him, perhaps directing villagers to safety. How many members of the Brotherhood came? Terico wondered. As he trudged down the dirt road to the central square, he found nothing but blooded corpses, scattered wares, and burning shops and homes. Fortunately, the cathedral had not caught on fire, giving Terico some hope that the Brotherhood were being fended off. And why did they come here? There's nothing for them here. Most of the villagers had never worried too much about the Shire Kingdom's threats on the Fief's Kingdom, considering how insignificant Edeliston was in the grand scheme of things. This town was within the boundaries of the Fief's Kingdom, but that technicality had very little impact on everyone's day-to-day lives. Terico returned his thoughts to the matter at hand. It didn't matter why the Brotherhood had come. They just had to be dealt with. Nearing the cathedral, Terico found a number of town guards fighting off a few masked members of the Brotherhood. The enemies were strong and had access to powerful Nexi stones, negating any advantage the guards may have had in terms of numbers. One by one, they were being killed off by the Brotherhood's superior tactics and better training. The guards needed help, but Terico was too weakened to do much more. He needed to find his parents, Turan and Shuran. Terico quickened his pace, using all his willpower to fight against the stinging agony of his injuries. The pain seemed to be getting worse with every step, to the point where he began to feel dizzy again. He shut his eyes and forced himself up the white stone stairway to the open cathedral entrance. The sound of shattering windows echoed from within, followed by cries of panic. Terico could hear a booming voice amongst the screams, but couldn't make out the words. He pushed himself up the steps faster. Once at the entry, Terico found dozens of villagers scattering about the building. Terico turned toward a stream of light pouring into the tall, dark cathedral, shining through the shattered hole that had housed the grand, circular stained glass window. The light obscured the figure of a tall, imposing man wearing dark armor, a cape, and a hood. Standing atop the holy altar, the man raised a sword nearly as tall as he was, and pointed it down toward the aisle between the cathedral pews. "So that's your decision?" the man asked, his voice loud and booming. Terico looked down and saw his father standing a few meters in front of the man. Father raised his sword and caused it to glow with orange Nexi energy. "I know how you would use its power, Delkal," Father said. "I am not so spineless as to just hand it over to you, and let the blood of thousands rest on my hands in the process." Delkal? Delkal Shire? Terico thought. It was incredulous that Audiobook had come here, but Delcal too. Why would both leaders of Shire Kingdom come to Edeliston? And what was father talking about? Terico turned and found mother standing a couple meters behind father, gripping a couple Nexi stones in her hands. What are they doing? Blood will rest on your hands regardless, Delcal yelled. You know what you have chosen? You have chosen to have every single person in this village die. Delcal leaped off the altar, his sword in one hand, a glowing silver Nexi stone in the other. Now! Father yelled. Mother raised her Nexi stones toward father, a clear one in her left hand, and then two stones in her right, a yellow one and a white one. The clear one would enable her to transfer the powers of the other stones to father and his sword. Terico lifted the sword he had stolen and hurried down the long, echoing hall, refusing to just stand still while his parents were in danger. Father's sword glowed bright from the orange stone in his hilt, then charged the blade with white, blinding sparks of light. With his blade strengthened and with the power of mother's white Nexi stone, father could wield the power of lightning. He swung his sword toward Delcal, striking a deafening snap of lightning at the hooded figure. Delcal already had his Nexi stone raised, however, and a floating barrier of metallic silver feathers blocked the attack. The lightning and shield both lasted only an instant, and Delcal was quick to reach father a moment later. They clashed swords, and a blinding burst of light enveloped the entire cathedral. Terico stumbled to the ground, his whole body numb from the wave of energy. The light cleared, but Terico found it difficult to stand back up. His wound seared with sheer torment, and his head pounded with a sudden migraine. He looked up at father and Delcal, struggling against one another with their blades. Delcal's blade glowed silver, covered in etchings of feathers that shifted constantly. I will admit your strength, Delcal said. You and that woman truly grasped the power of Nexi. A spray of white sparked against Delcal's sword, as father exerted himself to push against the silver blade. Father's body glowed a light yellow as mother transferred a protective barrier of energy over his body. Delcal's hood flipped back from the slight gust of wind that emanated from the yellow glow. The man had short, light brown hair, eyes the color of gleaming blue ice, and some beard stubble, but what stood out most blatantly was the thick black scar across his right eye, in the shape of an inverted cross. He cast a long, amused smile. That won't be enough. My sword is already against yours. A Nexi stone on Delcal's hilt glowed a bright, violent red. His sword burst into flames, blasting fire across father's arms. Father yelled and stumbled back as the fire instantly covered the rest of his body. No! Mother screamed. All the energies of father's and mother's Nexi stones faded away. Delcal chuckled, then lifted his sword and swung, taking a few steps forward in the process. Terico's father and mother both dropped to the ground. In one long swoop of his fiery silver blade, Delcal beheaded them. In one simple motion, father and mother were dead. They were dead. And Terico did nothing. He stared. Wide-eyed. Motionless. His mind went blank. What his eyes were seeing, it didn't make sense. What he saw didn't happen. It couldn't have. It couldn't have. Delcal chuckled again as he turned to a group of villagers standing in shock a few meters away. Is this the best this town offers? Or will the fun of the slaughter turn into the drudgery of the massacre? A number of villagers ran for Delcal, armed with only makeshift weapons, whatever knives they happened to have on them, or in some instances a farming tool. The silver feathers and crackling fire of Delcal's blade faded away. He pocketed his silver Nexi stone and took out a dark purple one, which he slid down the length of the blade. The sword began to vibrate violently with glowing purple energy, but Delcal held it so tight that the weapon had no effect on his body. 3 men charged for Delcal from different directions. Delcal swung his sword against the nearest man, slamming the flat side of the blade against the man's chest. The villager flew backward from the impact, careening backward several meters. At the same time, Delcal caused his purple Nexi stone to power his kick against the next man's stomach. This man also went flying backward, arcing several meters into the air. Then in one brief instant, Delcal turned his blade to point for the third man, an elderly man with a fishing knife. The villager ran straight into Delcal's blade. Delcal laughed as he caused his sword to vibrate faster, tearing the old man apart from the inside. A group of villagers swarmed for Delcal, screaming with sheer rage. Delcal simply swung away with the broadside of his sword, letting the power of his Nexi stone fling everyone through the air. He knocked a young boy against an altar, then turned and slammed his blade against a woman's head, snapping her neck. In long, swift movements, he beat his blade against a green-haired boy Terico's age, then against a man with one leg trying to slip away, then against a girl perhaps 4 or 5 years old. Everyone within Delcal's range died a swift, bloody death, screaming and crying. Terico saw it all happen, but it somehow didn't mean anything. These were just things that were happening. Delcal killed everyone, and nobody could even lay a finger on him. In fact, this was just a game to him. A very easy game. One that he always won, and always enjoyed winning. Masked Brotherhood members rushed into the cathedral, easily taking down any villagers who tried to escape. The church echoed with a cacophony of grisly horror. And Terico did nothing. He lay there, unthinking, unmoving. Bodies and body parts were strewn all across the floor, or draped over the pews. A couple corpses and a severed arm landed around Terico over the course of the slaughter, and once it was all over, Delcal apparently didn't notice Terico lying there, still alive. "Your brother is waiting outside," a Brotherhood member told Delcal. "Begin a thorough search of the entire village," Delcal said. "Sift through the ashes of every single hovel. If the Elpis is here, I intend to find it." Terico listened to the footsteps of Delcal and his men marching down the stairway. Terico remained where he lay. Motionless. Silent. Hours passed, and still Terico lay on the cold stone floor of the cathedral, hardly able to breathe amidst the stench of the dead. He shut his eyes and gripped his hands into fists. Though he lay soundless, Terico cursed himself. He cursed Delcal, and he cursed himself. "He killed my parents. He murdered them. He laughed. He killed them, and he loved killing them. And I did nothing. I did nothing. I did nothing." Hour after hour passed, and Terico cursed himself for lacking the power to do anything. Terico's entire world was destroyed, and he failed to do absolutely anything about it. "My parents are dead. Turan is captured, and will probably die. Shoran is missing, but is probably dead." Terico knew that each of these thoughts should have been enough to move him to tears. But he didn't want tears. He wanted to be moved to action. He wanted to do something about this. He cursed himself until his whole body trembled. "Delcal! Delcal! Delcal!" he screamed at the top of his lungs. Though utterly exhausted, Terico willed himself to push aside the corpse draped across him and stood up. He nearly fell back down from lightheadedness, and it took a few seconds for his blackened vision to clear. "The entire village is destroyed. Perhaps everyone I know is dead. I will avenge you all. Father, Mother, Turan, Shoran. I will make things right." Terico bent down and wearily picked up the jagged sword he earned from the man he killed. It was frigid in his bloody hands, but it filled him with energy. With a will to hew down Delcal and every single one of his followers. "I swear. I will kill you, Delcal. I will kill you, and I will destroy your Brotherhood. And I will relish every single second of it." Terico dug into the soft, moist earth with the only intact shovel he could find. It was stained black and smelled of burnt wood, but it held strong as Terico forced more dirt aside for another mass grave. He had already created one outside the cathedral, where he lay his mother and father, along with everyone else Delcal and his Brotherhood had killed. Terico also finished a large grave at the other end of the central square, and then another one near the homes just outside the west side of town. There were still bodies to bury near the school and shops to the south, as well as the corpses scattered amongst the surrounding farmlands. Terico had searched the entire village for any other survivors. Checked for a pulse. Watched for movement. shook the bodies to get any kind of reaction at all. The Shire brothers and their followers had done a thorough job, often stabbing each victim multiple times to ensure a quick, complete death. The sight of a town guard stabbed 5 times reminded Terico of his father's advice against the pitcher plant monster. If your goal is to kill something, you have to take measures to ensure it's truly dead. Something Delkal's followers understood all too well. The sun was beginning to set, but there were still many people to bury. There was nobody else to do it. As far as he could tell, Terico was Deliston's only survivor. There were a few people Terico knew that he hadn't found yet, but there were also a number of bodies that were burnt beyond recognition. One body Terico hadn't found though was Shuren's. He had checked every square centimeter of the school and the area around Shuren's house, but there was no sign of her or her brother Lanik. On one hand it made Terico hopeful, perhaps Shuren escaped somehow amidst the calamity. On the other hand, it was just as likely she and her brother were captured by the Brotherhood, just as Turan had been. A fate worse than death, Terico imagined, especially when considering the nature of Orguk's experiments. With each push of his shovel, Terico thought of the people he buried, and the time he spent with each of them. He shoveled dirt atop of Shuren's parents, and thought of the elvish flatbread they often shared with him. He could almost smell its sweet yet burning spices, despite the overwhelming stench of death and smoke around him. Beside their bodies were the corpses of a farmer couple and their children. Terico remembered showing the parents some of father's potions, and explaining how the concoctions would help with some of that year's struggling crops. He also recalled playing rope games with the children from time to time, boys aged 12, 10, and 4, and girls aged 14 and 7. Each of them were stabbed by the sword, though the older girl was stabbed twice and beheaded. There was a meat cleaver near where she lay, so Terico assumed she had tried defending her younger siblings as best she could. Terico poured more dirt atop the bodies, moving on to those of the 3 patients at the clinic mother was working to help save. The elderly man and young woman were both burnt to death, their bodies barely recognizable. They were too ill to escape from their beds as the building filled with smoke and flames. Terico had found the 4-year-old boy outside the clinic, lying beside the body of the nurse who tended the patients. Both she and the boy were stabbed to death. The nurse had apparently tried to save whoever she could. It was all in vain. Everyone's best efforts, none of it led to anything. And I didn't even try. I just lay there, helpless. Unable to do a single thing. What was it all these people died for? Terico finished covering the mass grave, burying 48 more citizens of the little town. He planted the shovel into the ground and leaned against its pole. His entire body ached, sore, and in agony. He was in no condition to bury the corpses of an entire village. The mist of Deliston was heavy around him. A thick blanket keeping the stench of death tight around him. Constricting him. Tightening his throat. Making him gag. Drenching him in sweat. Blood dripped from his wounds, burning with an intensified vigor. Scratching at his wet and dirty skin. His clothes were splattered with blood and grime, but Terico didn't care to wash it off. What was there to care about? He had nothing. His parents were gone. His best friend was gone. His only love was gone. The entire village was gone. The only world he had ever known was gone. He felt he could just drop his shovel and lie down next to it. Never quench his parched, rough throat. Never fill his sore, famished stomach. Just let himself die. Just let it all end. Just forget everything that happened. Just pretend it was all a dream. Just force all the pain out of his heart forever. No, Terico thought. There is something more I can do. Much more I can do. Turan's still out there. And Shuren might be, too. And father would kill me if I just let myself die. Terico shut his eyes, pushing out tears from each of them. He could see his father and mother dying just a few meters in front of him. They did everything they could to stop Delkal, but he was far too strong. That man didn't need to kill them. He didn't need to kill anyone. He could have searched for whatever it was he was looking for without killing everyone. Yet he did. And nothing would change that now. Delcal and all but about 15 of his brotherhood lived, while essentially all of Edeliston was little more than a black, smoke-stained blotch on the earth. Terico pushed himself to a point south of the village, where he had gathered all the bodies he could find in that area. There were still 2 more mass graves to dig, and then about 50 more scattered bodies in the surrounding farmlands to bring together. Just past the schoolhouse, Terico began digging the grave that would house all of his classmates and teachers, along with a number of shopkeepers and villagers who happened to be in the area at the time of the ambush. He focused on the task at hand, concentrating as hard as he could on the act of pounding the blade of the shovel into the dirt. If he thought about all his friends and all the things he did with them, all the things they talked about, all the games they played, all the tests they took together, he wouldn't be able to keep digging. He needed to bury them all. Bury away all the people he spent his time with. Bury his past. Bury his childhood. Let it all suffocate beneath a meter of unforgiving earth. He became so focused on the task that he just kept on digging. The sky turned from a deep red to a pitch black, and still he kept on digging. Farther north, farther east, and deeper, farther and farther toward the heart of the earth. Terico's shovel slammed against something hard. He assumed it was a rock and pounded the blade a little to the right. Again he hit something hard. There was something buried there. He worked his shovel along the side of what turned out to be a brick wall. It went nearly to the top of the ground, where Terico dug to seek an entry to this underground chamber. Delcal had said he was searching for something called an elpis. Perhaps he hadn't found it, and it was hidden here. Terico had no idea what it was and what his father may have known about it, but if it was the reason behind the massacre, Terico was going to seek it out. Sweating and bleeding and nearly collapsing from exhaustion, Terico kept digging across the top of the structure until he located a small square doorway. It reached the top of the ground, hidden with a small fake bush that acted as the handle. Terico dropped his shovel and pulled on the bush, lifting up a thick, heavy wooden door similar to those used for cellars, though much smaller. Terico looked in and found a thin stone stairway that went nearly straight down. Several meters below, Terico could see faint traces of candlelight. "Who's there?" cried out an old, echoing voice. There was somebody down there. Terico didn't recognize the voice, but it may have been a villager who managed to hide from the Brotherhood. "It's Terico. Terico Abitius." "Abitius," replied the stranger. "Just a second. I'll come on up." Terico stepped back and watched as a small man in a dusty green tunic walked up the staircase. He had dark green eyes, small ears, and straight chestnut hair. The man was probably in his late 50s, and it took a few moments for Terico to figure out who he was. Though Terico didn't know the man's name, he recognized him as one of the pub's most frequent visitors. In fact, Terico couldn't think of a time he ever saw this man outside of the pub. "Evening," the man said. He took a long look around himself, pausing at each of the burnt-down buildings, and then staring a good minute at the pile of corpses Terico was about to bury. Though certainly not a good evening. But glad to see someone else survived all this. "Are there any others?" "No, it's only us, as far as I can tell," Terico said. "But you hid down there when the Brotherhood attacked?" "Yes," the man said. "I didn't know who was attacking, but the second I heard a commotion, I ran to my secret lair." Terico frowned. Even if this man was pretty old, he didn't like the idea of a coward being one of the town's few survivors. Not that I'm one to talk, Terico thought. But it was still suspicious that this man, of all people, would escape such a thorough extermination so easily. "Why would you have an underground chamber?" he asked the man. "Don't tell me it's just for a secret stash of alcohol." The man shrugged. "Well, partly. But don't get the wrong idea, boy. I've lived a long, eventful life, and have gained a lot of enemies along the way. When you get this age, you get tired of the danger. It's good for someone like me to have a place to fall back to and hide away in for a while. It's the only way I've been able to stick around here for so long. Not that it means anything now, though." Terico wouldn't have pinned this man as having lived a dangerous life, but he imagined it could help explain the man's constant presence in the pub, drowning away his hard memories. "The name's Juja, by the way," the man said. "I don't think we've met, but you probably know me as the resident poet." Terico only knew him as the resident drunk, to be honest, but he knew better than to say this aloud. "I'm Terico. I was a student at that school." He pointed at what little was left of the building. "The Brotherhood did this then?" Juja said in a low voice. "The Shire Kingdom has become too powerful. I doubt our country's leaders will be able to deal with this quickly, though. The Fief's Kingdom has enough to deal with already." "Something has to be done," Terico said. "The king can't just let this slide." The entire village was destroyed. It was difficult to speak with any energy, but Terico couldn't stand the thought of his country doing nothing about this. "This is just a little town," Juja said. "Very out of the way. It's best that the Fief's Kingdom continue building up its army. War in the Fief's heartland is inevitable, it's just a matter of when Delkel will make his move." "He's already made his move," Terico said. "He was here himself. He killed my parents by his own blade. I can't just let him go free. There has to be retribution for this." Juja looked to the ground a few moments, clearly shaken up. When he looked back up, he folded his arms and tilted his head to the side a bit. "And you think you're the one to bring him down, I take it." His voice was soft, nearly a whisper. "I will kill him," Terico said. "Any way I can. I will kill him." "Would that be enough?" Juja asked. "What would killing Delkel do for you, Terico?" Terico flung an arm back to point toward the pile of corpses, the vast majority of them belonging to children younger than him. Their blood cries for atonement. That man. That monster cannot live with the blood of our entire village on his hands. He could see Delkel's smirking, amused face, as clearly as if he were standing right in front of Terico now. "You may not believe me," Juja said, "but I understand some of the suffering you're going through, Terico. I doubt killing Delkel would relieve you of any of that pain." "I don't care about that," Terico yelled. "If I suffer for the rest of my life, so be it. But I can't just do nothing. I have to. I need to kill him. How can I move on with my life, knowing that Delkel still lives?" Juja flattened his mouth a bit and just stared at Terico a few moments. "Okay. I see how it is. And to be honest, I'd like to do something about this as well." Terico hadn't thought of what Juja may have lost. Did he have family and friends who died as well? "Delkel has taken away my one last respite of relief," Juja said. He stared solemnly toward one of the burned-down shops. "That was easily the best pub I ever had the chance of drinking in." Terico shut his eyes and felt the side of his forehead pulse with dismay. "Are you serious? Don't tell me the reason you moved here was so you could waste your days away at some pub." Juja cast a serious glare at Terico. "Don't belittle ale before you've had some yourself, boy. It works wonders for the heart." Terico had tried a drink on a couple occasions in the past, and gagged on the putrid stuff each time. But perhaps if he grew old and bitter, his taste buds would be worn away enough to handle it just as well as Juja. Terico didn't intend to drive himself to ruin, however. There was still some sliver of hope for him, as long as he managed to bring Delkel down. If Terico could have his revenge, there was a world of possibilities for his future. He could find Turin and Shuren, and he could live a normal life again, continuing his studies of alchemy and the Nexi arts. Perhaps Edeliston could even be rebuilt. These were all distant thoughts, but the first step Terico needed to take was clear. Delkel had to fall. "I don't care for your reasoning," Terico said, "but if you want Delkel brought down, you can help me. If you have any idea where he may have gone, please let me know." Though Juja didn't seem like a reliable man on the surface, it was clear there was more to him in his past. No ordinary drunkard would have an underground hideaway like this. "Tell me everything you know about what happened here," Juja said. Terico started at the beginning, telling how he was headed to school with Turan. How they encountered the Brotherhood, including Shire. That the school and other buildings were already burning, and Terico had gone to search for Shuran. How Orguk captured Turan and escaped with him. And then how Terico searched for his parents and eventually arrived at the cathedral, where the town guards were fighting off other Brotherhood members. In the cathedral, I found Delkel just before he killed my parents, Terico said. Delkel demanded something from my father, but he refused to give it up. Father said doing so would lead to thousands of people dying. But after Delkel killed my parents, he went on to murder everyone else taking refuge in the cathedral. I wasn't able to move at the time, and Delkel didn't notice me during his massacre. I was under some corpses he flung through the air. Terico felt ashamed to admit his inability to stop Delkel, but he had to accept his failure if he was going to move forward with this. Juja listened to the story without interruption. He scratched his chin a couple times and nodded. Did you hear anything else Delkel may have said? Terico remembered a bit of Delkel's conversation with one of the masked Brotherhood fighters. He wanted to find something called the Elpis. Probably what he and my father were referring to beforehand. Ah, the Elpis stone, Juja said. What is it? Terico asked. Juja turned back to walk down the stairs and motioned for Terico to follow him. There was a candle lit down below, so Terico was able to watch his footing as he walked down the steep staircase. The room at the end of the stairway was very small, containing nothing more than a tiny bed and a tall bookcase full of liquor. The drinks were of many different colors, resting in glass bottles of all shapes and sizes. Terico looked a bit closer and noticed some food wrapped up between some of the bottles, as well as a number of old, weathered tomes wrapped in leather binding. The books weren't covered in dust, so Juja was still making use of them, it appeared. Juja pulled out some of the books and started flipping through their pages, presumably searching for information on the Elpis stone. Terico sat on Juja's bed and waited patiently for what seemed to be nearly a half hour. He hated to just sit there, but he felt it too difficult to head back up the stairs and return to shoveling. It was taking every ounce of his energy just to keep from falling asleep, but Juja wouldn't let him help look through the books. The titles were partly scratched off from years of use, but Terico could make out some of them. The 6 Elements of Alchemy. The Pillars of Solilos and Other Ancient Legends. The Unicorn Scroll of Sayings Abridged. There was nothing for Terico to do though, but wait and wonder. Here it is, Juja said at last. He held up a book titled The Elpis Stone. Terico exerted every fiber of his being to keep from screaming. Why didn't you check that book first? Seemed too easy, Juja said. But at any rate, this book was compiled from a wide variety of sources, so there isn't much we can say for certain about the Elpis. It's a very powerful Nexi stone at any rate, but has been broken up into multiple pieces. Some say 2, some say 4, some say many. The village was destroyed just for a Nexi stone? Terico asked. Not just any Nexi stone, Juja said. This stone gives one the power of a god. Your father was very wise to not reveal anything about its location to Delkel. If there is a piece of the Elpis in this town, Delkel would be able to use it in his looming war against the Fief's kingdom. I don't know just how powerful the stone is, but the ancient tales all agree that it can be used to wipe out entire armies. In other words, imagine what Delkel and his men did to this village, and replace Edeliston with the entire Fief's kingdom. And perhaps every other kingdom he seeks to take over after that. It would be the end of an entire age. Juja stopped to let this sink in. Terico stared toward the flickering flame of the candle, and imagined the fires of Edeliston spreading across all the fiefs, and then the entire world. He remembered his thoughts following Delkel's massacre in the castle. Delkel killed everyone, and nobody could even lay a finger on him. In fact, this was just a game to him. A very easy game. One that he always won, and always enjoyed winning. Do you think he found it? Terico asked. Juja flipped to another page of his book. I don't think so. He turned the book toward Terico to show him a page of writing accompanying what appeared to be some kind of map. This is a special kind of map that can only be understood by cryptologists, such as myself. Of course, I'm a poet first, cryptologist second. Does it show where the Elpis fragments are? Terico asked, leaning closer. Possible locations, Juja said. But as it turns out, Edeliston is sitting right on top of one of these little triangles. There are a lot of triangles on the map, though, Terico said. Just glancing at it, there had to be at least 100 of them spanning the entire continent and several islands. Only certain ones are accurate though, Juja said. And the tiny circle at the bottom right corner of that triangle means the stone is either in the sky or beneath the earth. There was nothing but constant precipitation in the sky above Edeliston, but there was an extensive network of caves. It must be underground somewhere. It's not in this little room of yours, is it? No, I've never seen the Elpis before, Juja said, but I have a good idea where a fragment of it may be. Far below us there is an underground city known as Emosa Helena. When I was young, I worked in mines near a town a few days' journey from here. Though I never set foot anywhere near Emosa Helena, I learned from other miners all the legends regarding the city. You never searched for it, though? Terico asked. No reason to, Juja said. The place had most certainly been looted clean centuries ago, and nobody was certain where its precise location was. This book shows that there is a city below here, and I imagine that is Emosa Helena. And I would bet my entire whiskey collection that we would find the Elpis there. I've been in the caverns many times, Terico said. I've never gone too deep, though. The farther down you go, the worse the monsters get. Yes, I imagine the entire city is overrun with monsters, Juja said. Or rather, the Forsaken. Back in my mining days, my team once dug a little too deep, and were attacked by Forsaken. Not an experience I wish to repeat. Terico knew the Forsaken were monsters that were neither alive nor dead, and therefore were impossible to kill. They were creatures of nightmares, far worse than any monsters Terico had fought off with Turan on their brief incursions underground. If I can get the Elpis fragment, I'll have something Delkel is seeking, Terico said. If it will bring me closer to him, I will definitely obtain it. Even if I have to fight through a swarm of Forsaken to get to it. Much easier said than done, Juja muttered. If it weren't for Febraz, I would have been killed by those things. Though speaking of Febraz, who is this? Terico asked. Juja turned from Terico and sighed. He's an acquaintance of mine. He would have some soul catcher Nexi stones, which we could use to fend off the Forsaken. Soul catchers? Terico had never heard of a Nexi stone called that. The Forsaken have some semblance of a soul, and these stones are used to tear it out of them, Juja said. They're very rare and very pricey. In fact, I doubt Febraz would give away a soul catcher for any simple sum of money. Terico certainly didn't have any money, and he doubted Juja had much either. I will find a way to get one. Don't think you'll be able to steal one, Juja said. Nothing gets by Febraz without him knowing. His senses are sharp, even for a vampire. A vampire? Terico said in a raised voice. You're friends with a vampire? Terico had never seen a vampire before, and he had counted himself fortunate. Every story he heard about vampires was a dark, foreboding one, almost always ending in misfortune for all parties that encountered them. It's okay, you'll see, Juja said. Tomorrow we can head to the city of Mers and find him. He's a trader there, and if I play my cards right he should be glad to see me again. At last, a plan was formulating. Terico wasn't sure how much he could rely on old Juja, but going to Mers and obtaining the soul catchers would give Terico something to do. If it would enable him to obtain the very stone Delkel was madly searching for, then it would all be worth it. It would surely ensure that they meet again, at the very least. And I will be ready for him, Terico thought. The next time we meet, you will draw your final breath, Delkelshire. Juja let Terico use his bed that night, considering how Terico exhausted himself while Juja rested most of the day. The old man said he'd take care of burying the rest of the dead, considering there wasn't too much more to dig, it was mainly a matter of going through the farmlands and gathering the rest of the corpses. Terico awoke the next morning and walked up the stairway to find Juja with a cooking pot atop a small campfire. Breakfast turned out to be a horrendous, sloppy mush of some kind. It was a nondescript dark brown and tasted like soggy rye bread. "Eat it all," Juja said. "You'll need your strength today." "I think I'd be better off not eating it," Terico said. He forced another spoonful of the stuff into his mouth and had to fight his gag reflex to push it down his throat. "That's the best I can afford, so don't complain," Juja said. "Perhaps you'd afford better if you didn't buy a dozen bottles of every kind of liquor in the kingdom," Terico said. Juja shoveled a couple bits of his slosh in his mouth, slipped out a small square bottle of dark violet liquid from a trouser pocket, and washed the breakfast down with a few deep gulps of hard liquor. He wiped his mouth and laughed. "Ah, good thing I have elvish scotch to get me through this." After breakfast and at Terico's insistence, the two searched once more through the entire village for any other survivors, or any clues regarding the Elpis or the whereabouts of Delkel and the Brotherhood. Nothing turned up, so they walked back to Juja's hideaway to gather supplies for the trip to Mers. Juja had a pack which he stuffed a book and a couple small scrolls into, along with some foodstuff and a few small bottles of liquor. "You have a sword?" Juja asked. "Yes, a strange one left by a Brotherhood fighter I killed," Terico said. He had searched the remains of his home for his own sword, but the Brotherhood had stolen it, along with all the Nexi stones and the potions and medicines father and mother had made. They did a thorough job of taking every usable weapon in the village, along with any magical items and medical supplies that could be of use to them. "You'll just need some Nexi stones, then." Juja handed Terico a small bag. Terico untied it and heard the rocks inside shift in his hand. He opened the bag and found 4 lightly glowing Nexi stones, a deep blue one for water, a white one for light, a green one for vines, and a light blue one for ice. They were all very basic, but Terico understood that in the right hands, the simplest of Nexi could be used to overcome enemies who used even the strongest, rarest stones. "You know how to use them?" Juja asked. "Of course," Terico said. He had taken plenty of Nexi exams in school, and though he wasn't one of the best in his class, he still felt he was competent. Fighting monsters had certainly given him lots of practice, much of which was a lot more practical than the tasks he was given at school. "Good, let's get walking, then," Juja said. "We won't get there until tomorrow afternoon, most likely." The trip to Mers was uneventful, save for the disconcerting lack of moisture in the air once Terico was a few kilometers away from his hometown. Juja explained that in most of the land it didn't rain as much as it did in Edeliston, and he felt it was safe to say that it was the only town where the air was always a bit wet. Once they passed the vast fields surrounding Edeliston, Terico and Juja continued down a windy dirt path that slinked through a thick birchwood forest. The thin white trees were covered with vibrant green leaves, their brilliance enough to take Terico's mind away from his situation a little bit. Most of the time, though, Terico's thoughts drifted to his parents, to Shuren, to Turan, and then to Delkel. And at times he wondered about Juja as well. The circumstances behind Terico's chance meeting with the old man were certainly unusual. So much so, that Terico couldn't help but wonder how much more to Juja there was than he was letting on. From time to time Terico tried starting a conversation with him, but Juja wasn't one to reveal much of anything about himself. Instead, he preferred to learn more about Terico, which made Terico feel a little uneasy. "If you want my help, I need to know everything I can about you," Juja explained. "It's not going to be easy, going against Delkel. But if we can get the Elpis before he does, we should be able to keep him from wreaking too much havoc." A part of Terico wanted to focus on just finding Delkel and figuring out how to defeat him right away, but if what Juja was saying about the Elpis was true, then there was a lot more than just Terico's vengeance at stake. If the entire kingdom of fiefs was in peril because of this Nexi stone, it was best that Terico do what he can to keep Delkel from obtaining it. The temperature transitioned between moderate and cool once evening passed, so Terico didn't need a blanket to sleep. After he and Juja stopped to rest to the side of the trail for the night, they helped themselves to some bread and cheese and continued their journey to Mers. The trail eventually turned out of the forest and into long stretches of dark grass, weeds, and small bushes. Terico tried again to find out a bit more about Juja. I know you said you want payback for having the pub destroyed, but is there any more reason you have for helping me with this? Have you lost anything to Delcal before? I just wanted a peaceful, unassuming place where I could live quietly, Juja said. I've lost everything else in life, boy, so having the one piece of joy I had left taken away from me. I'd say that's enough to rile an old man to action. Terico didn't feel like this was a full answer, though. There has to be more to it than that. It's obvious you're knowledgeable in a lot more than just mining. My thinking is that the main reason for your underground chamber is to keep those old books of yours hidden. You know details about things few people have even heard about. And the fact you're so freely telling me all these things about the Elpis. I can tell there's a lot more to all this than you're letting on, but still, you're sharing a lot of valuable information with me. I'd like to understand why. Of course, I'm not revealing everything, Juja said. All old people have their secrets, you know. But it's true, there are more reasons for me to help you than I've mentioned. But the main thing is, well, the town burned down, and there isn't much of anything left to do there. And to be honest, I see myself in you somewhat. It seems we were fated to meet, boy. Terico decided it was best to not push Juja further, though it was clear there was still more that needed to be unraveled about Juja's past. He may have been a miner at one point, but he was likely a number of other, and more significant, things as well. They arrived at the city a bit before noon, making better time than Juja had expected. Mers turned out to be even larger than Terico imagined it would be. Dark stone buildings rose up 3 to 4 stories all around him. A great river ran through Mers, requiring all manner of wooden bridges to connect one side of the city to the other. Some were wide enough for a half-dozen carts to pull through, while others were just wide enough for one person to walk across. Other than the disparity in size, the most striking difference between Mers and Edeliston was the lack of clouds above Mers. There had always been at least a few puffy clouds above Terico's hometown, but at least this day in Mers the whole sky was entirely blank. The sun seemed to illuminate the sky a blinding light blue, and Terico couldn't stand to gaze up at it very long. Every step down the central cobblestone road sent a barrage of sights and sounds rushing at Terico. All manner of people walked by in every direction, speaking with one another, dealing in business, greeting each other, hurrying to their appointments. At one moment a group of tall, long-haired elves rode by on brilliant white horses, and at the next Terico spotted a group of human children starting a game of ball, right in the middle of the street, to Terico's amusement. People and carriages simply made their way around the children kicking a small orange ball back and forth. To either side of Terico, traders sold all manner of goods, calling out their wares and prices to the passing masses. A one-legged man in his 30s sat atop his little wooden stand, selling thin quilted blankets. Beside him rested a long-stand man by a couple boys a little older than Terico, selling a variety of clay pots, cups, and other vessels. They had deeply tanned skin, and wore cloaks covered in thick multicolored zigzags, along with black headbands and all manner of beaded necklaces. Terico wondered where they were from, but Juja was already leading him onward, where Terico found a group of elven and human farmers working to sell a number of chickens, pheasants, and ducks they kept in small, individual wooden cages. Juja guided Terico down a thinner lane between long, vine-speckled brick homes, which apparently housed many families in separate rooms. Terico could hear some people holding a boisterous conversation, though he couldn't make out the words amidst the constant chatter of the people outside. For a moment he could smell the scent of freshly baked bread, but it dissipated quickly. Terico tried to figure out what kind of bread it was, but didn't see any stand selling any baked goods. They continued on through the city, eventually passing between a number of tents run by Aini, people who had light blue skin, but no noses. One of Terico's teachers was an Aini, and a man very knowledgeable in the application of Nexi stones, but it was rare for anyone in Edeliston to see any others. At Mers, there were apparently many Aini, selling, buying, and trading their goods just as the humans and elves did. Looking for some good shoes, boy? An any man asked Terico. The man was probably in his late 20s, and wore a red long-sleeved turtleneck shirt and long dark green skirt, along with a white ruffled tie clipped just below his neck. He held up a pair of shiny brown boots and cast a small, toothy grin. "No, sorry," Terico said. Juja pulled him forward so they could keep making their way through the crowds of people. "Febraz is just ahead," Juja said. "We will have to be careful how we approach him." Terico thought over all the things he knew about vampires. They didn't like sunlight, didn't cast reflections in mirrors, and couldn't cross rivers or moving water in general. But most significantly, many of them preyed on people in the night, seeking to sink their fangs into the necks of unsuspecting passers-by and suck their victims dry. Supposedly vampires could live off the blood of animals, but from the stories Terico heard, it seemed most would prefer to kill humans and elves for their meals, giving themselves a boost of powerful energy in the process. "Here he is." Juja pointed to a closed tent just ahead of them. Terico was a bit hesitant to meet this Febraz, but there was no turning back now. If he couldn't face a vampire, how would he be able to face the hordes of Forsaken? Or the Brotherhood? Or Delkel? Perhaps Febraz would lash out at him, but he would be ready. Terico had his sword sheathed at his hip, and several Nexi stones in his trouser pockets. Perhaps Febraz was volatile, monstrous, even, but he had something Terico aimed to get, no matter the cost. In front of the tent sat a small boy, likely no older than 10. His stand was covered with a variety of oddly colored Nexi stones, as well as a number of chalices, goblets, and sparkling pendants. He wore blue and yellow robes, and had pointed ears. Terico knew vampires had slightly pointed ears, and he understood that they were nearly immortal, too. Was this little boy Febraz? For all Terico knew, this child was 1,000 years old. "Don't look so stunned," Juja said in a low voice. "That's just an elven boy hired to run the stand. Febraz is in the tent, where it's nice and dark." "He can't go out in the light?" Terico asked. "Not so loud," Juja said. Febraz's kind aunt looked at too warmly, you can imagine. Bad for business for people to know what he is. But to answer your question, no, he can go out in the light. He just doesn't like it, and would rather keep his identity a secret as much as he can. The longer it's a secret, the longer he can stay at one city, selling his wares. "I see," Terico said. He walked up to the elven boy and glanced over the Nexi stones on the table. "Which one are we looking for?" he asked Juja. "It won't be out here, obviously," Juja said. "We'll have to talk with Febraz personally." "You know Febraz?" the boy running the stand asked. "Yes, he's an old friend of mine," Juja said. "Can we go see him?" The boy looked down nervously. "I don't think so." Juja turned to the tent and yelled, "Ori! Febraz! Is that you?" Juja called out a voice from inside. "Please, I invite you to come in." Terico was hesitant to follow Juja into the tent, but he took a couple deep breaths and reassured himself that this would all be worth it in the end. As expected, it was dark inside the tent, lit by a single candle atop a small round table. There were 3 wooden chairs, the first of which was occupied by Febraz. He was a tall man with broad shoulders and pale skin as white as ash. Febraz looked to be in his 20s, but may have been much older. "I see you've aged well," Juja said. "And I see you haven't," Febraz responded. He grinned, exposing 2 long vampiric fangs. The man had long black hair and light yellow eyes that almost seemed to glow in the dark. He wore all black and held a few wrinkled sheets of brown paper in his hands. Juja laughed and sat down across from Febraz, leaving Terico to take the seat between the two. "It's good to see you again," Febraz said. "It's been too long." "I kept meaning to send a letter," Juja said. "Perhaps invite you for a drink. There's this great pub in, oh, never mind." Apparently he forgot for a moment that it had burned down with the rest of the village. "You and your ridiculous drinks," Febraz said, his voice deep and smooth. I have no taste for them, you know. Of course, Juja said. But it's the act of drinking together that matters, not the drink itself. Well, I'll have to keep that in mind, Febraz said with his eyes half closed. Now how can I assist you, Juja? We're in the market for some soul catchers, Juja said. Think you can help an old friend out? For a price, perhaps, Febraz said. Whatever do you need soul catchers for? Juja motioned a hand toward Terico. Well, Terico and I will be heading underground soon, and will likely have a lot of Forsaken to deal with. A couple soul catchers would help us fight them off as we go looking for something. You should know better than to go stirring up trouble with the Forsaken, Febraz said. He placed an elbow on his table and rested the side of his head against his palm. Now, what was it I saved your life from again? Ah, yes. The Forsaken. Of course. This time will be different, Juja said. I'll have Terico leading the way, and we'll both have soul catchers. That is, if you lend them to us for a bit. Terico spoke up, looking toward Febraz. So you saved Juja's life? Febraz gave a weary nod. Yes, I happened to be in the mine that day Juja's crew dug their way to a hive of Forsaken. It was just on a whim, but I decided to save old Juja's life. I wasn't told then, Juja muttered. And I've helped you plenty of times in return. Yes, Febraz said, waving a hand up and down quickly. But of the two of us, I'm the hero. We'll see about that, Juja said. Terico and I will be accomplishing big things in the near future. You'll be hearing heroic stories about us soon enough, if we can get a hold of some soul catchers. Very well, Febraz said. I rather doubt you can afford to buy 2 soul catchers, so I'll have to think of some way you can pay me back for lending them out to you. He leaned to the side and pointed at Juja's pack. I imagine you have plenty of liquor in that bag of yours. Pull one out and have a drink. Juja sat up a little straighter and beamed. You're taking me up on that offer, after all. Febraz reached underneath his table and pulled up a cork bottle filled with crimson liquid. I have my own drink, thank you very much. He pulled up a few ceramic mugs and pushed them so he and his guests each had one. The vampire picked up his bottle and pointed the end of it toward Terico. Want some? Terico gave a deep frown and shook his head side to side. Febraz laughed and started pouring some blood into his hand-painted glass, which was covered in poorly colored patterns likely drawn by a child. Terico wondered if Febraz had any children, and what exactly a vampire family would entail if that was the case. While Juja deliberated on what bottle of liquor to drink from, Terico watched the thin stream of blood pour from Febraz's bottle and splash into his cup. Terico didn't know where this blood came from or what species it had belonged to, but there was something a little strange about it all. Perhaps just the sight of someone pouring blood into a glass was bothering him, but there seemed to be something more troubling Terico. He stared at the blood, rising and falling along the inside of the mug as it dripped and sloshed into the vessel. It was very faint, but Terico noticed a slight residue left behind on the side of the glass. It would only last a moment, but the blood was briefly turning the inside surface of the ceramic mug from tan to a light gray. Some kind of chemical reaction? Terico thought. As Febraz lifted his glass toward his lips, the realization struck Terico. In an instant, Terico was on his feet and wrenching the glass away from Febraz's mouth. Febraz gasped, and Terico spilled blood on his sleeve and onto the table. What are you trying to do, boy? Juja asked. Liquid coffin, Terico said. This blood is poisoned. What? Febraz asked. I would have smelled something amiss if it were poisoned. It's an ancient poison used to kill vampires, Terico said. An alchemical concoction that looks, smells, and tastes exactly like blood. It hasn't been regularly used for hundreds of years because the main ingredient was a very rare plant, and simpler poisons were developed later on. I've encountered poisons before, but never this liquid coffin, Febraz said. How can you tell this isn't blood, though? If you look closely, it reacts to the ceramics strangely, Terico said. I wouldn't have noticed anything if it were poured into a glass cup, so you're fortunate you used this mug. Febraz eased himself back in his chair. I do see it now. Yes, blood shouldn't stick that much to the side, either. Very subtle. He looked back up to Terico and smiled. How did you notice that? My father was an alchemist, so I read several books on potions growing up. Terico sat back down and placed his hands on his lap. There was a chapter on poisons for vampires, though I never expected I'd actually need to use that knowledge one day. And you probably never thought you'd use it to save a vampire's life, did you? Febraz asked. To be honest, no, I didn't, Terico said. Febraz turned to Juja and nodded. Good to see a boy with a head on his shoulders. I'm surprised, too, Juja said. But I guess now I can say I've saved your life, Febraz. We're finally even. Maybe, Febraz said. I wonder though, why would this bottle be poisoned? It came from a friend of mine. You're letting people here know you're a vampire? Juja asked. The general public doesn't suspect a thing, Febraz said. But I do have a few friends I've come to trust over the years. This particular one has given me some rare blood from some of his adventures before. I have a feeling that he might have bought this bottle rather than obtained the blood himself. Ah, so the seller was just hoping to kill off some random vampires, wherever they may be, Juja said. There is no way to be certain, Febraz said. The seller could have been fooled just as well. It's interesting just how many people can be deceived by one simple lie. And it leads all the way down to death, Juja said. The conversation paused a few moments, perhaps ending on a bit of a somber, more pensive note. Febraz snapped a finger. I believe our young Terico here needs to strike a deal with me. What do you have in mind? Juja asked. You should give us the stones for free, for saving your life. Terico, I have 2 soul catchers, Febraz said, but they cost a fortune. I think you would be capable of helping me out with a little something, so if you make a pact with me, I will gladly give you the Nexi stones you seek. A pact? Terico asked. You will be marked, Febraz said. It means you will be required to assist me with a single task, or forfeit your life. It won't be anything too much for you to handle, I imagine. But I've been hoping to find someone who can help out my Febraz paused a moment. Who can help me out? All you have to do is hold out your arm, and I will use a Nexi stone to create the mark of the pact. Terico didn't like the idea of being required to fulfill any kind of task a vampire would have in mind for him. Though Juja was friendly with Febraz, Terico really didn't know much about this man. For all Terico knew, being marked would make him Febraz's slave for life. Or perhaps the task Febraz would give him would put Terico's life unnecessarily at risk. What sorts of things would a vampire want him to do, anyways? In the end, it didn't matter, Terico decided. If he needed the soul catchers, and this was the only way to get them, then he would likely do whatever it was Juja asked. If it would bring Terico one step closer to killing Delkel, then he would do it. He pulled his sleeve back and raised his arm toward Febraz. Do you realize what you're doing? Juja asked. This isn't going to be a go to the store and pick me up some flour kind of favor. I understand, Terico said, keeping his eyes on Febraz. I will do whatever this man asks of me. Good, we have a deal then. The vampire slipped out a pallid white Nexi stone from his pocket. It glowed dimly in the candlelight, and looked about as pale and sickly as Febraz's skin. Febraz placed the stone on Terico's left wrist. Within seconds, the rock dissipated into a misty white cloud. The sparkling flakes descended into Terico's skin, forming a black, intricate pattern. It looked like half of a spider's web with 4 arrows emerging from the top, reaching into Terico's palm and pointing toward his fingers. I will call on you when I need your assistance, Febraz said. He placed 2 light indigo Nexi stones on the table and grinned. Have fun dealing with the Forsaken, Terico. And be sure to keep an eye on Juja for me, will you? I can never tell what that man's up to. I'm right here, you know, Juja said. Trying to hide things from you is a worthless endeavor, Febras said. But the more I let the boy know, the more even the playing field will be. Juja stood up and nodded. We'll have to try having a drink together again someday. Indeed, Febras said. He turned to Terico and winked. Be sure to keep a good hand on your sword's hilt at all times, Terico. You never know when you'll need to draw your blade. Terico wasn't sure how to respond. He was now relying on a cryptic, blood-sucking vampire and a dodgy old man who continually grew a little more questionable to trust. He wondered just how far down this path he would have to walk in order to obtain his revenge. Once back in Edeliston, it didn't take long for Terico to lead Juja to one of the cave entrances in the rocky hills just north of the burnt village. The sight of the town's remains was just as harrowing as it had been when the fires first died out, but it also strengthened Terico's resolve to not back down. It was a clear visual reminder of what he was fighting for, and why he was seeking out the Elpis. Juja had a red Nexi stone, which he caused to light the way down the cavern pathway. Terico led the way, however, and for the first hour most of the journey was fairly familiar to him. There were a number of stalactite formations that he used to go by when remembering which way to turn in order to keep heading downward. From time to time Terico came across monsters, and Juja left it to him each time to deal with them. At one point there were a few rockhoppers, which Terico tied up with a series of vines from his green Nexi. Later, a light yellow wisp tried possessing Juja, but Terico managed to douse the ghostly light with the blue Nexi stone. He soaked Juja as well in the process, much to the old man's umbrage. The deeper into the cave they went, the more Terico wondered about the city as described in Juja's old book. Juja said it was a mystery why it was built so long ago, and why it was eventually abandoned centuries ago. Terico couldn't think of a good reason for Emosa Helena to be built so far below the earth. What would the people have lived off of? They certainly couldn't have grown crops without sunlight. Perhaps the Elpis stone played a part in the city's existence. Juja dimmed his red Nexi a bit to keep from straining himself, since it took a little effort to keep the light going. Terico offered to take it, but Juja wanted him ready for any monsters that would jump out at them. At one junction Terico had to move aside a pile of large fallen rocks in order to continue down the path he and Juja were taking. Terico had never been this far down the caves before, but Juja felt they still had quite a ways to go before reaching Emosa Helena. What may have been another hour passed, it was difficult to tell without the sun, and Terico started to feel a little drowsy. They had been walking down a thin, rock-floored path for so long, that traversing the jagged path had almost become a subconscious action. Terico had tried starting conversation with Juja a couple more times earlier, but the old man was still avoiding any real answers about his life. Terico was curious to know more about the Elpis too though, so he decided to start there. So, why do you think the Elpis stone is down here? He asked. It's likely just a fragment, Juja said. And I can't be certain why it's in an underground city. There are all kinds of theories. To keep monsters away. To provide light for the citizens. To create food for everyone down there. To create a protective barrier against outsiders. To hold up the earth around the city. Of course, all this brings up the question of why people would have a city down here in the first place. My guess is that the original intention of the city was to act as a place to keep the Elpis fragment hidden. How did the Elpis stone break apart? Terico asked. And when was it found in the first place? Most of the legends say the Elpis was the stone that the god of hope used to create all the Nexi stones, Juja said. All the Nexi were buried deep in the earth so people would learn to work hard for their rewards, and to rely on divine powers in their daily lives. Don't know if any of that's true, but that's the general sentiment of the ancient stories. But where the Elpis was found and who found it is very unclear. When it was in the hands of a benevolent ruler, the people in the land lived without suffering or fear, the world was a paradise, if you will. But when a cruel, self-serving ruler used the Elpis, the entire continent fell into ruin. In some sources, it is said that the Elpis could be used to kill hundreds of people in a single instant. Eventually a man, some say the first king of fiefs, managed to obtain the Elpis and break it into pieces. It's been hundreds of years since anyone has used an elpis, because the fragments have been hidden away, far, far away from one another. How did the king break the elpis? Terico asked. Again, the stories vary, Juja said. Some say he and a council of 31 alchemists managed to concoct a liquid that would break the stone apart into 100 pieces once dipped in it. Others say a powerful elf, Ani, human, and vampire each sacrificed his or her life, enacting an ancient spell powerful enough to break the elpis into 4 pieces. And one interesting tale describes the king summoning the ghost of a giant narwhal, which stabbed the stone into 2 halves with its tusk. Terico didn't know what to think of any of these stories. He had heard many tales reminiscent of these ones as a child, and growing up he felt they were mainly just meant to entertain or help explain things about the world. But who knew? Perhaps some of these things did happen. The Nexi opened up the possibility for many astounding things, especially when rare, powerful stones were used. His mind mostly on the elpis, Terico continued to lead the way down the cavern trail with a wide variety of expectations settling in his thoughts. Eventually, he wondered what would happen when he did obtain the elpis fragment, assuming it was still down there. And what if Juja is the one who gets his hands on the elpis? Terico thought. Would the old man try to use its power? Was it possible that Juja was coming down here for the sake of getting the elpis for himself? He was an old man, and needed someone to help him fend off the monsters and Forsaken in order to get to the stone. How long had Juja known about the likelihood of the elpis fragment being down below Edeliston? Was that the real reason Juja moved to the village? And did he stick around in the pub in order to hear the tales of all the travelers passing through, in hopes of learning something more about the elpis, or about the caves? The sound of deep, gurgling screeches echoed in the distance, breaking Terico's train of thought. All at once, Terico heard at least a dozen monstrous cries, their grating noises overlapping one another in a horrendous racket. The Forsaken, Juja said. Terico looked back and saw Juja's disconcerted expression. Even in the dim red light, it was clear to see how pale and worried the old man had quickly become. The sound was likely bringing back memories of his first and nearly fatal encounter with the undying creatures. Terico unsheathed his sword and held it tight in his right hand, and picked out the indigo soul catcher from his pouch of Nexi stones. The liquid shrieks grew louder, and for a few moments Terico thought he heard them coming from multiple directions. He stared down the dark cavern and readied himself to attack. The beat of his heart quickened, moving in harmony with the constant screeching of the Forsaken. Beneath the screams, Terico could hear the pattering of feet and claws. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and raised his soul catcher forward. 7 Forsaken charged into the light of Juja's red Nexi. They ran on all fours. Fleshy, long-limbed, and wolf-like, the Forsaken rushed in with the force of paws larger than a man's head. Dim red light glinted off their massive claws, their fanged teeth, their dark glossy eyes, and the metallic scales sticking out of their backs and limbs. Terico aimed his Nexi stone toward the nearest of the Forsaken. With all the energy he could muster, Terico forced a burst of indigo light to shoot out from the soul catcher. The beast snapped its jaw at the light, and leaped straight for Terico, completely unhindered. Terico stepped back and shoved his sword forward, jabbing his blade straight through the Forsaken's neck. The creature snarled and swung a giant clawed paw for Terico's face. "Turn!" Juja yelled. Terico leaned back and turned. A burst of flame blasted into the Forsaken's body, forcing Terico to let go of his sword. A stream of indigo light crashed into the burning Forsaken a moment later, but Terico couldn't watch to see if it worked. He turned to the next 2 nearest Forsaken and fired his soul catcher at one, while slipping out his green Nexi and aiming it for the second. Using 2 Nexi at the same time was difficult, but Terico was caught up in the heat of the action. The first Forsaken snapped at the blast of the soul catcher, but Terico managed to tie up the legs of the second beast with vines. The free Forsaken pounced toward Terico, who grabbed the first Nexi his hand could reach. He wrenched the stone out of his bag and released its energy against the Forsaken's torso. Ice covered the sprawling creature instantly, and the beast crashed atop of Terico before he could step out of the way. The other Forsaken bit off the vines tying its legs, having no problem with tearing off portions of its own flesh in the process. As Terico pushed aside the frozen, now only half-frozen, Forsaken, he caught a glimpse of the other 4 creatures rushing for him. "We're not strong enough to catch their souls right away," Juja said. "Disable them, and then use the indigo Nexi." "Shut your eyes." Terico complied just as blinding white light burst from a Nexi stone. He opened his eyes immediately after he heard the snap of Juja's attack. Juja wrenched Terico's sword from an unmoving Forsaken at his feet, and tossed it to Terico while the rest of the Forsaken screeched and moaned from the light. For their eyes, the flash had to be far worse than it would for a human being. While one Forsaken was still struggling with the ice on its body, Terico aimed his soul catcher and tried once again to defeat it. The indigo light dived for the creature, and a moment later Terico felt a surge of energy rush back up his arm. The Nexi stone glowed a little brighter, and the Forsaken stopped struggling to break apart the ice covering it. The creatures recovered from Juja's attack, and Terico immediately used his white Nexi stone to blind them again. The nearest Forsaken leaped for him anyways. Terico skewered the Forsaken in the chest, and the creature boomed a raspy, watery laugh. It laughed. Before the Forsaken could claw Terico apart, Terico blasted indigo light against it, pulling the soul out of the creature and into Terico's indigo Nexi. He shoved the Forsaken from the blade of his sword and aimed his green Nexi for a Forsaken charging at Juja, who was releasing fire at another of the creatures. Terico tied up the Forsaken's legs and charged for it. He jabbed the creature in the back, but it reacted faster than Terico anticipated. The beast slammed the back of its massive paw against Terico's side, knocking him against the cavern wall and forcing the Nexi stones from his hand. Another Forsaken charged for Terico as he tried to regain his footing. His vision was dizzy and the upper half of his body ached with giant bruises, but he managed to grab the dark blue Nexi stone from his bag. He shot out water against the Forsaken, pushing it back long enough for Terico to grab the soul catcher off the ground and aim it for the tied-up Forsaken he had stabbed. Terico shot off the indigo light and caught the creature's soul, then turned for the Forsaken recovering from the blast of water. As the roaring Forsaken regained its footing, Terico rushed for it with his sword drawn forward, his entire body burning with the intensity of the moment. The Forsaken leaped for Terico, who turned to the side and slammed his blade straight into the beast's face. The creature fell to the ground, but was immediately back on its feet, now standing on only 2 feet. It stood nearly a half-meter taller than Terico, and that was even with its abnormally thin, lanky torso curved down from a shriveled, hunched back. The Forsaken's face was nearly torn in half, black and red blood streaming from the gash stretched from one wolfish ear to the other. And still it swiped its claws toward Terico's chest. Terico leaped back to avoid the creature's freakishly sharp talons, then blasted a stream of water against its pallid, fleshy body. It fell to all fours and shoved against the water, still strong enough to keep fighting. Another Forsaken charged for Terico from the side. While still pushing back against the first creature with the dark blue Nexi in his left hand, Terico turned to the second creature, his sword drawn forward in his right hand. The Forsaken leaped for Terico's head. Terico drove his blade into the Forsaken's heart, then shoved it into the stream of water rushing from his Nexi stone. The stabbed Forsaken crashed into the other Forsaken, and both collided with a giant stalagmite reaching toward the ceiling. Juja ran toward the 2 creatures and used his indigo Nexi to catch both of the Forsaken souls. The deep screeching and gravelly roaring stopped all at once, and Terico fell to his knees from sheer exhaustion. All 7 of the Forsaken lay still, a few of them covered in terrible burns, but completely still, nonetheless. The cave turned silent, but Terico felt his head ringing for several long minutes afterward. "You used the Nexi stones a bit too much there," Juja said. "You'll need to rest a bit." Terico nodded, too tired to say anything. Juja picked up the stones Terico dropped and put them back in the small bag tied at Terico's belt. Terico shakily looked over the Forsaken lying around him. They had looked a lot like wolves when they ran in for the kill, but now it was clear they had a very human appearance. There were only a few patches of ragged fur poking out of their torn-up skin, and though their limbs were freakishly contorted, Terico could still tell they were arms and legs. The Forsaken even still had on the tattered remains of clothing in various states of disarray. The very idea that the most sinister and lethal of monsters were in fact humans was... it was disgusting. But here they were, something not quite human, not quite monster, and not even quite alive. Even with a fatal blow to the face, these creatures lashed out at their victims, laughing all the way. How had human beings fallen this low? Where had these men and women come from? When Terico thought it over enough, it seemed the most likely explanation was that these were the citizens of Emosa Helena. They had somehow become creatures of the darkness. Juja had Terico sit on the ground until Terico stopped shaking. He had never faced so many creatures all at once. The Forsaken's hideous cries echoed in his head, as if even now they were still alive, still hoping to shred him into pieces. He stared at the still open eyes of the nearest Forsaken, a man who couldn't have been much older than 20 before he transformed. His eyes were no longer human, the whites of his eyes now black, and the retinas and pupils a lightly glowing red, and still glowing, even now. The thought that the creature could still be alive in some form made Terico shudder, but he couldn't look away. He wished it hadn't fallen with its eyes open. The Forsaken closed its eyes. Terico jumped to his feet and unsheathed his sword. The Forsaken continued to lie there, motionless. For several long seconds, Terico held his position, his heart beating frantically. He waited for the Forsaken to leap up at him, but the creature did nothing but lie there. It wasn't breathing, but Terico didn't think the Forsaken breathed when they were alive, either. "What's wrong?" Juja asked. "It closed its eyes," Terico said. Juja looked at the Forsaken, keeping a safe distance from it. "And you're sure you captured its soul?" "Yes," Terico said. He backed away from the creature cautiously, hoping to put some more distance between them. The Forsaken stood up on two legs and took a few steps back. Terico raised his soul catcher, but the Forsaken didn't do anything more. It simply stood there, its eyes still closed. "Are you doing that?" Juja asked. Terico glanced back at him a moment. "What do you mean?" "Well, technically we're the owners of these creatures' souls, now." Juja took his indigo Nexi and stared at one of the burnt Forsaken he had defeated. The creature stood up, placed its arms behind its back, and bowed toward Juja. The image seemed to epitomize the definition of surreal, considering how only minutes ago it was an insane beast intent on tearing them limb from limb. "We can control them?" Terico said. He gripped his soul catcher tight and looked at each of the Forsaken he defeated. With just the force of his concentrated thoughts, Terico caused the four creatures to stand upright, then flex their clawed hands in and out in unison. Terico smiled. Things just got a lot more interesting. It took some time to navigate the deeper chambers of the cave, but Juja was tired and Terico was still recovering a bit from his overuse of the Nexi stones. Fortunately, it took very little effort to keep the Forsaken walking in front of them, making them act as bodyguards in the event that more of the creatures came to attack. In the dim glow of Juja's red Nexi, Terico caught sight of an open area at the end of the tunnel. He and Juja followed their Forsaken to what turned out to be a wide, deep pit. Grafted to the roof of the cave were 11 spiral staircases, which worked their way down the massive hole. The steps were long and wide, and there were several meters of empty space between each of the metal stairways. "This will lead us down to the city, I imagine," Juja said. "It'll probably be a long way down." "I guess we pick a stairway, then," Terico said. Each of the staircases looked pretty battered and dented up, and there was no telling which one might have a bunch of Forsaken working their way up. Terico listened for any sign of the creatures below, but couldn't hear anything. Juja led his 3 Forsaken down a walkway leading to the 4th metal staircase. It was one of the better-looking stairways, so Terico decided to follow Juja down it. "You should take a different stairway," Juja said. "If 100 Forsaken rush up the one we're on, we'll both get killed. Might as well have one of us survive, if that happens." 100? Terico said. "There's a whole city down there," Juja said. "I imagine the citizens became these creatures somehow." Over the centuries they've dug tunnels far and wide, attacking miners in caverns for kilometers around. But as long as their souls aren't captured, they can live on forever, it seems. For all we know, there are 100,000 Forsaken waiting below us. Their army of 7 Forsaken didn't seem so useful if that was really what they were going to be up against. Fortunately, they didn't need to fight all the creatures, they only needed to find the Elpis and get out of there. Terico led his Forsaken down the 5th stairway, which looked about as safe as the one Juja took. There was a good 20 or so meters between the 2 stairways, though. He walked cautiously down the metal steps, and made his Forsaken tread lightly as well. The staircase squeaked and grated with each step, but the echoes were light and dim. "Hopefully these things hold," Juja said. "I think there used to be a staircase between the ones we're going down." Terico looked at the giant, dark gap between him and Juja. There was no way to see how far the stairways went, and Juja's light gave little for Terico to see by. He hoped that there weren't steps missing, though he felt he'd be safe following his Forsaken. If there was a hole ahead, they'd fall for him. Terico made them hold their arms out so that they'd be able to grab onto surrounding steps in the event that one of them fell. Minute after minute passed, and Terico felt a little more anxious with each turn of the giant staircase. The further down he went, the darker and quieter things seemed to get. There was always the constant creaking of the old metal steps, but the noise eventually turned dim in the back of Terico's head. How long he walked down the stairs, he couldn't imagine. Perhaps an hour passed, perhaps 2. But still he continued to walk down the steps, further and further into an underworld that seemed to be made more out of darkness, rather than stone. It was difficult to concentrate, step after step, hour after hour. The utter monotony of the spiraling descent was tiring, and the fact Terico was accompanied by a group of Forsaken gave the situation an especially foreboding atmosphere. Every now and then he called out to Juja, whose voice would always echo from the opposite staircase, generally from several meters above Terico's elevation. The old man was a bit slower than Terico, and that would put a good distance between them every 10-20 minutes. Terico had to keep a bit of concentration on his Forsaken, but he would still think of other things as well. Journeying through the caves reminded him of his times with Turan, and how they would sneak out of class to go look for rare rocks, plants, and creatures underground. Sometimes it was to earn a bit of money or to help someone out with some task, but the main reason for it all was for the sake of adventure. Terico's journey with Juja didn't have the same kind of feeling as his brief treks with Turan, however. Though Juja had some wit about him, he lacked Turan's gift of gab and light-hearted nature. Plus Terico couldn't be truly certain where Juja's loyalties lay in all this, while he never had to worry for even a second whether or not Turan had his back. At times Terico felt he and Turan were more like brothers than friends, just from the sheer amount of time they spent together. Thoughts of the past reminded Terico of what this endeavor was for. If he could get the Elpis fragment, he'd be able to meet with Delkel, and likely be able to reach the murderer's brother Orguk as well. Terico would never forgive Orguk if anything happened to Turan. The sooner Terico found Orguk, the sooner he'd be able to stop the effects of the madman's experiments on Turan, assuming that was what his friend was captured for. Juja eventually called back to Terico, which let him know how far away the old man was. They were at about the same level again, so Terico got his Forsaken moving again. Yet another hour seemed to pass, and still they continued down the stairway. Terico looked up over the railing to the endless spiral above him, then peered down to the infinite vortex below. A part of him wondered if he was caught in a loop that would magically go on forever. What if there was a point on the staircase that sent him back a few hundred steps, and he was actually just walking down the same few hundred steps again and again and again? He paid careful attention to the steps beneath his feet. It was too difficult to really see anything, but he could feel the bumps and dents in the thick sheets of metal. After completing a few more circles of the staircase, Terico noted a couple more unique feeling steps, one that made a sort of loud pop when he stepped on it, and another that had a thick, jagged cut in the middle. Terico watched for these 2 steps to come again. He walked on, following the plodding movements of the Forsaken in front of him. He started counting the steps, and he was almost at the 400th step when Juja called out to him again. The echoing has changed. Terico listened carefully, and sure enough, the sounds of everyone's footsteps were slightly different. It took a while longer, but they soon reached the final step of their staircases without any problems arising. It was a relief to be on the ground again, though Terico knew there wasn't much reason to feel safe. Though it was too dark to see far, Terico could tell he was standing in a massive, expansive cave. His footsteps didn't echo, and the ground felt a lot more stable beneath his feet. Juja brightened the light of his red Nexi so they could see a bit further around themselves. The floor was flat and smooth at first, though later became littered with rocks and boulders. At first Terico thought these were just random stones, but on closer inspection he realized the ground was covered with rubble. It was hard to see much, but there was evidence of great stone buildings all around him, all in complete disarray. It was as if a great earthquake had wiped out the entire city. "The whole place is probably like this," Juja said. "We'll have to go deeper into the city to find the Elpis fragment, though." They made their way between fallen buildings, their piles of stones reaching tens of meters in height at times. How Emosa Helena had been destroyed, Terico could only guess. If going by Juja's stories though, it wouldn't be unlikely for the Elpis to have been involved. Terico and Juja sometimes paused to look in what was still standing of some of the structures, many of which had been built straight into the walls of the cave. Juja was certain the Elpis would be glowing bright, so it wouldn't be hard to recognize it once they found a shining light. This was still a great city, however. It would take time to figure out where the stone was hidden. The cave erupted with the blood-curdling screams of Forsaken. All at once, tens of shrieks rang off the distant walls of the fallen city. "We need to hurry," Juja said. "Every Forsaken in the city will hear this racket, and suddenly we'll have 1,000 of them to deal with." Terico, Juja, and their 7 puppet Forsaken ran down the battered street of the city, weaving between the fallen stonework of the homes and shops the Forsaken must have occupied back when they were human. Terico readied his sword and Nexi stones, but kept his eye searching for the glowing light of the Elpis fragment. 5 Forsaken leaped from holes in a wrecked building about 20 meters ahead. Terico forced 3 of his Forsaken to rush for them, while Juja sent 2 of his to take care of the others. They caused their Forsaken to claw away at their enemies, until all of them were wrestling and snarling amidst the piles of sharp rocks and rubble. Another Forsaken slipped out from a hole in a giant stone platform. Terico sent one of his Forsaken to fight it, and another struggle ensued. All around him, the creatures were clawing at each other, sometimes tearing open great, bloody wounds, and even shredding apart entire limbs in the process. Terico and Juja used their indigo Nexi to catch more of the creatures' souls, and within a minute all the Forsaken were weakened enough for all of them to fall under Terico and Juja's control. "Hurry," Juja said. "We won't be able to keep this up forever." Terico forced his Forsaken to run to either side of him, following Juja and his growing unit of Forsaken. He could hear more of the creatures rushing for them from side roads and fallen buildings, the scraping of their monstrous claws giving them away beneath the constant noise of their screeches. Terico and Juja sent their captured Forsaken off to fend against the new assailants. The creatures crashed into one another on all fours, swiping their claws against each other's faces. Terico followed Juja's lead and continued capturing more Forsaken as they ran through the battlefield. Those that they captured were often torn apart to varying degrees, but they could still run and fight with little hindrance from their injuries. Neither alive nor dead, nothing slowed the creatures from their ravenous bloodlust. More and more of the Forsaken ran for Terico and Juja, some in groups of 10, some in 20. The strain of controlling so many creatures was taxing, but Terico kept all his Forsaken always running, always clawing. Again and again, he used his soul catcher to bring more of the Forsaken into his ranks. Every now and then a Forsaken or 2 would slip through and leap for Terico, but he would use his Nexi stones and sword to fend them off long enough for Juja to capture them with his soul catcher. The city boomed with the shrieks of tens of Forsaken. Hundreds. All around him, Terico heard more and more of them charging toward them, howling, hissing, snarling, snapping their teeth. There were probably at least 100 Forsaken Terico was controlling now, and his whole body felt weak. Each step he took, his limbs ached incessantly. Keep moving, he told himself. Don't stop for even a second. I see something, Juja said. Terico looked to where the old man pointed. On the other side of a massive chasm, a small glint of light glowed with ever-shifting hues and colors. It wasn't blinding, but it was intense. The glow that emanated from the small rock spread far wider than the glow of any Nexi stone Terico had seen before. It was going to be difficult to get to it, with it so high up and on the other side of a giant gorge. And with 1,000 Forsaken in the way. Just plow through them, Juja! Terico yelled. Tens of Forsaken rushed out of cracks in a long wall to Terico's left. He sent as many of his own Forsaken as he could spare toward them and continued to run. 3 creatures slipped by, and at the same time a couple more leaped from the 3rd story of a half-destroyed structure above Terico. Meanwhile, Juja controlled tens of Forsaken to hack away at the hordes rushing from the trail ahead, while blasting fire at several more coming for him from behind. Terico activated his light blue Nexi, freezing the ground in front of the 3 Forsaken charging for him. As the creatures slipped on the ice, Terico turned to the ones leaping for him from above. He used his dark blue Nexi to blast them away with water. His controlled Forsaken continued to fight off tens of others, and Terico blasted away with his soul catcher to force as many more of the creatures to his side as possible. Juja continued to push his way forward, only pausing a few seconds at a time to blind large groups of Forsaken swarming around him. Terico rushed into the fray with a few dozen puppet Forsaken encircling him. The wolf people tore at each other's throats, spilling blood around Terico in a hellish rampage. Terico sprinted through the multitude of Forsaken, swinging his sword in a mad, blind frenzy. Limbs, heads, blood, and gore flew from his blade and the claws of his Forsaken army, as blasts of blinding light and fiery explosions pushed back tens of the undying creatures around him. Terico and Juja continued using their soul catchers, but the strain was too much to continue like this. There were still hundreds of Forsaken between them and the cliff, and then a bottomless pit between the cliff and the Elpis fragment. A Forsaken lunged for Terico's throat. Terico avoided its claws and continued to fight his way forward, at times running across the sharp metallic spined backs of the Forsaken in the process. Which of the creatures were under Terico and Juja's control at this point was impossible to tell. As far as Terico could see, the world was a sea of claws, fur, flesh, and blood. A couple Forsaken slipped past Terico's captured creatures. Terico used his green Nexi to bind one, then readied his light blue Nexi to freeze the other. The instant the first Forsaken was bound by vines, the second creature immediately latched its teeth on the vine and pulled. It wrenched the stone straight from Terico's grasp, almost making him lose all his other stones in the process. Another Forsaken leaped for Terico from behind. Terico turned and swung his sword into the creature's chest. He stumbled back, crashing against the back of a Forsaken standing upright. The beast turned and swiped its claws for Terico, who swung his sword for it with the first Forsaken still impaled in it. 2 more Forsaken rushed through the multitude, straight for Terico. He left his blade and sprinted forward, blasting the 2 with light from his white Nexi. The beasts leaped for him blindly, and one of them crashed atop of him with its torso. Terico struggled against the frantic Forsaken, which clawed the rocks to either side of him in a mad, screeching craze. Terico shoved against it, and the beast slammed the end of its paw against his arm, flinging away all of his Nexi stones. With his free arm, Terico reached for the soul catcher and forced one of his Forsaken to leap into the side of the creature attacking him. The tens of Forsaken to either side of Terico brawled unceasingly, tearing each other apart until their enemies were in pieces. Terico lost sight of all his remaining Nexi save for the light blue one, so he grabbed it and ran. "Keep going!" Juja screamed above the wild cries of the Forsaken. How the old man was holding up, Terico couldn't stop to tell. He ran onward, his heart racing, his lungs nearly giving out. On and on, more of the creatures rushed for him, screeching and yelping. Terico controlled as many Forsaken as he could manage, stopping the legions of monsters dead in their tracks. The end was in sight. The cliff was near, but Terico didn't have a feasible way of crossing the massive abyss. The gap had to be at least 10 meters long, and Terico didn't have his green Nexi. He almost considered running back for it, knowing he'd be able to reach the Elpis with vines if he still had it. There was no way to find it now though, lost amidst the mobs of bleeding, growling creatures. Terico kept running. He kept sending in more Forsaken to protect him, kept capturing more of the beasts whenever the opportunity arose, but his mind was a whirlwind of chaos, sheer madness. He sprinted toward the cliff, pushing past fighting Forsaken with every step, many of the beasts crawling atop one another to get at their prey. Terico's mind was weary, barely able to formulate coherent thoughts as he struggled to maintain control of so many Forsaken. His entire body burned and trembled from the pain and exhaustion of so much running, so much Nexi use, so much fighting, so much screaming, so much insanity. With a light blue Nexi in one hand and the soul catcher in the other, Terico reached the edge of the cliff. He stopped and turned around, an entire wave of Forsaken leaping for him from every direction possible. Terico's Forsaken bashed and clawed against the hordes of mindless beasts, but it only temporarily slowed the swarms down. Terico got an idea. "I have it!" He forced all his puppet Forsaken to turn to him and run as fast as they possibly could. Terico turned to the nearest Forsaken and with all his might, blasted frozen air from his light blue Nexi stone. His body nearly collapsed from the effort, but the Forsaken froze instantly, encased in a large sheet of ice grafted to the floor and rubble of the cavern and side of the cliff. Terico guided the next several of his creatures to rush to the frozen Forsaken. Terico froze the second Forsaken to the end of the first, then froze the third to the end of the second. He had to use all his strength to make the ice strong enough to hold, and he had to get the Forsaken to leap out with their arms and legs stretched as far as possible. It wouldn't take much more of this though for Terico to black out from overusing the Nexi. Terico turned to the tens of Forsaken leaping for him. He ducked beneath some, letting them jump off the cliff, then rushed for the creatures he froze to the side of the cliff. With the power of his indigo Nexi, Terico forced more of his controlled Forsaken to rush up the slowly forming ice bridge of frozen Forsaken. He kept some of his beasts fighting off the enemy Forsaken, though they were quickly being torn apart by the ravenous monsters. Terico made his way up his ice bridge and forced more of his Forsaken to run up after him. The creatures would leap over Terico and run on to the end of the bridge, where Terico would freeze them to the ends of the previously frozen Forsaken. The bridge was slick and narrow, and would likely only have the strength to last this one trip across. But Terico only needed to reach the Elpis fragment. Once it was in his hands, it would all be over. More and more of Terico's Forsaken ran up the slowly growing ice bridge, but several of the opposing creatures forced their way after them, and fighting between the beasts ensued atop the weak, crackling bridge. Terico slid down and shoved the beasts off, then ordered more of his puppet Forsaken to leap past him and on up to the top of the bridge. What seemed like 100 more of the wolf-like creatures leaped out from the anarchy of beasts amongst the shadowy stone rubble. Terico turned and ran after the puppet Forsaken ahead of him. Dizzy and nauseous, he felt as if he was slipping off the edge every step of the way. He kept running, and with all his might he froze the Forsaken running forward in front of him. He jumped atop of each frozen Forsaken and kept freezing more of them until he reached the other side of the cliff. Moments after he collapsed on the stone ground, the swarms of fighting Forsaken rushed onto the bridge of ice and beasts, collapsing it. Terico took deep, painful breaths, but knew he couldn't stop to rest. Juja was still out there, fighting off an entire city of the foul creatures. Terico looked up to the Elpis fragment several meters above him. It was only a matter of climbing now, and there were plenty of nooks and protrusions to use as footholds. Standing back up made his vision black out for a moment. Fighting against the pain, Terico slipped his Nexi stones in his bag and climbed up toward the glowing Elpis. His muscles strained and a part of him just wanted to shut his eyes and lose consciousness, but he kept pushing himself upward. As soon as he was in reach of the Elpis, Terico placed his hand on its smooth opal surface. A surge of energy shot through his entire body. All his pain, fatigue, headache, and injury vanished instantly, only to be replaced by an overwhelming blast of agonizing torture. Terico felt as if his insides were on fire, his lungs were breathing in water, his body was constricted in vines, and his mind was freezing in stinging ice. He felt as if he were screaming, but heard nothing. The entire world turned silent, and an all-encompassing light of changing colors consumed everything in Terico's vision. He pulled his hand back, but the Elpis stuck to the palm of his hand. Terico fell backward, losing his grip and footing on the cavern wall. But he didn't fall. The jolt of pain coursing through his body vanished as suddenly as it came, and Terico continued to lie in the air. It was obviously through the power of the Elpis that he was defying gravity, but he did not know how he was wielding it. He turned down toward the endless masses of Forsaken and took out his soul catcher and light blue Nexi. In the light of the Elpis, both of the Nexi stones shattered into dust. The power of even a fragment of the Elpis overwhelmed that of entire Nexi, even those as rare as the indigo soul catcher. The thought came to Terico that with the energy of the Elpis, he should be able to take the souls of all the Forsaken. He had felt the fire, the water, the vines, and the ice within the Elpis when he touched it. It made sense that the stone would have the power of all Nexi. With a mere thought, the thousands of Forsaken turned toward the cliff and sprinted right off the end of it. Every Forsaken within Terico's sight ran as fast as they could, straight for the abyss beneath him. With unnatural sight, Terico could see Juja amidst the blood-stained rubble clearly, as if the old man were standing just a few meters in front of him. The darkness did nothing to hinder Terico's vision, as glowing light poured from his eyes, lighting everything he gazed at. Juja looked badly hurt, but he was still standing. This power, Terico thought. This is how I will kill Delkel. I will kill him with the very power he sought for. The very thing he destroyed my entire village for. Every bone in Terico's body cracked simultaneously. He stumbled back against the cavern wall, then fell to the hard ground beneath him. He screamed and writhed in pain as he felt all the blood in his body freeze, and every pore of his skin erupt in flames. He could hear Juja yelling Terico's name, but it felt distant, as if a cry from some long-forgotten memory. Terico tried to let go of the Elpis fragment, but it stuck to him. He screamed and flailed, the pain coursing through his body like a waterfall of blades. Terico opened his eyes, gasping for breath. He was still underground, enveloped in darkness. He lay on cold, hard stone, but saw Juja with the dim red glow of his Nexi nearby. "Good, you're alive," Juja said. "You weren't even breathing for a while, there." It took a couple minutes for Terico to slow his breathing a bit and regain his composure. His mind pounded with a terrible headache, but otherwise his body wasn't in any more of that terrible pain the Elpis gave him. He looked in his hand and saw it wasn't there. "Don't worry, I've got it," Juja said. "I've got it in its own bag. It seems that it released some of its energy into you when you touched it. Have to learn how to control it to keep from being overwhelmed by it all. Probably takes a Nexi master to even think of attempting it. I'll need it in order to bring Delkel to me," Terico said. "That's fine," Juja said. "I'll give it back to you. But first we'll have to figure out a way back out of the city. There are sure to be more Forsaken out there. And I'm in no condition to fight anymore." "Were you hurt?" Terico asked. "I got clawed in the back," Juja said. "I've already taken care of it though, while you were unconscious." Terico looked around and saw he was back on the other side of the cliff. "How did you get me back over here?" "You dropped this." Juja slipped a green Nexi out of his pocket and handed it back to Terico. He apparently used vines to bring Terico across the ravine. After Terico explained how he lost all his Nexi stones, Juja took a light blue Nexi from his pouch and gave it to Terico. "Thanks, Juja," Terico said. "You've helped me a lot already. It's thanks to you we've got the Elpis fragment, though," Juja said, smiling. "This opens up a whole world of possibilities." Terico wondered what possibilities Juja was thinking of, but decided not to bring it up. It was still unclear what Juja's goals were in all this, and the fact that he possessed the stone at the moment forced Terico to not do anything rash or suspicious. Judging by the size of the fragment, Juja said, "I'd say we have a quarter of the stone. There are 3 more pieces out there, but who knows how many Delkel has." "He may already have the other 3, Terico said. We'll have to make sure he never gets this one. A light grey light shined from the mark on Terico's wrist and palm. Terico blinked a couple times, unsure of what to make of it. Within a few seconds, the light spread across the rest of his body. The mark! Juja said. Terico vanished before he could hear the rest of Juja's cry. A moment later, Terico appeared in a bright space, and he shielded his eyes from the painful light. "What's wrong?" asked a familiar voice. It sounded like Febraz. "It's bright," Terico said. "Where am I?" "We are in my tent," Febraz said. "There is only one candle lit." Terico slowly inched his eyes open and realized he really was inside the shadowy darkness of Febraz's tent. It just seemed bright when compared to the pitch black of Emosa Helena. He saw he was sitting on one of Febraz's chairs, and outside Terico could hear the continuous chattering of the marketplace. It was strange, to say the least, to be back in a normal city filled with normal people so suddenly. Well, save for Febraz. "So why am I in your tent, exactly?" Terico asked. "I activated your mark to bring you back to me," Febraz said. "I realize this is pretty sudden, but I need your help with something." Apparently Febraz was able to bring him all the way back to Mers via the magical mark the vampire gave him. The fact Febraz already needed Terico was peculiar, and it was unnerving that Terico was whisked away like this without warning. "But now Juja's left all alone in that cave," Terico said. And he has the Elpis fragment," Terico was about to say. But the less people knew about what Terico was doing, the better. "As long as he has the soul catcher, he should be fine," Febraz said. "I do apologize for this, but we did agree that you would help me when I called for you. Complete this task, and the mark will disappear and you will be free to continue whatever it is you are up to." This was it, then. Time to find out what this vampire had in mind for Terico. After all he had just been through, Terico didn't think Febraz could really come up with a task that was so terrible. Febraz took a sip of blood from his crudely painted mug, then set it back down on his table. He looked down at Terico with sharp, glowering yellow eyes. "Can you please help my precious little daughter win a competition?" It wasn't quite what Terico expected to hear, but he waited for a further explanation before giving a reaction. The competition Febraz had in mind could have been any number of things. "I am certain you will be able to handle this," Febraz said. "Ario is a strong girl and will be all right, as long as the fight is kept fair." "Fight?" Terico asked. "Yes," Febraz said. "My sweet little darling is turning 100 this year, so she can take part in the rite. If she passes, she will at last be able to reunite with me, here under the sun." There were several things in these two sentences Terico wasn't quite understanding. His thoughts stumbled with what to ask about first. "Wait, 100? Ah, it must sound old to a human," Febraz said. "One moment." He set his mug of blood down on the table and glanced around his dark, candlelit tent. Terico looked around as well, finding a variety of wooden chests and crates. There were a few sheathed swords atop some of the boxes, and a number of odd, shiny trinkets here and there. Febraz got up and picked up a small, framed picture lying atop one of the crates. He walked back to the table and handed Terico the picture before sitting back down. "This was painted about 4 years ago," Febraz said. "She used to have such nice long hair, but I suppose her mentor wanted her to have it cut." Terico lifted the picture a bit closer to the candlelight and tilted it so he could see the image. It was a portrait of someone's face, though if Febraz hadn't said this was his daughter, Terico would have probably guessed this was a boy. This Ario had a rather jagged, masculine face, with dark brown eyes and short brown hair. She didn't look very happy. "She used to be human?" Terico asked. "Yes, until she was 17, Febraz said. Her blood parents died of illness when she was only 6, so she had to live on her own for quite some time. We crossed paths one day when I was staggering down the road, almost fatally injured, and she gave me a rabbit she had caught in a trap. The animal's blood rejuvenated me, and I learned how she had survived the last 4 years on her own, selling rabbit pelts for her bread. We ended up sticking together, and I raised her as best an outcast vampire could. But then you made her a vampire when she was 17? Terico asked. Febraz gave a light sigh and clasped his hands together atop his table. She caught the same illness her parents had died from. She never wished to become a vampire, and even as she lay dying, she asked me to just let her go. You didn't though, Terico said. Of course not. Febraz said. I loved her far too much for that. She was upset at first, as you might imagine, but time heals all wounds, as they say. She's become one of the vampire city's best hunters. So she's in Istal? Terico asked. He had heard stories of the city of vampires, deep in the forests west of Fief's kingdom. Yes, she had to go there after becoming a vampire, Febraz said. Couldn't go out in the sunlight anymore. I would sneak into Istal whenever I could in order to see her, but for a long time she struggled with connecting with anyone there. It was against the vampiric code for me to make her a vampire, you see. I am not a seeker, so I had no authority to do so. You were an outcast already, though? Terico asked. Well, not technically, Febraz said. I just never quite fit in well at Istal. Most of my kind are a bit more serious about life than I am. Terico nodded, waiting for Febraz to continue. But yes, the vampire said, I was officially outcast after I made Ario a vampire. She was shunned for not being what people call a legitimate vampire, and eventually went into hibernation to get away from the constant mistreatment. Terico didn't realize vampires could hibernate. How long was she asleep? At least 70 years, Febraz said. When she woke up, Istal society in general had become slightly more accepting of her kind, and she managed to make a friend and find a mentor willing to help her train for the rite. I suppose this is what you need to know about the rite. There is a Nexi stone that holds transformative qualities. It is very rare, and only a few vampires a year are able to receive one. Those who pass the rite use this DNA in order to be able to walk in sunlight. Ario has been training several years now in order to receive this stone. So if she wins the competition, we will finally be reunited. Since I cannot go to Istal myself without putting Ario's success at risk, it would be best to send someone in my place to help Ario out. You were quite resourceful the other day when you saved my life, so I decided you would work perfectly for this. Recognizing a poison doesn't have anything to do with this, though, Terico said. I trust you, boy, Febraz said. And aren't you the type of person who wishes to help out people in need? Terico didn't have a choice in the matter anyways, so there wasn't much point in arguing with Febraz. All right, I will help her out, though it seems a little wrong to help out in such a serious competition. You said it was a fight? Febraz nodded. A fight to the death. What? Terico yelled. Isn't that a little much? Even for vampires? No, these Nexi stones are very, very rare, Febraz said. Only the strongest of vampires will be able to make it out in the world on their own, so the rite is really just a precursor of what is to come. We aren't a very beloved people amongst non-vampires, you may imagine. There were plenty of reasons for that, of course, but Terico knew better than to bring them up now. Terico moved the subject elsewhere. You can go in the sunlight. Does that mean you have one of those stones? I won one in the rite well over 300 years ago, Febraz said. I was a rather good fighter back in the day. This man was over 300 years old? Terico would have never guessed it. Don't look so surprised, Febraz said. Age doesn't hold the same meaning for vampires as it does humans. Time passes, but we don't change so much. Take Ario, for example. She may be almost 100 years old, but she hasn't aged a day since becoming a vampire. She still has the heart of a 17-year-old, too. So bring her back to me safe and sound, okay? Okay, so I just need to make sure Ario doesn't get killed. Terico lifted his hand with the black tattoo embedded on it. And then this mark will disappear? Yes, Febraz said. It holds a spatial connection to both Istal and my tent. Once we are finished here, I will have the mark send you to Istal. Once Ario has defeated her enemy in the right, take her hand, and then the both of you just need to place a thumb on the mark for about 10 seconds. You will return to my tent in an instant, and the mark will vanish. I will count on you to make sure Ario returns to me in full health. Terico bit his lip a few seconds, letting his mind think over the mission. It seemed that it was more up to Ario to not get killed than it was up to him. So, what if things don't work out? Febraz closed his eyes and gave a big, stupid-looking smile. I doubt you would wish to find out what I would do if things don't work out. He spoke this last phrase slowly, giving each word special emphasis. Terico really didn't wish to get on a vampire's bad side, and if all he had to do was help this man's daughter come home safely, then it was worth going through this brief endeavor. He just had to count on Juja being able to get out of the underground city on his own, and on being able to find him afterward somehow. More than anything, Terico hoped Juja wouldn't try using the Elpis fragment for whatever plans he had in mind. How do you want me to help your daughter, exactly? Terico asked. Febraz opened his eyes and placed a softly glowing black Nexi stone on his table. Ario's mentor is blind. He trained her to fight in the darkness. In other words, to rely on senses other than sight. Istal is lit by white Nexi that grow on the mangroves in the dense forest. If you use this black Nexi, you will be able to absorb the light in the arena. I see. Terico took the stone and placed it in his small belt pack with his green and light blue Nexi. It still seems like cheating, though. Who cares? Febraz muttered. Ario has been through too much hardship in that city as it is. She will be much happier back here with me. Terico doubted this, considering Ario wasn't nearly as young as he had made her out to be. But this wasn't Terico's concern. He just needed to get this business finished so he'd be free of the mark, and back to looking for Juja and the Elpis fragment. Keep a good eye on her after the rite, too, Febraz said. There are still those in Istal who do not look kindly to citizens who weren't made vampires the official way. I understand, Terico said. Great, Febraz said. Then off you go. The vampire snapped his finger, the noise much louder than Terico thought possible. The mark on Terico's wrist glowed white, then in an instant, he vanished from the vampire's tent. The city of Istal was unlike any Terico had ever imagined. All around him, giant mangroves grew over 10 meters tall, their thick, leafy treetops blocking out all sunlight. As Febraz had described, the sprawling trees were decked with small white Nexi stones, basking the wide dirt street in a light, constant glow. In the distance, Terico could see grand wooden structures with sparkling gold trimming and thin red towers. Everything glowed in the soft, white light of the mangrove's Nexi stones, as if the city was lit by hundreds of tiny full moons. Terico headed down the path toward Istal, a little nervous at the prospect of entering a city entirely populated with vampires. It was probably a little strange to be worrying this much when he had fought through entire legions of Forsaken only a few hours beforehand, but Terico did feel out of his element in such a foreign setting. He was also very tired, his body ached terribly, and he didn't have a sword on him. There were his 3 Nexi stones, but those would only help him so much if he was outnumbered in a fight with vampires. The fact they were nearly immortal was certainly a benefit in their favor, and some of them could have decades more experience at fighting than Terico ever would. The complete silence around Terico lent an ominous atmosphere, but he walked on toward the city, ready for anything. Or at least most anything. Just have to bring that girl to Febraz, and then it's off to searching for Juja, Terico thought. He recalled the picture of Ario and tried to keep it fresh in his mind, considering he'd need to recognize her before doing anything else. I suppose I shouldn't think of her as a girl, though, but as a woman. Though she looked 17, she was actually almost 100, Terico remembered. But then again, she slept through a lot of that. Would she be in her 20s? And then Febraz was saying that vampires don't really age, so perhaps she was just always going to be 17 in every way. It was all rather perplexing. Terico wondered how Ario felt about it. He gazed at the mangroves, which grew so thick and so close together they didn't even let in sunlight from the sides of the road. Much of the tree's roots grew above the ground, intertwining with one another like a barrel of entangled brown snakes. The immense system of roots formed dark, tall walls to either side of the pathway, acting about as good a barrier as any stone wall of comparable size, Terico imagined. It was a little odd that there weren't any people going to and from the city, but when Terico thought more about it, he decided Istal probably wasn't visited by many travelers. The city perhaps had strict regulations for who could leave it, too. Terico passed a number of wooden homes, all of them well kept and orderly. The site didn't match what he had expected, the image of gloomy, wrecked, abandoned structures. Perhaps that sort of abode was more common for vampires prowling near cities other than Istal. Eventually Terico reached a fountain of water that stood a few meters in front of a great wooden stairway, which led up to a long building with an oddly curved roof. It was difficult to tell what the structure was for, perhaps some kind of governmental building. Something leaped atop his back. Terico fell to his knees and yelled out in surprise. Fangs sunk into his neck, and he felt his whole body grow suddenly weak as the assailant sucked blood from him. With one quick burst of fury, Terico shoved the vampire off his back, turned around, and struggled to maintain his balance. He looked down at what appeared to be a 6-year-old girl wearing a bright purple dress with white, lacy trimmings. She had large yellow eyes and long violet hair. Terico stared incredulously as a trickle of blood dripped from the side of her lips. The girl stared up at him, her expression just as bewildered. "I just wanted a little blood," the child squeaked. "We don't get human visitors very often." "Don't do that," Terico said, placing a hand over the 2 tiny fang marks the girl left in his neck. He felt his heart beat to the pace of a stampede of wild horses. "I don't want to turn into a vampire." "I'd have to inject blood into you to do that," the girl said, frowning. "And I'm not even a seeker. I was just wanting a little drink." Terico adjusted his footing and took a few deep breaths. He didn't feel so dizzy anymore, and it seemed the girl had only gotten a couple gulps of his blood down. "Still, you surprised me. Make sure you ask next time." The child put on the most deadpan expression imaginable. She glanced to the side and muttered, "You just would have said no." Terico sighed. "You don't know that." The girl jumped to her feet, wide-eyed and with a huge, toothy grin spread across her face. "Can I suck some of your blood?" "No." Terico yelled. "You filthy brat," the girl yelled back, waving her arms frantically from side to side. "You pint-sized bloodsucker," Terico replied. "You blue-haired, stupid-faced, helpless little infestation of weakness and pointless little human dumbness." The girl was jumping up and down at this point. "Is something wrong?" came a man's voice. Terico turned around and found a vampire who looked to be in his 40s. This man wore dark brown robes with a thick yellow sash, and had a red bandana covering most of his black hair. He had thin eyes and a quizzical look about him. Terico had no idea where to start. "I just wanted some fresh blood," the girl said. "It was the most delicious blood I ever had. And this dumb boy has so much of it that he shouldn't mind sparing just a little." The man cheered back to Terico and smiled. "Analysia is a feisty child. She was turned into a vampire just a couple years ago. A very rare case of a 6-year-old becoming a vampire, but she would have died otherwise." Terico didn't really understand the system used for choosing who gets to, or has to, become a vampire. But he had more pressing business at the moment. "But I am curious," the man continued. "How did a human get here in the first place? Have you met with the Grand Council?" "No, I was sent here by a vampire," Terico said. He decided it was best to not say it was Febraz if he could help it. "I'm hoping to find a woman, a girl named Ario." The man grinned. "Arioseps Canto?" Terico didn't know what her full name was, but there probably weren't too many Arios in the vampire city. "Yes, pretty sure. She's my big sister," the man said. Terico looked at the man for any sign of a resemblance, but quite frankly there wasn't any. And this man had to be at least 20 years older than Ario, at least in appearance. Perhaps he became a vampire much more recently than her, though. "Don't look so surprised," the man said. "Most vampire families aren't related by blood the way human families typically are. My name is Jenba, by the way. Ario and I have been training under the same mentor for the past 4 years. Ario's one of the combatants in the right today. I imagine you came to see her fight?" "Yes, when does it start?" Terico asked. "And where will it be?" "There's a large field with hills on the side for people to watch on," Jenba said. "It's near the center of the city, by the Grand Council edifice. It will start in a couple hours." "Good, there's still time then," Terico said. "Can you take me there? I need to speak with her if I can." "I suppose," Jenba said, his expression difficult to read. "How do you know Ario?" Terico wondered what he should say. This Jenba seemed friendly enough, and perhaps Ario had told him all about Febraz already. It seemed safe to trust him. "It's a long story, but I was marked by a vampire named Febraz, who says he is Ario's father." Jenba chuckled. "Oh, wow. I think Ario's head will erupt when she hears this." As Terico imagined, it sounded like Ario didn't quite reciprocate the feelings her father expressed toward her. "I guess you know about Febraz then." "I've never met the man myself," Jenba said, "but I've heard plenty of interesting stories about him, most of them from Ario herself. But let's start heading to where the rite will take place. We can talk on the way there." "Hey," the small girl cried. "Don't leave me behind." "Children shouldn't watch the rite," Jenba said. "Go back home and finish your chores, or something." "No way." "I want to," Jenba snapped a finger at the girl, his snap even louder than the one Febraz had done. The child turned and ran in an instant. Terico smirked. "So, vampires have the ability to snap really loud, eh?" Jenba tilted his head a little and raised an eyebrow. "No. I suppose I'm pretty good at it, but it has nothing to do with being a vampire." Terico wasn't so sure of that, but didn't care to argue about it. On the way to the arena, Jenba explained a little about the style of fighting he and Ario were trained in. By relying on senses other than sight, they could not only fend off enemies with ease in the dark, but were unpredictable in their movements, disorienting their opponents. "So you have been with Ario for a while then?" Terico asked. "Yes, not long after she awoke from her hibernation, Ario and I began training under Master Nivakil," Jenba said. "She's progressed so quickly though, that she's already prepared enough for the rite." "You think she'll win then?" Terico asked. Jenba looked up to the long, overhanging branches of the mangroves. "To be completely honest, it will be difficult. She is no doubt a better fighter than her opponent, Krug. But it is likely the rite will be set up in a way to work in Krug's favor." "Why?" "Persecution isn't as bad as it once was, but there are still many vampires who would never accept Ario as a true vampire. She was just an accident, they would say. And so they will probably try to make sure she doesn't win the rite." "That's murder," Terico said. "This is a duel to the death, right?" Jenba nodded. "This is an opportunity for elitists to kill Ario without actually getting their own hands dirty." After showing him around the city for a bit, Jenba took Terico to the empty dirt field where Ario would be fighting. There were a large number of vampires gathered together to watch the rite, sitting in long metal benches embedded into the steep hills on either side of the arena. There was probably room for at least 1,000 people, but there were still spaces available in some of the lower rows. A short man in thick leather armor stopped them when they approached the arena. He looked even more pale than most the other vampires, which Terico didn't think could be possible. "Hold up, now. You're not a vampire." Terico shook his head. "I know Ario, though. I'm a friend of a friend." "Sort of." "He's with me," Jenba said. "There won't be any trouble." "I certainly hope so," the guard said. Terico followed Genba on down to an open area on the third row, not far from the middle of the arena. Security is probably a bit more worried about this right than most, Genba said. Some in the crowd will probably be very upset if Ario wins. Great, Terico said, suppressing a sigh. The last thing he wanted was a riled-up arena of angry vampires to deal with. There was still some time before Ario and Krug would arrive, so Terico continued some of his conversation with Genba. You said you were Ario's brother, then? We do everything together, Genba said. It will be sad to see her go, assuming she wins. Of course, it will be even more sad if she loses. Terico found it odd that Genba wasn't counting on Ario to win. Shouldn't you have a little more faith in her? You don't seem to have too much hope that she'll win. Genba turned to Terico and raised an eyebrow. We have to be realistic in this world, Terico. That's how Master Nivikil trained me and Ario, to analyze our situations with a clear mind. We can't pretend that things will all work out all right if there's a good chance they won't. Terico frowned. So you always prepare for the worst, then? Not if the worst is highly unlikely, Genba said. Terico sat on his hands quietly and slumped forward, letting his thoughts reflect on Genba's words a bit. It seemed that the worst had been precisely what happened to him quite regularly over the past week. His parents murdered, his village destroyed, Turin captured, Shuren missing, being marked by a vampire, fighting through hundreds of Forsaken, getting tortured by the Elpis, getting separated from Juja, and now this. This diversion better not cost my life, he thought. The crowds nearby grew quiet as a group of vampires pushed their way through and stopped in front of a woman holding a dark grey sack. They forced her to open it and then confiscated a red Nexi stone. We'll return it to you after the match, the leader of the outfit said. He was a man with spiky red hair and a goatee, and was dressed in a similarly huge suit. We don't want any interference for this match. Terico leaned over to Genba to whisper to him. Some of the elites you were talking about? Genba turned around and nodded. Look sharp. They're coming this way. The red-haired vampire folded his arms behind his back and grinned, baring his fangs. A man in a top hat beside him pointed at Terico. I sense 3 Nexi stones. Evening, human, the red-haired man said. We'll need to hold on to your Nexi for the duration of the rite. We'll return them to you afterward. Terico didn't like the idea of giving up his Nexi to these 6 random vampires, especially when he was supposed to use the black one to tip the event in Ario's favor. You run the rite? Terico asked. We work in conjunction with those who do. The red-haired man motioned to a number of vampires sitting at a table at one end of the arena. They agree this will help ensure the match goes smoothly. He held out his hand, and Terico took a long look at it, trying to decide the best course of action. Causing a scene here wouldn't help matters any, and Terico wasn't in fit condition to fight with 6 vampires at the moment. Terico gave up his 3 Nexi stones. Thank you for your cooperation, the man said with a light smile. He and his 5 followers continued to make their way through the stands, guided to a few more Nexi stones by the vampire in the top hat. Terico wondered how he would be able to help Ario without Febrad's black Nexi. Perhaps Ario will just win the match in 10 seconds flat, and I won't have to worry about it. Perhaps that was the kind of wishful thinking Ario and Genba's mentor warned them to avoid. There he is. Genba pointed out to the opposite side of the smooth dirt field. He's our mentor. The one with the cane. Sitting at the front row was a weathered-looking vampire with dark rings under his dim yellow eyes, which seemed to be staring off toward nothing in particular. Terico recalled he was blind, hence the cane. The man was dressed a bit like Genba, but also wore a flat-topped, triangular black hat of some kind, embroidered with golden lettering in an ancient language Terico didn't recognize. Would you say he's like a father to you and Ario? Terico asked. Genba laughed. No, definitely not. I don't know if I've ever met a man less cold and harsh than Nivikil. But he's a true master when it comes to the hunt. In sparring matches, most don't take him seriously because of his blindness. They always end up regretting it. Terico wondered what effect such a teacher would have had on Ario. She was apparently a pretty tough girl before she ever met Febraz, considering how she lived on her own as a child. But Terico imagined rigorous training under someone like Nivikil could leave a significant impact. The lights of the white Nexi above the arena turned several times brighter all at once. The vampiric multitude covered their eyes and muttered obscenities under their breath. It took a few moments for Terico's eyes to adjust, but it was only a mild annoyance for him in comparison. "What's going on?" he asked. Genba gritted his teeth and stared menacingly toward the table where the people running the rite Saturday. "So that's how it's going to be." "What?" "They're making it extra bright so it will be more difficult for Ario to win," Genba said. "It will just look like an accident to everyone here, since the Nexi can glow a bit brighter than usual from time to time." "Won't the brightness hinder the vampire she's fighting, too?" Terico asked. "It's clearly making everyone here uncomfortable." "Ario is fighting Krug, one of Hydif's trainees," Genba said. Hydif is an elite who can afford to train her pupils in special facilities lined with extra bright Nexi, meant to simulate the light of the sun to some degree. Ario and I couldn't afford any of the special training that most rite combatants receive, and we never had access to any of the facilities Krug has fought in these past 8 years. With the mangroves above glowing this bright, it would be difficult for Ario to win, since she never trained to fight in a setting this bright. Hydif perhaps trained Krug for the select purpose of having him fight under these rigged conditions. A few minutes passed before the participants for the rite walked into the arena. Terico spotted Ario entering in front of the table the judges sat at. Just like in the small portrait Febraz showed him, Ario had a rather jagged face and sharp, pointed brown eyes. She was squinting from the bright lighting and didn't appear to be carrying any weapons save for a single Nexi stone. Her hair was a bit more ragged than in the portrait, and she now had some off-white highlights, a sort of cream color. These ran down the center of her hair and down the locks of hair in front of her ears. Her outfit was even more peculiar to Terico, though. It was a black and red long-sleeved turtleneck with a sort of caped skirt attached to the belt, but precariously cut open in the front. She also wore long black boots and a thick gold-colored belt. "Do your best, Ario," Genba called out to her. She walked toward the benches and looked up to him. "I will." She looked to Terico and asked, "Who is this?" Her voice had a callous feel to it. "Ah. I'm Terico. Your father kind of asked me to come watch your rite and report back to him." Ario shut her eyes and slowly shook her head. Febraz. Let me guess. He wanted you to help me win the match." "Sort of," Terico said. "Yes." Ario opened her eyes and frowned. "I have to win on my own, Terico." She squinted from the light of the mangroves again. "I understand. Ah, here's an idea though." Terico turned to Genba and slid off the man's bandana. "What are you doing?" Genba asked. Terico tossed the bandana to Ario. "You fight best in the dark, right? You might as well just blindfold yourself." Ario tied it across her eyes and nodded. "Krug will probably use a white Nexi, thinking the extra light will hinder me further." "How many Nexi do you have?" Terico asked. "We each only get one," Ario said. "I'll be using a tan one." Terico understood this stone was a bit harder to control than most. "Best of luck, then." For a moment he expected Ario to say she wasn't one to rely on luck, but she simply turned away without responding. She walked toward the center of the field, a few meters from where her opponent was standing. Krug was a very thin, lanky man, who appeared to have become a vampire a couple years younger than Ario. He wore all white, and the sleeves of his shirt and trousers were very long, wide, and billowy. As Ario guessed, the man held a bright white Nexi in his hand. Terico wondered how effective it would be with Ario blindfolded. At any rate, the man stood tall and confident. He had short, slick-back blonde hair and a rather all-knowing look on his face. If Krug was concerned about the rite at all, he was doing a good job hiding it. Terico doubted he would go easy on Ario though, considering this was a life-and-death situation. The two vampires faced each other a good 4 meters apart. At the front table, one of the judges announced that the rite would begin at the ringing of a small golden bell one of the others held. It would be a fight to the death, and the one left standing would earn the Nexi known as the Right Stone, allowing the winner to travel the world as he or she pleased. A warning was then given that if there was any indication of cheating, by either the contestants or by friends in the audience, then the perpetrator would be killed on the spot. There was nothing more for Terico to do but sit and watch then, he decided. He clasped his hands together and sat forward, keeping an eye on both Ario and Krug. The two combatants readied their Nexi stones. The bell rang, and Krug immediately rushed for Ario, who waited a moment to gauge Krug's footsteps. Simultaneously, they forced their fingernails to lengthen and thin into long, needle-like claws, at least 10 centimeters long. Ario leaped back just as Krug swiped for her neck. Krug slid forward after her and swung again, his motions fluid. Ario hopped to the side and jabbed her claws for Krug's chest. While still stepping forward, Krug leaned back and twisted to the side, avoiding Ario's attack with ease. Ario skidded to a stop and lunged for Krug. She was quick. Krug blocked Ario with a grid of claws, then slid around her to tear into her back. Ario dashed forward, too fast even for Krug's seamless movements. Ario's quick and precise motions alone were impressive, but the fact she could duel this well while blindfolded made the feats that much more stunning. Yet after a couple minutes of this, it was clear Krug was starting to wear Ario out. While Ario's movements were rigid and straightforward, Krug's motions were slick and refined. His dodges and counterattacks constantly melded into one another, clear evidence of a much more sophisticated level of training. Ario needed to finish him off now, because it seemed clear she wouldn't outlast him if the fight dragged on much longer. Krug kicked for Ario's head. She ducked and swiped for his leg still on the ground. Krug leaped forward, his vampiric strength propelling him higher than a human could manage. He swiped his claws for Ario's back in the process, but Ario rolled forward before he could reach her. Upon landing, he spun in place and slipped out the white Nexi from his sleeve. He ran for Ario as she turned back around. She took her tan Nexi from a small pouch on her belt and aimed it for Krug. The earth in front of her erupted and formed into a giant arm and hand, a bit larger than a grown person. The hand of hardened dirt reached out for Krug, who swerved to the side and sliced through the hand's thumb and index finger with his claws. He continued toward Ario, who leaped back as Krug blasted a burst of light from his Nexi. Even from the stands, Terico had to cover his eyes. The potency of this white Nexi was stronger than any he had ever seen before. Ario stumbled to the right, straight where Krug was already sliding toward. She leaped back immediately, but Krug still managed to claw across her torso, tearing through her clothes and drawing deep bloody marks from her left shoulder to her right hip. As Ario skidded to a stop, Krug sprinted for her again. She swiped her claws for Krug's face. He leaned back. As he did so, Ario swiped for his stomach. She tore through his cloak, but Krug spun to the side and thrust claws straight through Ario's outstretched arm. Screaming, Ario used her Nexi to force a giant hand to burst out of the earth between her and Krug. The hand of dirt slammed against Krug, who flew back a couple meters before stumbling to his feet. Ario gritted her teeth and turned back to Krug. How she could stand and fight after getting her arm skewered in 5 places was beyond Terico, but must have been a testament of her vampiric tenacity. Blood poured down her arm, soaking through her long sleeve. Krug licked the ends of his claws, looking even more energetic and confident than before. Terico recalled that blood gave vampires more power, and he began to worry a bit more for Ario's life. And if Ario dies, I'm in trouble too, Terico remembered. She better have a secret ability she can fall back on, because her speed and blind fighting aren't cutting it against this well-trained of an opponent. Terico blinked a couple times, then found Ario was already closing in on Krug. She jabbed her claws at him, then pounced for his head as he dodged her attacks. Krug leaped back, then leaned forward and ran beneath Ario, who tried swiping her claws into the back of Krug's head. Krug turned around as Ario landed. Ario immediately spun around and lunged for him again. Krug ran back and raised his white Nexi. The blast of white light he emitted lasted several seconds, and it took a couple seconds longer for Terico's eyes to adjust enough to see again. He looked back to the field and saw Krug had put several meters distance between him and Ario during the whiteout. A stream of water erupted from Krug's Nexi stone, colliding directly with Ario's stomach. She fell back a couple meters before sliding across the ground, leaving a bloody mess across the dirt floor. The water dissipated, and Krug cast a wide grin out to the audience. It took a couple more seconds for most of the vampiric audience to recover from the prolonged blast of light, at which point a wave of gasps and quiet chattering filled the arena. The question everyone was asking was obvious: how was Krug using a dark blue Nexi when he was just using a white one? Jenba stood up and raised his hands in the air. What's going on here? Did he sneak in a second Nexi stone? Terico asked. A crazed look on his face, Jenba looked down to Terico. That's supposed to be impossible. The contestants are always inspected to make sure there's no foul play. The judges would find a hidden Nexi right away. Terico watched as Ario struggled to get back to her feet, one arm draped over her stomach. She fell back to her knees, struggling to breathe. Ario's mentor Nivikil stood up, his blind eyes directed toward the table at the end of the field. A moment later, an older-looking vampire from the judge's stand arose. "What is this?" the judge yelled. "Only one Nexi stone per candidate is allowed." Not far from Nivikil stood a tall, young-looking woman with long, light blue hair. "My pupil is using only one stone, of course. Krug has such a deep connection with Nexi that he is capable of altering the color and ability of every stone he wields." Her name was Hydif, Terico remembered. She carried a strong voice which pierced through the whisperings of the crowd, and seemed to hold herself in a self-confidence even greater than Krug's. She was hauntingly beautiful, dressed in a fine, orange and yellow silk dress, and she likely had the power to back up her air of authority, too. Krug held up his dark blue Nexi stone for all to see, then wiped his left hand across its smooth, glowing surface. After giving the stone a few rubs, Krug slid his hand away to reveal the deep red glow of a red Nexi. The crowds gasped, and for a moment Terico wondered himself if this was a legitimate ability some people could have. His gut instinct was telling him there was a likelier explanation to this, however. "As you can see," Hydif continued, "none of the rules have been broken. Krug utilizes a single Nexi stone, yet is not limited to a single magical ability. He is easily my strongest pupil, and likely the strongest contender for the right in at least 3 centuries." Terico could hardly stand this woman's dialogue, especially when she carried the posture and expression of a sadist. Krug rubbed the stone again, turning it back into a dark blue. Crowds of vampires applauded vigorously, impressed with what appeared to be a whole new world of potential, a power entirely unheard of. "Very well," the judge said, sitting back down. "Finish the match." Krug's mentor turned to Nivikil and flashed a long, pleasant smile at him. Ario's mentor simply sat back down, his irritated expression unchanging. Terico looked back to Krug, who walked casually toward Ario. She stood back up and flexed her claws. She was still going to fight. How she was going to keep Krug from impaling her in this state, Terico couldn't imagine. It's too suspicious, though, Terico thought. Changing the stone back to dark blue again. Why not just keep it red? Perhaps even while it was red, it was still actually a dark blue Nexi. The realization hit him, a memory of a page from one of Mother's herbology books. There was a rare leaf called Krulthus that could be rubbed on a Nexi stone to temporarily change its color. Con artists would sometimes use it to make everyday Nexi such as red and dark blue appear to be rare stones that would fetch a much higher price. Of course they'd be found out within the hour, but if they were traveling they could sometimes get away with it. I'd bet half the farms in fiefs that Hydif gave Krug some Krulthus in order to fool everyone, Terico thought. The stone he has now is a dark blue one, which his mentor probably threw to him while everyone was blinded by the 4-5 seconds of white light. Those vampire elites confiscating everyone's Nexi stones likely wouldn't have asked her to give up her Nexi. If anything, they're all working together, and their task was to make it appear impossible that anyone could have given Krug another Nexi. So Krug likely had his white Nexi up his sleeve, or managed to throw it to his master during the whiteout. Either way, Terico knew he'd be able to prove their foul play, but would an arena of vampires listen to him in the middle of the match? He had been warned to not stir up any trouble, and Ario was adamant about needing to win on her own. Terico wasn't sure if she would be able to under these circumstances, though. Ario sidestepped each of Krug's jabs toward her heart, avoiding what Terico understood to be the most effective way of killing vampires, save from a complete beheading. Though Ario was bleeding and badly beaten, she was still quick enough to avoid Krug's attacks, and was still able to read his movements without seeing them. Playing this defensively wasn't going to win her the match though, and it was only a matter of time before she wore herself out. With a flick of her Nexi stone, Ario forced another arm of hardened dirt to burst from the ground and reach for her opponent. Krug turned and blasted the arm to bits with a jet of water from his Nexi, then continued the blast toward Ario. She forced a large, thick mound of earth to emerge in front of her, deflecting the highly pressurized water. Before Terico could realize it, Ario was suddenly within striking distance of Krug. She slit his neck, but Krug pushed her back and proceeded to claw at her wildly. He scraped across her right thigh, down her chest, and across the left side of her face. Instead of pulling back, Ario slammed into Krug, jabbing several claws into his chest. In the process, she got almost all of Krug's claws impaled through her stomach, the bloody ends of the claws poking out her back. She headbutted Krug and pushed out of his claws, nearly falling back to the ground in a dizzy nausea. Her entire body was dripping with blood, and she had to keep an arm wrapped around her stomach. Screaming, Krug lifted up his Nexi stone, which was white again. Or rather, was the white one he had used before, Terico imagined. A burst of light emanated from the stone, again lasting a few seconds longer than was typical. When the light faded away, Terico saw Krug was wielding a green Nexi. Again, the crowds thought he had shifted the white stone's power to that of a green one, but Terico was almost certain Krug was just getting new ones from his mentor while everyone was blinded. Krug aimed the stone for Ario. She ran toward Krug, but struggled against her injuries and the intense light of Krug's white Nexi, which likely still pierced through her bandana to some degree. Before Ario could reach him, Krug caused vines to fling out from his stone and wrap around Ario's body. The vines bound her tight, forcing her legs together and her arms and claws flat against her sides. She struggled to tear through the vines with her claws, but Krug continued to create more and more vines to warp around her, keeping Ario from being able to even move them. Another arm of dirt emerged from the ground behind Krug. He turned and leaped away from the giant hand's attempt to grab him. Krug avoided each of the earth arm's attacks, then used a brief opening to tear apart the hardened dirt with his free clawed hand. Ario tried creating another arm of dirt, but it didn't hold. The tan Nexi stone was a difficult one to wield, and it was probably a miracle Ario had been able to use it at all in her current state. She would have been dead had she been anything but a vampire, of course, but she still surely felt the pain of what would have been fatal injuries for most anyone else. At last, it's over. Krug yelled, his voice gurgling with blood leaking from his neck. He flung Ario up a bit and caused his Nexi's vines to hold her upside down. With a flick of his wrist, he raised her a little more so that her neck was level with Krug's raised free hand. He was going to slice straight through her neck, cut her head off entirely. Jenba stood up, his mouth open. Terico stared breathless as Krug pulled his arm back, readying his swing for Ario's neck. The entire arena turned silent. And Ario grinned. Krug thrust his claws to Ario's neck. In one sudden movement, Ario scrunched her body up and tilted her head down toward her chest. Krug's longest claw flung into Ario's mouth. She clamped her teeth on the claw and jerked her head to the side hard. The claw snapped clean in half, its pop echoing across the arena. Krug stumbled backward, screaming from the pain. Ario immediately worked the claw end in her mouth so she could slice it across the vines binding her. In 3 jerky, difficult motions with her head, she worked the snapped claw against the vines enough to free one of her arms enough. Once able to move her arm, she tore apart the vines with her own claws, making light work of them in seconds. Krug caused more vines to entangle her, but Ario was quick to claw away at them. In a sheer frenzy, Ario ripped through Krug's attacks and clawed at his face. He slipped back, screaming, but Ario continued to push through his continual onslaught of vines. Ario jabbed a claw through the web of vines straight through Krug's right hand, forcing him to drop his Nexi. She sliced through the remaining vines and lunged toward Krug as he instinctively clenched his impaled hand. Krug swung his claws at Ario as she approached. She dropped to the ground and swung a leg against the back of Krug's legs, tripping him backward. With a flick of her wrist upward, a thin stalagmite of earth erupted out of the ground directly behind her opponent. Krug fell directly on top of its pointed end, which burst straight through his back and out his chest. He lay atop of the stalagmite, motionless, his heart impaled. For several long seconds, the masses watched to see if Krug would move. Ario fell to her hands and knees, her strength utterly spent. She crawled up to Krug and jabbed all her claws into his neck. All at once, she twisted her claws into different directions, ripping off Krug's head entirely. Terico gazed in silent awe as Ario drank freely from the blood pouring from Krug's severed neck. Many of those in attendance cheered and applauded Ario's victory, but Terico could only stare. Ario stood up and faced the audience on Terico's side of the arena. Her clothes were tattered and torn, and her body was covered in splotches of blood, yet there wasn't a single wound on her body. Her face, torso, arms, legs, every centimeter of her was free of the deep gashes and holes Krug had driven into her. The blood she drank had healed her, regenerated her. She looked up to Terico and Genba and slipped off her bandana. Her eyes closed against the bright light of the mangroves, and a weary smile spread across her face. A part of Terico was impressed by her resilience and tenacity. Another part of him felt terror. At Terico's insistence, Ario checked in Krug's sleeves to find a white Nexi, a dark blue Nexi, and the Kralthus leaf used to temporarily change the color of the water Nexi stone. After a brief explanation regarding how Krug ended up with 3 Nexi stones, the judges were quick to send guards to hide its location. The mentor was quick to slip away, however, lost amidst the upset crowds in seconds. Terico noticed that the elite vampires who stole his Nexi stones went conveniently missing as well. In the end, the match satisfied the majority of the audience, though many were still visibly upset about the turn of events regarding Krug and his mentor. The prospect of a vampire who could change the properties of a Nexi stone ended up too good to be true, to the disappointment of many others. What mattered to Terico though was that Ario got through the match alive, which left him needing to simply get to her and send her back to Febraz before any elites decided to take out their anger on her. He watched as the judges presented her with a sickly pink Nexi stone, presumably for her to wield in order to live in the sunlight. There wasn't much more to the ceremony than that, and the crowds began to disperse as soon as all the judges stood up to leave. Terico followed Genba down to the torn-up field of the arena, cautious to walk around the holes Ario had formed with her tan Nexi. When Genba reached Ario, they each nodded and shook hands. Terico thought it a bit odd how formal they were being about such a momentous occasion, but knew better than to question their ways. Their mentor approached from behind, his eyes staring blankly past Ario. "You succeeded." Ario turned around and looked down to Nivakil, who stood just slightly shorter than her. "Yes." Given the circumstances, Nivakil said, most would probably say your victory was quite surprising. Most likely, Ario said. The judges likely expected Krug to win from the start. They are all fools, Nivakil said. Your victory was not surprising at all. I never doubted you would win. Genba leaned back in shock. What? Are you serious, Master? Nivakil simply stared back, his face like an empty void. Terico had the feeling that this man was always serious. I'm just surprised, is all, Genba said. You always tell us to never count on anything. You should always fight this way, yes, Nivikil said. If you take your enemy for granted, no matter how weak he may appear to be, you will let your guard down and suffer from careless mistakes. I've trained your sister to fight this way since lesson 1, and it's been clear for some time now how important winning this right was to her. Ario gave Nivikil a light bow. I owe my victory to your training, master. Yes, Nivikil said, and you have put into practice every aspect of my counsel. You are ready to travel the world as you see fit. Genba looked surprised by his mentor's comments, and Terico gathered that praise escaped Nivikil's mouth only on the rarest of occasions. It made Terico think of his father for a moment. He was a bit like that, too. Make me proud, Ario, Nivikil said. In his head, Terico could hear his father say, make me proud, Terico. It was a moment that took him away from his present worries, and it left him feeling out of place in this vampiric city. In this entire world. I will, Ario said. Genba sighed and folded his arms. I will miss you, big sister. Terico still thought it sounded strange for this middle-aged man to be calling Ario his older sister. I will see you again, Ario said. I just wish to see more of the world for a time. She turned to Terico and tilted her head to the side a bit. I imagine my father is anxious to see me, at least. Terico nodded. He made it abundantly clear that I needed to bring you back to him. I suppose that means we'll be traveling together a while, Ario said. Not too long, Terico said. He held up the mark on his wrist. This will magically send us to Febrad's tent in an instant. Ario's eyes widened. He marked you? She shut her eyes and palmed her forehead. He really goes too far sometimes. There wasn't much to argue there. Ario opened her eyes again and placed her hands on her hips. I apologize for the inconvenience. I hope this hasn't troubled you too greatly. Terico wanted to say it wasn't a big deal, but that wouldn't be very truthful. Febraz separated him from Juja and the Elpis fragment at a very inopportune moment. Don't worry. I'll be fine. I do thank you again though, Ario said. I'll go pack my things, and then you can be on your way again. And make sure you change your clothes, Nivikil said. He looked Ario up and down, which was odd, considering his blindness. You're an unsightly mess. Not to mention the indecent exposure laws you're nearly breaking. Ario folded her arms across her chest while Genba fell into a fit of laughter. Terico insisted he go with Ario back to her house, just to keep good on his promise to make sure she got back to Febraz safely. While Ario got ready to leave, Terico waited with Genba and Nivikil in the entry room of the tiny home. It was a small, unassuming place, with no sign of decoration or embellishment anywhere. There was a fireplace and a pot sitting on a small table, which had a battered chair on either side of it. But not much else. It didn't take long for Ario to come back with a small bag that, for all Terico knew, held all her worldly possessions. She wore an outfit very similar to the one she had for the rite, though this wasn't torn or stained in blood. Her skin and hair were wiped free of any blood as well. Anything more to deal with here before you leave? Nivikil asked. No, everything's gone, Ario said. Someone will be moving in tomorrow. Apparently she had been planning for some time to leave this life behind her. It was a sentiment Terico felt he understood, considering the turn of events of his past week. It was strange to see other people's lives changing as much as his, but there was also something reassuring about it, somehow. The four walked outside and went back behind the house so Terico and Ario could disappear without causing a stir. Are you excited to see Febraz again? Terico asked. I'm a bit upset with him, Ario said, but to be honest it will be nice to see him again. I can always count on him, to care, you know. She grinned. I can't count on him for much else. Terico smiled too. Luckily his mark has been working effectively. He said we both just need to place a thumb on the mark, and hold it there for about 10 seconds. Before either of them could do so, a group of vampires converged around them from either side of the house. It was the 6 elites who had gone around confiscating everyone's Nexi stones amongst the audience. "You fought well today, Ario," said the red-haired vampire, the leader of this group. "We're going to have to demand you give up your right Nexi, however." Ario raised her eyebrows and gave a long, slight smile. You folks did see the match today, didn't you? I think you might want to rephrase that last sentence. I'll assume it was a slip of the tongue if you head on back the way you came." The lead elite glowered. "So you get 1 kill and suddenly you think you're unstoppable. You do realize there are 6 of us, and only 4, he glanced to Terico. Correction. Only 3 of you. He looked back to Ario and grinned. And as it turns out, we're backed up by some of the top officials running this city. Because the fact is, child, you don't deserve the right Nexi. Every word oozing out of this man's mouth unnerved Terico. Somehow Terico didn't even count as an opponent to these vampires, and somehow a 99-year-old could still be called a child. And Ario won that Nexi stone even with these elites conspiring against her? The red-haired vampire laughed. "Looks like I've upset the little human. I sure hope he..." Terico punched him in the face. "Hasty," Nivikil muttered. Ario's and Jenba's claws elongated simultaneously, and a barrage of glowing lights shined from the enemy vampires' raised Nexi stones. In moments, the 6 elites were on the floor, screaming their heads off. Terico staggered backward in surprise, realizing that each vampire had a hand severed off, the hand holding a Nexi stone. Nivikil shook the blood off his claws, then caused them to shrink back into normal-sized fingernails. I expected more of a fight. From what Terico could tell, Ario and Jenba had each clawed the face of the vampires closest to unleashing a Nexi power, but somehow Nivikil managed to completely lop off a hand of each enemy in a matter of seconds. And Terico hadn't even seen the man prepare to attack, as he had Ario and Jenba. Nivikil walked to the nearest elite, who was writhing from the pain of his bleeding, severed hand. "Oh, quit crying. It should mend soon enough, and your hand will regenerate in a week's time." Terico picked out his 3 Nexi stones from the pockets of the vampire in the top hat. "Febraz will probably want his black Nexi back." Nivikil walked to Terico and placed a hand on his shoulder. "I did call your move hasty, didn't I? But it did give us an opening. And to be brutally honest, you only did what the rest of us were wanting to do." The mentor didn't grin, but there was a grandfatherly glint in his eyes. "Thanks," Terico said. "I'm glad to have met you." "Thanks for coming by, Terico," Jenba said. Nivikil turned to Ario and nodded. "Best you get going now. Remember everything I've taught you, and you will do well. Oh, and let Febraz know that if he ever wants to start another ruckus here, he's welcome to sneak over to my place." "Thank you for everything, Master," Ario said. She turned to Jenba and smiled. "Goodbye for now, little brother. Have fun in the sunlight," Jenba said. "You could probably use some, now that I think about it." Once they had finished their goodbyes, Terico got Ario to place her thumb on his marked wrist, and placed his own thumb beside hers. At the count of 10, Terico would leave behind the vampiric city and all the troubles it brought him. "I have enough to deal with, regardless," Terico thought shortly before he and Ario disappeared. They appeared in Febraz's tent a moment later. Terico looked down at his wrist to find it clean of the dark symbol Febraz had marked on it. He looked back up and noticed several candles lit on the table, giving the tent a bit more light than there was before. But instead of finding Febraz, a young man in white sat atop the back of the chair, his feet resting on the seat. Terico recognized the uniform. This was a member of the Brotherhood. He had the requisite white mask with the mark of the inverted cross over his right eye, but also had an eerie, crescent-curved smile painted on the mask. "What is this?" Ario asked, her voice livid. Terico glanced down to where she was looking, and found Febraz lying on the ground. He was almost entirely covered in the sticky swamp-like substance that comes from the brown Nexi stone. His eyes and nose were left uncovered, and he looked panicked. And for good reason, Terico realized the area over his heart was also uncovered, and the Brotherhood fighter held a long sword directly above it. In fact, the tip of the blade was resting atop Febraz's chest. All the Brotherhood member had to do was push the blade down, and Febraz would die impaled. "Welcome back, Terico," the assailant whispered behind his mask. "If either of you make a move, the vampire dies immediately." There was something peculiar about the way this person spoke. He had a young, tortured voice, but there was something more. But Terico couldn't focus on that. The Brotherhood were after him, apparently. "What are you doing? Leave Febraz out of this." The assailant simply stared back at Terico through the mask's thin, nearly invisible eye holes. Terico's mind flooded with questions. How did the Brotherhood know he was alive? And what did they want from him? Did they know he was after the Elpis fragments? The masked boy started trembling, vibrating. Terico held his breath and stared at the assailant's sword, precariously shaking atop Febraz's heart. Ario crouched down a bit, her fingers curled and twitching. For several long seconds, perhaps even half a minute, the Brotherhood member kept shaking in complete silence. Terico could see Ario tense up further and further, and it was only a matter of time before she lunged for the assailant's neck. Terico wasn't sure if even Ario could be quick enough to stop this masked boy before Febraz would be killed, though. "What do you want?" Terico asked, his throat dry and tight. "Just let Febraz go, and I'll meet your demands." The sight of this trembling Brotherhood member, his smiling mask, his sadistic hostage setup, it was all so horrifically surreal. The assailant tilted his head to the side a bit. "Good, he's important to you." The Brotherhood fighter continued to shake, the tip of his blade digging a little deeper into Febraz's bleeding chest. "Stop it," Ario said, her eyes wide, her body motionless, and her voice just above a whisper. She seemed to be exerting all her might to keep from screaming. "Stop it now." "No, this is good," the assailant said. "This is what Terico needs." "What are you talking about?" Terico asked. "If you have a problem with me, then fight me. Leave Febraz out of this." "I will fight you, Terico," the masked boy said, his voice cracking. "I will fight you, but only once you've been brought down to my level. Only once you're an empty husk without a single soul in the world to turn to." The assailant plunged his blade into Febraz's heart. "No!" Terico screamed. Ario flew for the assailant's face, her claws already extended several centimeters. The Brotherhood fighter leaped back and ripped his bloody sword out of Febraz, then swung it up against Ario's claws. Terico slipped out his green Nexi and launched vines for the masked boy. A jet of water blasted against Terico's stomach, bashing him hard against a wooden crate. His vision blurry, Terico could barely make out the clash between the masked boy and Ario. He heard the scraping of sword against claws, then a cry from Ario. Terico forced himself to his feet, and remembered Febraz had some swords in his tent. Terico found a long, slender one and grabbed it. He rushed forward as the Brotherhood fighter sliced off several of Ario's claws. She stumbled back, screaming, and Terico slammed his blade against the fighter's sword. The masked boy pushed away, then kicked Terico in the stomach. "Let me kill this vampire girl first, since it seems you know her. I'll fight you later, Terico." Terico rushed back for the assailant, fighting back the pain in his stomach. The assailant lifted a brown Nexi and blasted it. Terico dodged and swung for the boy's side. The masked boy blocked with his blade, then with his free hand used a dark blue Nexi to blast water at Terico's sword. Terico's arms flung back and he lost his sword in the process. With the flick of his wrist, the masked boy shot swamp material at Terico's feet, planting Terico to the ground. Febraz's sword was out of reach. "Watch it, mate," the assailant said. "I'd hate to scar that pretty face of yours. To run." Before Terico could respond, the boy turned to Ario, who was back on her feet and raising her tan Nexi stone. Terico quickly took out his black Nexi and wielded it. The flames of the table's candles dissipated instantly, their flickering lights flying into the Nexi stone. He couldn't see anything, but he could hear Ario unleashing a frenzy of dirt and claws at the assailant. The boy screamed, and boxes tumbled over, spilling their metal contents across the floor. In the meantime, Terico worked his feet out of his shoes, then stumbled across the floor in search of the sword he had used. The floor erupted beneath him, and Terico rolled against another crate as a portion of the tent ripped asunder, letting some light in. Ario fell back to the ground, a deep gash across her stomach. The masked boy limped out into the light, his right leg badly injured, perhaps crushed by a dirt hand formed by Ario. The assailant hurried through the frantic crowds, the people turning and gasping at the violent scene. Ario struggled back to her feet, but instead of chasing the masked boy, she turned to Febraz. Terico ran into the crowds, his sword raised. "Out of the way!" He pushed through the screaming masses until he caught sight of the masked boy, running a few meters ahead down the road. "Stop!" Terico yelled. "I know who you are. I know it's you, Turun." The masked boy kept running, but turned his head back to look at Terico. "You're wrong. Turun is dead. I am Audiobook's newest, most powerful soldier. I am Lynx." He sprinted down a thin side road, and by the time Terico reached the diverging path, the masked boy was nowhere in sight. Terico kept running, kept searching, but he found no sign of the Brotherhood member anywhere. Just like a lynx, the masked boy had slipped away silently, just as suddenly as he had appeared. By the time Terico got back to the tent, he found a large gathering of civilians and a couple city guards in red and black uniforms looking over the scene. There was no sign of Ario or Febraz, however. People yelled foul comments regarding vampires, and others asked in worried voices about what the commotion was about, and what the danger entailed. Ario must have ran off with Febraz. Terico turned away from the scene before he would get pulled into a long investigation. His mind filled with morbid images. Febraz is dead. He is dead because of me. Turun is a Brotherhood member. He wants me to suffer. Ario is now hiding somewhere with the corpse of her father. The very day she gained the right Nexi, and this is how she is reunited with Febraz. Questions erupted in Terico's mind. Why did Turun kill Febraz? Why was Turun a Brotherhood fighter? Was he already experimented on by Audiobook? What did that man do to Turun's mind? Audiobook and Delkalshire. Two heartless brothers, both doing everything they could to destroy everything in Terico's life. Why was this happening? When would it ever stop? Terico gripped the hilt of his sword a bit tighter. It will all end when they're dead. Delkal must die. Audiobook must die. The Brotherhood must die. This constant bloodshed and agony. It has to end. In any way possible, I have to end it. Terico eventually found Ario at the end of a dark alley, hiding behind a pile of rotten firewood. She had her teeth clamped in Febraz's neck, and tears trickled down her face. The deep wound in her stomach was healed, but she otherwise looked in a miserable state. Upon seeing Terico, she let go of Febraz's neck and wiped the blood from her mouth. She let her dead father drape across her lap and looked up at Terico with exhausted, bloodshot eyes. They stared at each other for a few seconds. "I'm sorry, Ario," Terico said. He couldn't think of anything more to say. Nothing he could say would make anything better. "I wanted..." Ario began, but she had to wait a bit before continuing. "I wanted to be with him again, in the sunlight." Terico couldn't imagine how long Ario had been waiting for this day. Putting all her effort into passing the rite, all so she could return to the world outside of the vampiric city. To visit with her father again, without having to worry about harm befalling Febraz in Istal. And now everything she had worked so hard for was taken from her. In an instant. Without any warning. "My parents were taken away from me by the Brotherhood as well," Terico said. "It was also very sudden." Ario wiped her eyes and shut them tight. "My father. Febraz was the only one who was there for me. When I was all alone, just a little child. He gave me something to live for. Terico nodded and sat down beside Ario. Keep living for him. That's all we can do for our parents. They tend to place the lives of their children above their own. As Terico's thoughts turned to his parents, he imagined Ario reflecting on all the time she spent with her father. Clearly there wasn't a perfect relationship between Febraz and Ario, but there was still a strong bond between them, stronger than a simple tie by blood. Somehow Terico had to keep moving on. Ario was in the same boat as him now, so he hoped he would find a way to help her move on as well. That night they buried Febraz in a secluded grove outside of Mers. Overcome by exhaustion, Terico fell asleep beneath the trees, and didn't wake up until it was well past sunrise. He presumed Ario got some sleep as well at some point, since she looked a little better off than she did yesterday. Are you going to be okay? Terico asked as they headed back to the city. I don't know, Ario said. I don't know what to do now. They returned to the marketplace in silence for the most part. Terico just needed to buy some shoes, having lost his in Febraz's tent. After selling his black Nexi stone to a merchant, Febraz bought some strapped leather shoes and some food for the trip to Edeliston. Terico hoped to find Juja at the old man's underground hideaway, but was prepared to go back down to Emosa Helena if necessary. Hopefully Juja was still alive, and hopefully he still had the Elpis fragment. It was a lot to hope for, but Terico was still certain there was more to Juja than met the eye. Terico and Ario headed back to the ruins of Edeliston. It was a tiring, gloomy journey, and there wasn't much Terico was able to do for Ario on the way there. He explained his situation with the Elpis, and how he intended to bring down Delkel and his Brotherhood. Ario said her mentor strongly discouraged acting out in revenge, but still accompanied Terico regardless. She just needed someone to be with, Terico imagined, but he didn't mind. It was the least he could do, considering how it was his fault for her father's death, to some degree. Why Turan killed Febraz was difficult to understand. It was clear Turan simply wanted Terico to suffer, and the best way to do that was apparently by killing everyone Terico knew. There weren't many people left who Terico knew though, considering how his home village was wiped out. But what am I supposed to do now? Terico wondered. Turan's mind has been ruined by Audiobook somehow. Is there any way to save him? Knowing that Lynx was Turan, Terico had to decide how he would act if they ever met again. Would Terico be willing to fight his best friend? Was there a way he could reach out to Turan? And what if Ario is still with him? Would she lash out for revenge? She said it was best for her to never seek revenge, but would she actually follow her mentor's advice in that regard? How could you live, knowing the murderer of your loved one was still alive and well? What if Ario did decide to have her deserved revenge? What if Ario killed Turan? What if I killed Turan? Terico thought. Could I ever do that? Could I ever live with myself, having killed my best friend? Terico gritted his teeth and balled his hands into fists. The fact that I'm even considering this is wrong. I have to save Turan somehow. Perhaps I can use the Elpis to heal him. It wasn't wise to count on the mysterious Elpis for so much, but Terico couldn't think of any better ideas at the moment. It gave him something to work toward, at the very least. One day he would kill Delkel, and at last he would be free from the pain in his heart. I don't know what you'll do in the end, Ario, Terico thought. I'll help you however I can, though. A couple days passed before Terico and Ario reached the remains of Edeliston. The journey was uneventful, but Terico was able to hold a bit more conversation with Ario as they worked through the White Tree Forest. He learned a bit more about life in Istal and some of the difficulties Ario faced as an unofficial vampire. She shared a couple stories about some of the things she did with Genba when they weren't training, such as the card games they would play, and the penalties they would dish out to one another upon losing. One time Genba buried Ario a few meters underground for a week, and one time Ario made Genba swim naked to the bottom of an icy lake. Terico thought this was all rather cruel, especially for siblings, but apparently they made it through these punishments unscathed, and even enjoyed them in some strange way. As they journeyed, Terico tried sharing some of the food he bought with Ario, but learned that vampires really did live solely off of blood. Ario said she wished she could still eat human food so she could remember how things tasted, but it had been so long since she had any that she didn't miss it too much. She had a number of vials and bottles of blood in her small pack, and would down a few gulps each day. Apparently it didn't take much for her to get by, though she explained it took a lot of blood for her to regenerate. Technically she didn't need any at all to live on a day-to-day basis, but having a bit each day gave her the energy she would need to fight in the event she would need to. They reached Edeliston in the afternoon, and it was cloudy enough there that Ario didn't need to constantly squint. Though she was perfectly capable now of walking in the sunlight, her sight was still slowly adjusting to it. After living by just the dim light of the mangroves for so many years, it wasn't surprising that the outdoors would be hard on her eyes for a while. Terico led the way to the fake bush that acted as the doorway to Juja's hidden underground room. He pulled on the bush to open the way to the stairway passage. To Terico's relief, the stairway glimmered with faint candlelight emanating from the dark room below. "About time you got here," Juja said. Terico smiled and walked down the lopsided staircase, leading Ario down with him. "Glad you made it out of the cave, Juja." Once at the bottom, Terico found Juja sitting on his bed, holding his book on the Elpis stone. The old man looked tired, but alive and well. Juja looked at Ario a few seconds, then grinned at Terico. "I see you've been doing well for yourself, boy." "Hardly," Terico muttered. "You're all right, though?" "The Forsaken gave me hell," Juja said, "but that's nothing new for me. I got back here the same day we got the stone, and have been waiting for you to show up." "Glad you made it out all right," Terico said. He looked back to Ario. "I should introduce you both. Juja, this is Ario. She is Febraz's daughter, and just passed the right to get the transformative Nexi. And Ario, this is Juja. He helped me find the Elpis fragment in the underground city. Febraz saved his life once when Juja worked as a miner." Juja smiled at Ario. "It's good to finally meet you, Ario. Febraz has told me all about you. Sometimes wouldn't stop talking about you." He looked to Terico and resumed where he left off earlier. "Speaking of Febraz, I've gathered that he's the reason we were separated. I'm assuming that's why you randomly vanished back there? Some sort of business you had to perform for him?" "The mark summoned me to him," Terico said. "I'm afraid things didn't end well for him though." Juja looked at Terico sadly, his face turning pale, strained. "He's gone then?" "That's..." He looked down to the floor. "I was afraid this would happen. He had stayed in Mers longer than was safe for a vampire." "It wasn't that," Terico said. "He was killed by He stopped short. By a member of the Brotherhood." "The Brotherhood again?" Juja muttered. "Why would they bother with Febraz?" Terico didn't want to delve into this subject with Ario there. "I don't know. Delkel and his followers don't seem to need a good reason to kill people." Juja sighed and looked up to Ario. "I'm sorry for your loss, child. I hope Terico's been of some help to you." "He has," Ario said. "Terico fulfilled Father's wish to bring me back to him." Terico felt a pitiful guilt fester in his heart. He didn't think he deserved any kind of praise with Febraz dead, and with his best friend turned a member of the Brotherhood. A part of him would have preferred Ario's spite to her praise, and a part of him felt he would have handled Turan's death better than the fate Turan ended up with. Ario went on. "Terico says you have a piece of a stone called the Elpis." "Yes, I have it right here," Juja said. He untied the small pouch on his belt and poured out the Elpis fragment onto his bed. It glowed bright yellow, then silver, then orange, and so on through all the colors of the Nexi. It was perfectly smooth save for the end of the back side, where it was split from the other 3 portions of the Elpis. Terico was glad to see it here, and know that Juja hadn't used it for some ambiguous purpose. It sounded like Juja hadn't touched it, which may have been wise considering the torture its power had put Terico through. "And this has the power to bring down the Brotherhood?" Ario asked. It has the power to do a lot of things, Juja said. Is that what you would use it for? I don't know, Ario said. My master said it's unwise to be driven by a desire for revenge. It's something most people seem to wish for deep down, though, Juja said. We all wish for justice to be served. Blessings for the righteous, punishments for the wicked. That's only natural, Terico said. Why should it be any other way? I'm not saying it should, Juja said. But Ario's master has a point well worth considering. The road toward vengeance is a bloody one, and often connects to many other bloody roads. Kill one man, and 5 people will wish to avenge him. And if they kill the murderer, who's to say 5 people won't want him avenged as well? And so the 5 who killed him are killed, and there's 5 people for each one of those killed seeking revenge. Of course I've thought of this, Terico said. But you said yourself that Delcal could kill thousands of people if he gains the Elpis. You said he could destroy all the fiefs with that power. Is that why you want to kill him? Juja asked. Terico frowned because he knew what his honest answer would be. Does it matter? Perhaps not, Juja said. But make sure you understand what you're getting into, Terico. You know what it's like to lose people you love. I expect that every member of the Brotherhood has at least one friend or relative in this world. I know, Terico said. I won't let this fact stop me from doing what's right, though. But how can you know what's right? Ario asked. What is right? Terico thought over Ario's question, not quite sure where she was going with it. What I decide is right. There was nothing he could completely trust in the world, save for his own instincts. Nothing was more clear to Terico than the need for Delcal and the Brotherhood to pay for their sins against the world. And if Terico needed to obtain the Elpis stone in order to do so, he would stop at nothing to find each of the Elpis fragments. With the aid of his map and documents, Juja decided the next likely place to find an Elpis fragment would be in the Aini city of Versa. Terico was intrigued by the prospect of going to a city of Aini, but still took the mission of finding the Elpis piece seriously. We can take a boat there from Mers, Juja said as they made their way through the outlying farmlands around Idelliston. The Aini have long had a strong connection with the Nexi, so it wouldn't be too surprising for them to have an Elpis fragment hidden somewhere in one of their cities. Shouldn't they be using the Elpis? Ario asked. It was likely hidden several hundred years ago, Juja said. If anyone there knows of the Elpis, they would probably just regard it as a legend at best. Whoever broke the Elpis apart put a lot of effort into turning the stories of the stone into just that, stories. It's just strange that we'll be finding something in a city that could have been using the stone for hundreds of years now, Terico said. Don't you remember the Forsaken back in Helena? Juja said. I rather doubt that was a natural evolution, boy. The Elpis is incredibly dangerous, even just a fourth of it. You should know from experience. I don't even understand what happened back there, Terico said. First my injuries healed, and then I felt all this energy, and all this pain. The full power of the Elpis is said to be more than that of all the Nexi stones in the world, Juja said. The fact you didn't die outright is probably a miracle in and of itself. It's a good thing he stopped, and Terico waited several seconds for Juja to continue. I'm what? You have a strong connection with the Nexi, apparently, Juja said. But I would be very hesitant about using the Elpis ever again, boy. It was difficult to see from far away, but you seemed to be undergoing a complete transformation. Terico had been too overwhelmed by the pain to notice anything changing about himself at the time. What do you mean? Well, you almost looked downright demonic, Juja said. I'm not sure if you were affected mentally or emotionally when you used the Elpis, but I was rather worried for a minute there. Terico kept walking, staring out at the distant fields around him. He wasn't sure how to take all this. He had transformed when he used the Elpis. He thought over everything he did when he had access to its power. He had managed to heal himself and save himself from falling, and then sent all the Forsaken running off the cliff. Terico had been in the right state of mind the whole time. It was simply the pain of the Elpis's power that overwhelmed him. And he had a feeling he'd be able to handle the power the next time he accessed it. Knowing what he was getting into would better prepare himself for the Elpis's energy. Once he had all 4 fragments, Terico knew he'd be able to bring down Delcal. The world would be a better place without Delcal. And once the Brotherhood was crushed, Terico would be content to give up the Elpis Stone's power. He understood that power could quickly drive a man down a self-destructive spiral of cruelty and tyranny. Terico would only use the Elpis to put an end to the misdeeds of the Shires. He could go back to a normal life once that was done. At least, as normal a life as he could manage at this point. It was apparent that this quest for justice would not go smoothly, but Terico had long accepted that. The 3 reached Mers in the afternoon a couple days later. Ario was concerned about how they would find a boat willing to take them to Versa, considering how difficult it was for outsiders to enter the Aini city without anything to prove they had official business there. The Aini Island cities generally like to keep out of foreign affairs, especially when tensions were high between the nearby fiefs and Shire kingdoms. Juja assured her that he had connections with the Aini, apparently through the professor who taught some of the Nexi classes at Terico's school. Juja's only concern was in finding a small boat, because Juja didn't want anyone finding out about the Elpis. The less people who knew where they were going, the better, he claimed. Terico didn't think the 3 of them attracted that much attention, but he couldn't fault the old man for wanting to proceed cautiously. They walked up and down the wooden piers of the harbor, speaking with about a dozen sailors who ran small boats. Some of them weren't planning to set sail that day, and others asked for a price too steep for Juja to afford. But most simply had no reason to go all the way out to Versa, which was a foreign, perhaps foreboding locale to them in the first place. At last they came across a man with spiky blonde hair, leaning back against the side of a small wooden boat with 1 mast, and probably only a couple rooms below deck. The sailor looked to be in his mid-20s, and wore a loose, light grey shirt and trousers, along with a curious headpiece made of dark green metal. It wrapped across his forehead like laurels, and joined in the middle with a smooth, dark blue Nexi stone. "Hey, travelers," he said, pointing a hand toward them. "Welcome aboard the greatest ship in all of Mers. Or rather, in the entire world. Not only does it float on water, but it offers the most beautiful views." He stood up tall and pointed both hands toward himself, then winked at Ario. "Of course, the ocean is pretty nice to look at too." Juja laughed. "I like this guy." "I don't know," Terico whispered. "He sounds pretty desperate." "In more ways than one," Ario added. "We're hoping to sail to Versa," Juja said, shaking the man's hand. "Good to travel with you, kind sir," the sailor said, nearly a third of his face filled with a grin. He spoke in a clear, loud voice that only a man of the seas could command. "My name is Borley Sen, but you can call me Captain Borley. Or just Borley. I'm not so finicky. I've been called much worse." "You take us to Versa then?" Juja said. "How much for 3 passengers?" "Anything at all," Borley said. "Hop aboard and we'll be on our way to adventure." At this he raised a hand out toward the sun in the far horizon. "Anything?" Juja said. "How about 350, and you've got yourself a deal," Borley said, clapping his hands together. "That is more than anything at all," Juja said. "But for a chance to hold the lovely maiden's hand, I'll bump it down to 300. Borley slipped by Terico and gently took Ario by the hand, and gave her a light, aristocratic bow. Ario stepped back and jerked her hand away. Borley chuckled and leaned over to Terico to whisper to him. "You two aren't, an item, are you?" "No," Terico said. But Borley turned back to Ario and placed his index finger beneath his chin. "What's your name, Heavenly Goddess?" "I still need to come up with a name for my ship, and they say the name of a beautiful woman will ensure a safe journey across the tumultuous waves of the sea." Ario simply stared back at Borley, her eyes completely giving away her annoyance toward this man. Bawley leaned back and sighed, tilting his head backward and placing a hand to his heart. Oh, to hear her sweet voice, I look forward to it with all the anticipation of my soul. Right, Juja said. So 250, plus we'll throw in a free presentation of Ario's speaking ability at some point. 299, Bawley said. 260, final offer, Juja said. 275, and a private dinner with the maiden, Bawley said. Fine, Juja said. Bawley instantly took Juja's hand and shook on the deal. What? Ario screamed. I'm not here to be bartered, you know. Ah, what a sweet, soothing voice, Bawley said, leaning back and wincing from the outburst. He turned to the plank connecting the little ship to the pier and skipped up it. Right then. Timesa was 10. He turned and beckoned everyone to come aboard. Setar wasn't built in a day, and it will take 3 times that to get there by boat. We're going to Versa though, Terico said. Bawley stared at Terico blankly for a few seconds before snapping back to his default jovial expression. Right. Versa it is, then. Captain Bawley had enough small cots for each of them to sleep in that night, but Terico didn't feel like he got more than an hour's worth of sleep total. He certainly doubted he ever had more than 10 minutes of actual rest all at once. There was just something unnerving about sleeping on a boat. It never stopped moving, and the constant motion made Terico tense. At any moment the endless waves of the sea could come crashing down on the little ship, and the constant creaking of the weathered wooden planks and groaning of the rusty metal girders did very little to calm Terico's apprehension. The fact that the captain seemed so oblivious didn't help matters either. When morning came, Terico wearily walked up the stairs to the deck. He found Ario leaning against the railing at the very front of the ship, looking out to the horizon, while Bawley manned the helm situated a ways behind the mast. There was a good breeze, and the sky was dotted with a few pleasant clouds, including one that dimmed the sunrise. There wasn't much to look at on Bawley's boat. Above deck there was the mast, the helm, and a room at the back where basic materials and ship equipment were stored. The sail was a nondescript grey, and the ship in general was maintained just enough to keep it afloat, it seemed. Or maintained as best it could be, but could only look as good as it did considering how old it probably was. Terico imagined Bawley was a fairly new sailor, so it would probably be difficult for him to afford anything better. Terico walked over to Bawley, who leaned against the helm and gave Terico a quick salute. How did you sleep, Terico? Bawley asked. I've slept better, Terico said. First time at sea, I take it? Yes. It wasn't so long ago when Terico stepped outside of his hometown at all, in fact. And he certainly never rowed a boat in Edeliston. How's old Juja sleeping? Bawley asked. Fine, Terico said, remembering the old man's horrendously loud snores. Juja apparently knew a fair amount about sailing, and had agreed to run the boat for part of the night so that Bawley could get some sleep. Juja went back to sleep once Bawley woke up, at which point Terico knew he wouldn't get another wink of sleep. That's good, Bawley said. Terico thought the captain would say something more, but the man kept quiet for once. Yesterday it had seemed there was no end to the one-liners at Bawley's disposal. His thoughts wandering over the events of the past couple weeks, Terico stared at the waters stretching out in every direction for as far as his eyes could see. The air was crisp, but stank of the salty waters, which Terico had a hard time imagining people being able to get used to. He had once felt the fields and farmland surrounding Edeliston extended forever, but standing on a small boat in the middle of the sea was a much more imposing sight. At the very least, it was a lot more troubling of a sight. There was still the possibility this rickety old boat would decide to just start sinking, and then what would Terico do? There was a rowboat in the storage room, but Terico doubted somewhat that they'd actually be able to use it to reach land before dying of thirst. Well, except for Ario. So, she's quite the lovely one, Bawley said, staring out toward Ario. She was still looking out into the waves, too far away to hear Bawley's dialogue. Terico was a little startled by the captain's timing. Okay. Bawley leaned over to Terico as if to tell a secret. She's definitely the loveliest lady to grace this humble deck. This is probably her first time aboard a ship, I'd wager. She looks like she hasn't seen much sun at all, really. I suppose, Terico said. Is she an elf, by the way? Bawley pointed at his ears a moment. I didn't notice before since she's got her hair over her ears, but this morning I thought I saw some points. She doesn't talk about herself much, Terico said. He doubted Ario would want him letting random people know about her being a vampire. That's true, Bawley said. Tried a dozen times to get a good conversation going with her, but she's an aloof one. Plays hard to get. Not that I mind, I like women like that. I'll be sure to learn more about her when we have our private dinner tonight. Okay, Terico said. He really didn't care where this was going. And he rather doubted that Ario would ever actually have this private dinner Bawley spoke of. I'm surprised that you two weren't a couple, Bawley said. Pleasantly surprised, of course. But does that mean you have a girlfriend back home then? Terico stared out at a small, delicate cloud in the distant horizon. He still had no idea what may or may not have happened to Shuren. Did she die in Delkal's attack? Was she captured? Could she have suffered the same fate as Turin? Or worse? All this time, she could be suffering, and Terico not know a single thing about it. What if she needed him right now? He was out in the middle of the sea, and Shuren could very well be undergoing the darkest of horrors at the Brotherhood's expense. He could still remember the time he spent with her the day of the attack. How she had brought his mother elven herbs for the sick. How she had prepared breakfast for everyone. And how she spoke so kindly to him, always concerned for his well-being. Terico hadn't been able to ask her to spend the day with him during the upcoming festival, which would have long passed by now had it actually happened. Had the village not been utterly decimated. It was all a moot point now, but some of Terico's greatest guilt that day came from not being able to find Shuren when the Brotherhood attacked. He should have gone with her when she left to help her brother with something. Had he been there with her, he could have protected her. I take that as a no, Bawley said. Terico remembered the question, but didn't really want to get into it. The fact that he wasn't there for Shuren when she needed him most was painful enough as it was. Do I really deserve to ever be anything to her? He thought. If she is still alive, that is. The day passed slowly, and there was little for Terico to do but reflect on his many mistakes and reaffirm his decisions and intentions for the future. Somehow he would make things right as best he could. It seemed clear that his world could never be as it once was, but there was still much he could do. If he could find an Elpis fragment in the Aini city, he'd be one step closer to achieving his goals. He thought back to the power he briefly wielded in the underground city. It was only a matter of time before he would have it again. And with more of the fragments combined, the power would only be greater, exponentially greater. The possibilities the whole Elpis stone presented were likely too magnificent for Terico to even comprehend. What limits would there be to his power then? Would there be any at all? Would he be able to shape his world precisely as he wished? Perhaps his world could be as it once was. Ario had met plenty of fools over the course of her long life, so this wasn't the first time she had to put up with someone who got on her nerves. And in all honesty, there were people she knew who were even more ridiculous than Bawley was. But the thing that bothered her most was the fact Bawley wasn't a complete idiot who didn't know when to quit. She could tell it was just a facade, and she really didn't wish to see him keep acting like this for the rest of the boat trip. And so, to Terico and Juja's dismay, she accepted Bawley's invitation to a private dinner. If Bawley was surprised as well, he managed to hide it behind a cool smile and all-knowing gleam in his eyes. He brought Ario down to the room she had shared with Terico and Juja, and set up a makeshift table by laying a large, circular slab of wood atop one of the cots. He pushed the other two beds to either side of the table, apparently intending them to act as chairs. Then after setting a candle down in the middle of the table, Bawley took one of the lit candles hanging on the wall and used it to light the one on the table. With everything arranged as he saw fit, he hurried back upstairs to procure whatever it was he intended to provide for the dinner. Of course, Ario wasn't going to be able to eat anything Bawley would bring, but she doubted he would mind. He came back a minute later with a bottle of wine in one hand, and some foodstuff wrapped in cloth in his other hand. It turned out to be a smoked fish, some kind of dark bread, and a hunk of pale cheese. Ario didn't recognize what these foods were precisely, and it had been a long time since she had been exposed to the smells of human cuisine like this. Perhaps it all would have smelled nice to her before she became a vampire, but at this point she merely felt indifferent. "Wish I had better," Bawley said, "but this will work nicely, I believe." "That's very kind of you," Ario said. "I really would just like to chat for the most part, though." "Oh, that's great," Bawley said. "I'd love to learn more about you, Ario." "Really?" Ario asked. "That wouldn't be very aloof of me, though. Wouldn't you prefer I play hard to catch?" "Oh, wow," Bawley said, grimacing. "You heard all that?" "I have pretty good hearing," Ario said. "But if you want to learn more about me, I'd like to know who it is I'm dealing with here." She pointed a hand toward Bawley. "Who are you? I find it a bit strange that a man your age is aimlessly wandering the seas all by himself." Bawley placed his hands on the bed to either side of him and leaned back a bit. "Ever since I was a kid, I've been traveling the seas. Of course, I wasn't alone then. My parents ran a large cargo ship, and I helped them out along with my older brother. And that's how I've always spent my days, can't think of much else I could be doing." "You're alone now, though," Ario said. "What happened?" For a moment Bawley looked at Ario with an almost thoughtful look in his eyes. "Well, that's how things go. Back when I was 9, the port of Mers was a more dangerous place than it is today. Vampires would sneak onto boats at night, and once the ships were far from shore, they'd attack in the middle of the night. And sometimes, the people they turn into vampires go mad." Ario felt her throat go tight. Bawley was speaking generally, but it was clear he was referring to what must have happened to his family's ship. "Sometimes," Bawley continued, "sometimes even a brother will turn against you. A boy turned vampire can lash out against anyone, even his own parents. And just tear away at everyone. Kill every single person on the ship, and force you to kill him." Ario looked down to the table, letting this revelation sink in. She had killed people before, including Krug just a few days ago, but the thought of having to kill your own sibling was unthinkable. She didn't have any brothers or sisters while growing up, but she had Jember Inistal. Would she be willing to kill him if her life depended on it? It was the sort of decision nobody should ever have to make. There was also the dilemma on her mind regarding Bawley's outlook on vampires. The average human had a negative view of them to begin with, and the slaughter of Bawley's entire family would surely have left him bitter, at the very least. There was no telling what he would do if he found out Ario was a vampire. But to lose his parents, and then have to kill his own brother, all at the age of 9. Ario could only imagine how Bawley was able to move on after such a life-shattering experience. "I'm sorry," Bawley said, forcing a smile back on his face. "I didn't mean to just share a sad story. I've done quite fine for myself, really. I keep to the seas and try to keep my family proud as best I can. It's not the most glamorous of professions, but it's nice to help people get to where they need to go. I meet all sorts of people, and it's always nice to look out at the seas and skies." "I see," Ario said. She doubted Bawley's life was as carefree as he made it out to be, though. It was rather unlikely that Bawley had an easy time making a living as a young orphan in the harsh environment of a shipyard. It probably took him many years of hard work to obtain this ship, as broken down as it was. Bawley poured a couple cups of wine and set one down for Ario, then took his and gulped it down quickly. There's been ups and downs, but that's how life is, you know. I'd have to say this particular trip is a high point in my life." Ario glanced to her right. "Oh, really?" "Yes, I'm glad to have met you," Bawley said. "I hope things have been going well for you lately as well." She had agreed to share a bit about herself, but she obviously couldn't tell him some of the most basic things about who she was. "No, I'm afraid not. I lost my parents when I was young as well, but there was a man who raised me as a father later on. He was recently killed, unfortunately." Borley turned somber, and to his credit Ario felt this was one of his more genuine expressions. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize." "It's okay," Ario said. It was surprisingly thoughtful of Borley to try apologizing for his behavior, but there was no way he could have understood Ario's situation. He still didn't know the truth, and Ario didn't intend to drag him any further into things. "I will be fine. It just leaves this empty feeling." Borley nodded. "It lingers. For a while it hurts, and some days you just don't care about anything anymore. You just want it all to end. But it passes eventually. Perhaps not entirely, but enough for you to go on living. To make the most of things. You're never certain, but you feel that there is a way to move on. Perhaps the path you end up taking is the best one, perhaps it isn't. But you take it and hope for the best." A long smile spread across his face. "Or something like that." Ario shook her head, but couldn't help but smile a little as well. The advice was both overly simplistic and a bit meaningless, making the whole monologue fairly ridiculous. But it was a nice sentiment, nonetheless. "Thanks, Captain Borley." "Not a problem, madam. But you can call me Borley, if you wish. Though if you must use an adjective, there's always handsome Borley. Or ravishing Borley. Or from you, I wouldn't mind hearing sweet Borley or dearest Borley." Ario frowned. Certainly can't call him subtle Borley anytime soon, she thought. "I'll think about it." Terico was able to get more sleep that night, mainly due to the fact he had gotten so little the previous night. The constant shifting of the ship still bothered him at some level, but he was able to keep his thoughts directed elsewhere for the majority of the rest of the trip. By noon Juja was up again, and to pass the time he brought up a deck of cards to play with. He sat down near the helm so Borley could play as well. Terico and Ario sat down with them. "You all know how to play individuals?" Juja asked. Everyone said yes. As far as Terico knew, individuals was one of the better-known card games. "Great, I'll deal," Juja said. He handed each of them 8 cards. Terico looked his cards over, finding 3 dead trees, 2 princesses, a hawk, a mountain, and an archer. 3 of the images were major constellations, so Terico needed to get 5 others in order to complete the set and win the game. It was a game where each player needed to deceive the others in order to get the specific cards they needed. As the game went on, it seemed pretty clear Ario was ending up with most of the major constellations. "Did you play individuals a lot with your brother?" Terico asked. "Yes," Ario said. "He was much better at it, though. I preferred playing Central Village." Juja drew a card and looked his hand over. "It seems Terico has had some practice as well. You played with your classmates at school, I take it?" "From time to time," Terico said. "I wasn't very interested in card games, but Turan liked them a lot." Terico stopped, not really wishing to talk more about his past. On days they didn't have any escapades into the caverns planned, Turan often dragged Terico into a game of cards after school with whoever else they could find. Sometimes Shuran and her brother Lanik would play, if they didn't have things they had to do at home. Terico's thoughts drifted to times he would go with Shuran and Lanik to help them out with tasks their parents gave them. Their parents were mechanics, and spent much of their days designing parts for airships, a kind of transport that floated in the air like a balloon, but looked more like giant ships. Supposedly Shuran's parents had constructed an entire airship in the city of Plyan, but Terico never saw anything more than the metal parts he helped Shuran and Lanik craft at their workshop. "It's your turn, Terico," Borley said, breaking Terico's train of thought. "Oh, pass," Terico said. "You look a little distant there," Juja said. "I'm just thinking," Terico said. "A good habit to have," Borley said. "What's on your mind?" Just the things I used to do, Terico said. My old life, I guess. Where are you from? Bawley asked. Terico pushed his cards together into a little stack and gripped them with one hand. Edeliston. It's destroyed now, though. Oh. Bawley said. He glanced at Juja and Ario. Is that where all of you were from? For a while, Juja said. I've lived at a lot of places, but Edeliston was where I spent my last 15 or so years. I grew up near Otisel, Ario said. As Terico expected, she didn't mention living in Istal. I'm just curious how you all ended up together on this little voyage, Bawley said. And why you're going to Versa, of all places. It's best we don't give the purpose of our journey, Juja said. Bawley sat up straight, a great smile beaming on his face. Oh, really? I'm serious, Juja said. It's best you not get involved in this. Oh, I figured it all out already, Bawley said, folding his arms. Juja's eyebrows fell flat, and his lips tightened into a deep frown. No, you haven't. It all goes back to the Brotherhood, Bawley said. There's been a lot of talk about them lately. War is inevitable, and it sounds like the Shire Kingdom's armies have begun to assemble for a full-scale invasion. But the Brotherhood has been getting things ready for them, striking lots of key locations to prepare the way for the main armies. So I'm guessing the Brotherhood attacked your hometown. And I'm also guessing the Brotherhood killed Ario's father. And therefore it's probably safe to say that the Brotherhood is up to something in Versa now. I've heard that airships have been sighted heading back and forth between there and the Shire Kingdom. I'm not going to respond, Juja said. There's no reason to hide anything from me, Bawley said. I'm on your side in this. I don't have anything personal against the Brotherhood, but I've heard enough stories of their murders and destruction in general. I'd be perfectly glad to bust a few of their skulls for the greater good. You can fight? Terico asked. Bawley set his cards down, then put his hands into fists and raised them up in front of himself. I've had to protect my ship's goods more than once. I can handle things in the heat of a battle. You can help us out if you want, Terico said, but suffice to say we may be entering a dangerous situation. There was the chance they could run into the Brotherhood, considering they were searching for the Elpis fragments as well. They were apparently going by accurate data, enough to know there was one at Edeliston somewhere, at least. And there was the possibility there would be monsters similar to the Forsaken in Versa as well. That is, if the Elpis was there at all. Juja himself wasn't entirely certain about the locations marked on the map in his book. Great! Bawley said. I would do anything to make sure Ario's mission is a complete success. It's not my mission, Ario said. I'm just helping Terico and Juja. And from what Terico understood, trying to decide if she wanted to personally help bring down the Brotherhood. Our mission isn't what you think it's going to be, Juja told Bawley. If you come with us, you'll have to vow to keep everything a secret. Otherwise, you'll be made to keep quiet. Bawley's smile weakened a little, and Terico turned to note the stern look on Juja's face. It was actually a bit frightening. It was another moment that made Terico wonder about who Juja truly was. The old man hadn't done anything bad so far, but would his true colors show once more of the Elpis was obtained? Terico felt wrong for second-guessing Juja like this, but he wasn't about to let anyone ruin his plans for revenge against Elkel. There was no certainty that Ario and Bawley were truly on Terico's side in all this, either. He had to remind himself that there were no guarantees at this point. Anyone can turn against you, Terico thought. And anyone can die at any given moment. It was evening by the time they reached the small island that contained the city of Versa. The port was full of ships, but there wasn't anybody in them. The piers were completely deserted as well. Terico had thought Istal was a quiet city, especially when compared to the hectic marketplaces of Mers, but Versa was even quieter. With the sun already set and a chilly breeze passing by, Terico almost felt like he was walking into a graveyard. Once Bawley tied up the boat to the dock, Juja led the way into the city. Terico was bombarded with sights he had never imagined. His Aini professor back in Edeliston had said Versa was a colorful city, but Terico thought that just meant some of the buildings would be blue, some green, some yellow, and so forth. Instead, every building was painted 100 different colors, and it was only upon closer inspection of individual structures that the sheer intricacy of the artwork was revealed. Terico walked toward a 2-story building with large oval windows, and looked over the many mosaics and murals on the walls. Running along the steps to the doorway were stylized curves of at least a dozen different colors, and it took a few seconds for Terico to realize this was lettering in the ancient Aini language. All around the windows and door, and running across the bottom and top of the building were delicate mosaics of red, yellow, blue, and black, a mixture of strange, shadowy flowers with crashing waves and rays of sunlight. Amidst the rest of the walls were larger depictions of golden glowing ships sailing a violent sea, a tired-looking Aini man wreathed in flames, a group of scrolls with intricate red-inked maps of various Aini islands, and a group of Aini gathered atop a tall rocky hill to wave orange and purple flags in the air. Terico didn't know what any of these particular images referred to, but they were all very realistic looking. And the more Terico looked at the walls, the more pictures he found hidden amidst the rest of the imagery. The paths they walked on were also covered in images and patterns, but much of this was faded. Some portions appeared to have been repainted in recent years, while other areas seemed to be in the middle of having new artwork drawn over the older material. But everywhere Terico looked, there were hundreds of new paintings to see. Whether they were homes, shops, or governmental structures, every building was covered in immaculate artwork. Some buildings had paintings of individual Aini, presumably the people who lived in those houses. Terico could tell which buildings were shops, on the other hand, because their imagery primarily depicted the wares they sold. The painting styles varied from house to house, perhaps telling something about the people who lived in them. Terico wondered how all this affected the way Aini interacted with one another. Down near the port, many of the shops depicted boats, ship parts, fish, and fishing gear. But there were also those covered with paintings of clothes, advertising the many unique styles the Aini wore. Others had paintings of the peculiar meals the Aini ate, most of which Terico couldn't identify at all. Some he wasn't even sure if they were a meat or vegetable. Terico didn't know too much about the Aini save what he knew of Professor Kanto, a rather blunt man who would rarely stray from the material he intended to teach each day. It was presumed by Terico and most of the other students that Aini were generally this way, strict and to the point, but the incredulous devotion to the arts on display here gave Terico a very different notion of them. "This is amazing," Bawley said, emphasizing each word. "Even the tiles on their roofs are painted with different things." Terico looked up to the steep roof of one of the upcoming buildings, and saw a large image of a wide-stringed instrument he didn't recognize. As he walked closer to the building, Terico realized that all of the tiles had small, individual paintings of various instruments painted on them. Somehow the tiles were arranged to make it appear to be one giant image from far away. "It's all very nice," Ario said, "but where are all the Aini?" Terico had been so caught up in the artwork that he hadn't noticed the complete lack of people living in this city. Maybe they're all at their homes. He walked up to a nearby house and knocked on the door. There was no answer, and knocking on a few other doors didn't warrant any results either. Each of the doors were locked, and Terico couldn't see anyone through the windows. "Something has happened here," Juja said. "We'll keep looking and see if we can find anyone." They continued down the main city path, and Terico did his best to look for anything out of the ordinary. Closer to the center of the city, the buildings became a couple stories larger, and many of them were embellished with grand sculptures. They were mostly statues of large fish, sharks, and other creatures of the sea, and each was covered in patterns of many colors, just like the buildings. The sight of the city in general was a bit dizzying, and Terico wondered if he would really find anything hidden amidst this chaos of clashing and complementing colors. It didn't take long for them to make their way around the entire city, to Terico's surprise. Versa was much smaller than he thought it would be. "So, nobody here at all," he said. "Do you think the Brotherhood came here?" "All the buildings are intact," Juja said. I didn't find any signs of an attack at all. Perhaps the Aini were threatened? Borley said. They may have chosen to leave rather than fight. The Aini do generally try to keep out of wars, Juja said, but I rather doubt they'd just give up their whole city like that. And I don't see anyone here in their place. Should we just look for what we came here for? Terico asked. We'll head underground, Juja said. I bet the Aini went to their underwater structures. We're more likely to find what we're looking for there, anyways. Oh, they do live underwater then, Terico said. Not all, Juja said, but many do. Their buildings are held up with the power of orange Nexi stones. Very few non-Aini have stepped foot below sea level here, but I know a good way down. He led them to an out-of-the-way side road between tall buildings, then turned past a few more. Why would you know a secret way to the underwater part of this city? Terico asked. Because I know everything, Juja muttered. Really? Borley said. Can you tell me my future? Swimming with the fishes if you keep asking dumb questions, Juja said. Terico was a little concerned with Juja's agitation, but it was understandable if the old man was worried. This city certainly didn't feel welcoming, and there was no telling what they would find down below. Juja walked to one of several sheds attached to the back of a building, and slid open the latch to the second doorway. Inside was a long, spiraling staircase, though unlike the ones in Emosa Helena, this was made of white stone and lit by dim red Nexi every dozen or so steps. These steps weren't painted, which Terico figured was because most people probably didn't access this stairway. For several seconds, Ario looked back toward the dock in the distance. Terico looked as well, but couldn't see anything but the tiny ships and buildings. Something there? Juja asked. I hear an airship, Ario said. Let's get going then, Juja said. If the Brotherhood is involved, we don't want them aware of our presence. After several minutes of walking down the tight staircase, Terico came in sight of water. The red-lit walls around them transitioned to transparent glass, and suddenly they were surrounded by the dark water of the sea. Terico reached out his hand to touch the glass, but it was farther away than it appeared, placing it just out of his reach. How the Aini constructed such a long tube like this, he couldn't guess. He hadn't known there were people capable of engineering such a marvelous feat. They walked on down the stairway for some time, perhaps another 10 minutes or so. It wasn't nearly as long as the staircases going down to Emosa Helena, but it was still very long, and very surrounded by some near infinite kilograms of water. Once at the end of the stairway, the four reached a passageway that opened up into a hall that rose 7 or 8 meters tall. The floor was made of the same soft white stone as the stairs, and had red Nexi every few meters grafted into the floor to light the way. The tall glass walls curved up to the rounded-off ceiling, so all around them was water. Terico saw a school of bright teal fish pass by overhead, and couldn't help but smile for a moment. This was the sort of magic, the wonder of exploring new places, that had always called Terico to adventure while growing up. He had always looked forward to the day he could leave Edeliston and see the world. To have adventures with Turan he could never have just in the nearby caverns. The way life turned out couldn't have been any more different than Terico imagined, but he could at least recognize some of the joys this journey could bring. He could not dwell on the feeling long, knowing that some danger had befallen all the Aini of this city, but it was something to be traveling down this underwater tunnel, heading to a city few outsiders had ever stepped foot in. The hall expanded into a series of glass-encircled pathways. These led to tens of giant glass domes filled with buildings similar to those found above ground, save for the lack of intricate paintings. These structures were cleaner, simpler, and more tightly organized. Some of the domes seemed to house entire neighborhoods, while a few looked almost as large as the entire city above ground. Altogether, Versa was clearly larger than Mers, and drastically larger than Istal. Terico entered one of the nearest domes, in awe of how high the glass walls stretched above the rooftops of the homes and shops. He could make out some of the orange Nexi stones embedded in the glass, glowing bright and giving the structure the strength needed to keep the city from caving in with water. Here's some Aini, Ario said. She pointed down the path, and Terico had to squint to make out some of the light blue figures in the distance. He hurried down to them and raised a hand to the nearest one, a bald man in his 50s or so, wearing bright red trousers and a sleeveless shirt that seemed to be made of green and black bandages. "Hello," Terico said. "Sorry to bother you," but the Aini walked on past Terico. The man didn't respond in any way, or even look at Terico. Terico jogged back a few steps and stood in front of the man. "Wait, I just had a couple questions." Though the Aini was staring straight at Terico, it seemed as if he didn't actually realize Terico was there. Yet he managed to walk around Terico and continued on his way down the straight path. "Long day at work?" Bawley said, raising an eyebrow. "Let's try someone else, I guess," Juja said, clearly confused by the Aini's actions. They walked down to a black-haired Aini in his early 20s, who wore some kind of one-piece suit made of randomly-sized patches. He was sitting on the front steps of his house, staring up at the distant waters. "Can we ask you something?" Terico asked. No response. "Are you all right?" Juja asked. No response. "Have you completely lost your mind?" Bawley asked. No response. Ario bent down to one knee and grabbed the man by his shoulders. She shook him vigorously for several seconds, but the Aini simply remained sitting on the step. Ario stood back up and folded her arms tight. He held himself up just fine, and he's clearly breathing. Terico walked over to an elderly woman in a yellow blouse and white trousers, but she didn't respond to any of his inquiries either. Instead, she kept on walking, oblivious to Terico's calls for her assistance. Shortly afterward, he spotted two boys and a girl heading to a nearby house, and hurried over to stand in front of the doorway, blocking their path. The yellow-haired children wore matching green shirts and black skirts, and were probably siblings. Terico took it. They simply stood there, waiting for Terico to step aside. When they didn't respond to anything he said, he picked up the nearest child and asked him to say anything. The boy, probably 5 or 6, just looked at Terico, entirely blank-faced, a sharp contrast to Terico's exasperation with the situation. "They're all mindless," Juja said. "I wouldn't be surprised if what we're looking for is involved with this. Perhaps it was possible for someone with an Elpis fragment to do something like this, though Terico had no idea why someone would turn the citizens of an entire city into mindless drones. They didn't seem to be doing anything, other than walking or sitting around. "We'll have to find it," Terico said, "and reverse this spell that's been cast over everyone." "Hey, over here, quick," came a child's voice from a ways behind him. Terico turned around and found a young Aini boy with short white hair. He looked about 10 years old, and wore small orange shorts and a black turtleneck shirt without sleeves. "Hurry," the boy said. "Come hide here." More anxious to speak with a real Aini than worried about the ambiguous danger the child referred to, Terico jogged over to the boy, quickly followed by Ario, Bawley, and Juja. The boy led them down a path between homes and around to the back of a shop, where several piles of wooden crates had accumulated. "What's happening here?" Terico asked the boy. "There was an official up ahead," the boy said. "You can't let them find you. If you see anyone wearing dark red robes, stay far away from them." "Aini council members wear red robes," Juja said. "Yes," the boy said. "They've done something terrible to the city. I think I'm the only one that was able to fend off their spell. It turns everyone mindless, makes them do whatever the council wishes. Everyone's under the government's control now." "How did this happen?" Terico asked. "I don't know," the boy said. "I've been trying to find out myself, but the council members keep finding me. They're all armed with daggers, so you have to be careful." "We'll be careful," Terico said, "but we need to know everything we can about what's happened here." "Let's start with who we even are," Juja said. He introduced himself, then Terico, Ario, and Bawley, and explained that they were concerned with the Brotherhood being involved with what happened in Versa. "My name is Quito," the boy said. "I don't know about anyone other than the council being involved in this." And I don't know how they've turned everyone mindless. Do you know where these red-robed Aini meet? Terico asked. In the largest dome, there's the Grand Council room, Quito said. There are a lot of council members guarding the way, though. Borley punched a fist into his palm. That's where we come in, kid. If it's well guarded, that's probably where we need to head, anyways, Terico said. We don't know if we'll actually find what we're looking for, though, Juja said. The Aini naturally have a strong connection with Nexi power, so there are many possibilities for what has happened here. We'll have to find out, Terico said. He hoped they would find the Elpis fragment there, but regardless, he intended to help the people of this city. The situation in Versa seemed nearly as terrible as the one he witnessed in Edeliston, and he didn't want to see that grisly scene ever repeated again. The group followed Quito down the glass tunnels leading to the largest dome of the underwater city. Upon reaching the dome, they made their way between buildings, careful to watch for any Aini wearing the dark red robes of the Aini government. Eventually Quito stopped them a ways from what he pointed out to be the building the city's Grand Council regularly met in. It was a giant silver building with a red dome on top and was surrounded with a white brick fence at least 5 meters tall. At the nearest entrance stood 8 Aini men in red robes. Terico unsheathed the long, thin sword he had taken from Febraz's tent. Be careful, Juja said. I'd prefer we don't start killing off the leaders of the Aini's largest city. We can't just let them control the people like this, Terico said. Let's see if we can figure out precisely what's going on first, Juja said. Don't you find it strange, for example, that the council members are the ones that are armed? Normally they'd leave this sort of work to trained guards. It was a good point, and it did make the whole situation a level stranger. If the council was controlling all the Aini, wouldn't they force guards to protect their base of operations? And for that matter, why wouldn't they have all the civilians perform some kind of work for them? Everyone was just mindless for some reason. Perhaps the Elpis was tampered with, and this was just how everything ended up somehow. Right then, Borley said. We'll just have to knock them out cold then. He took out some metal knuckle gloves from his pockets and slipped them on over his fists. The metal covered both his knuckles and his palm, giving him something to grip onto. Terico noticed a small orange Nexi stone embedded in the palm of each of the fighting gloves, a setup that could prove quite lethal when activated. Don't use those Nexi stones, Terico said. You might punch a hole straight through these Aini. Worry not, Terico my boy, Borley said. My control over these Nexi is flawless. I'm afraid I don't have any Nexi, Quito said. Here, you can use this, Terico said, handing the boy his green Nexi. Terico had been given a light blue one that he could fall back to in case his sword wasn't enough. Just keep a safe distance away from them. Once everyone was ready, Terico charged down the path to the main street and on toward the entryway, a large open arc carved into the thick fence. Ario, Borley, Juja, and Quito followed from behind, raising their weapons and Nexi stones. A moment later, the red-robed Aini unsheathed their long, pointed daggers. Several of them took out Nexi stones of their own. 2 of them fired streams of water, and a third shot a series of vines. Terico slashed away at the vines while the others got out of the way of the jets of water. One of the Aini turned his blast of water toward Ario, who raised her tan Nexi and released a torrent of dirt from the stone. It formed into a barrier and deflected the water away. At the same time, Borley reached the nearest council member and punched away the man's dagger. Terico pushed through the vines and ducked beneath a blast of water. Another set of vines rushed past him from behind, and he realized these were Quito's vines, heading toward the group of council members. An Aini immediately shot off fire from a red Nexi, engulfing the vines in flames. Terico quickly cut off Quito's vines before the fire could rush down to burn the child. Juja ran past Terico and slammed his sword against the dagger of the largest Aini. As the Aini slipped out a tan Nexi to fire at Juja, Borley leaped in front of Terico and punched the Aini in the head, knocking him out cold. Borley turned to the next closest Aini, avoided the man's dagger swing, and landed a solid punch into the Aini's stomach. The Ani stumbled back a bit, a thin yellow glow around his body revealing the protective barrier he had activated with a yellow Nexi. Bawley caused his right fist to glow orange, then slammed it again into the enemy's stomach. The Ani flew back several meters before rolling backward against the stone ground several times, finally lying flat on his stomach in an unconscious heap. Another council member pushed through to Terico and jabbed his dagger for Terico's chest. Terico parried the attack, then slammed the flat side of his sword against the man's arm, knocking away the enemy's dagger. With his free hand, Terico slipped out his light blue Nexi and shot off a gust of frozen wind at the Ani councillor. One Ani threw his dagger at Terico, who turned in time to swat it away with his own blade. Two council members rushed for him from either side, one with a dagger glowing bright orange. A third Ani aimed a red Nexi for him. Bawley rammed a shoulder against one Ani, while Ario wrapped an arm around the second Ani's neck. While Bawley fought off the Ani wielding the Nexus-strengthened blade, Ario forced the other Ani down to the ground, and briefly lengthened her claws to bat away the man's dagger. She forced her fingernails back to normal before Bawley could notice. At the same time, Terico fought off the blasts of fire with bursts of cold air from his light blue Nexi. While Terico fended the Ani off, Kitoa's vine slunk across the ground. They wrapped around the Ani's feet, then pulled against the councillor, slamming him to the ground. The back of his head impacted the stone floor, knocking him unconscious. Juja pushed a white Nexi against the face of another Ani, and managed to knock the man out cold with his sword's hilt while he released a burst of light from the Nexi stone. Soon enough all of the red-robed Ani were taken care of, and Terico and his companions were able to catch their breath. One Ani was still conscious, and Terico bent down to one knee in order to speak with him. "What are you people doing here?" Terico asked. "Why are you controlling everyone in the city?" The councillor gazed toward the sea above, his eyes unmoving. "Why are all the civilians mindless?" Terico yelled. But still the man didn't respond. He was just as unresponsive as everyone else in Versa. "It seems the councillors are under control as well," Juja said. "I'm not sure why they would be capable of fighting like this, but not be able to speak. Or even seem to realize what's going on," Terico said. He pushed the man back down and sighed. Nothing about this city was making any sense. Bawley picked up one of the Nexi stones the councillors had used. "Spoils of war, at least?" "Not necessarily," Juja said. He picked one up and looked it over. "There's a small triangle scratched into this one. It's a method people can use to ensure that only one individual can use a particular Nexi stone. A way to keep enemies from using your own Nexi against you. It looks like they're all marked like that," Bawley said, looking over a couple more. He held up a dark blue one and tried using it, but no water came out. "We'll just have to keep fighting with what we have," Terico said. "Let's make our way inside before more councillors show up." Once they were ready, they hurried down the path leading to the main entryway into the building. The doors were several meters tall and made of a thick metal. It was locked, and the councillors didn't have any keys when Terico and his associates checked the pockets of the red-robed councillors. "I can handle this," Bawley said, raising a fist back as far as he could manage. Everyone stepped back. Worried the doors were going to shatter into 1,000 jagged metal shards, Terico led the others back a good 10 meters or so while Bawley readied his massive punch. The captain's right fist glowed an illuminating orange, shining too bright for Terico to look directly into. Bawley bashed his fist against the thin crease where the two doors met, pounding his arm straight through. The doors bent inward with a brief screech, forming an opening just large enough for Bawley to walk through when ducked down a bit. The effect was a bit anticlimactic, but it worked nonetheless. The five entered the building and walked quickly down the main hallway. To either side of them were blue statues of Ani men and women, the sculptures curiously wearing actual red robes just as the real Ani councillors did. The floors were of the same material as the paths outside, though there was much more of an echo in this hallway. Terico thought the building in general had the smell of strong scented soaps, but he could never find where the smell was coming from. When they spotted Ani in red robes approaching from connecting hallways, they usually managed to slip into a room in time to avoid having to dispose of the Ani counselors. Eventually, they reached the central room of the main hallway, which was a large square room that housed a single long table. It was oval-shaped and shined a glossy black. Surrounding the table were what Terico guessed to be about 50 light grey chairs. Other than the table and chairs, there was nothing in the giant room but tall, empty white walls. The door on the opposite side of the room opened, and a large Ani man in red robes walked in. He carried a staff with a large indigo Nexi at the end of it, with a pink Nexi embedded just beneath it. He also wore a golden vest draped over his shoulders, perhaps marking him as the head of the city's council. A dozen red-robed Ani followed him in, silently forming 2 lines of 6 to either side of him. The council leader approached Terico and his companions, his staff echoing a hollow thump with every second step. The Ani man gave a calm smile when he stopped about 10 meters away from Terico. "Good evening, visitors. What brings you to my quiet, peaceful city?" At first Terico thought this Ani was a portly man, but on closer inspection he seemed much buffer than he first appeared. The man was bald, but had a black goatee, dark brown eyes, and a deep, powerful voice. "What happened here?" Terico asked. "How come you can talk just fine?" Juja pointed toward the Nexi at the end of the man's staff. "He has everyone's souls, I imagine. Though how he got it to work on Ani, I can't really guess." Now, the large Ani said. "Let me first welcome you to my fine city and introduce you to the new order that has been established." He raised a hand to the side. "I am Ganto, the Emperor of Versa. The Grand Council of Traitors are now under my command, and through them, this entire city of fools obeys my every whim. The latent energy within every Ani flows from the civilians, to the councillors, and onto me, rendering me much more than an emperor. I am an invincible god." Terico unsheathed his sword. "So you're controlling everyone? For some mad lust for power?" Ganto looked unperturbed by Terico's raised weapon. "For the improvement of society. How many other cities can claim to have no crime, no hunger, and no sadness? Nobody fights. And nobody gets hurt. And when anyone seeks to disrupt this utopia, I can simply strike down our foes with my unlimited supply of Nexi. Quite the improvement from the Grand Council's ways. Pretend there is nothing amiss in the world. Act like there are no threats to our people. Dismiss any notion that something terrible could ever happen to this city. And never, ever take action. Not one of these councillors would heed my warnings. Not once, not even for a second, did they consider what I had to say." He pointed his staff to some of the councillors to either side of him. "But look at them now. Now they listen. Now they take action. Now they actually do something for this city." Though Ganto looked about as composed as one could probably hope for in a leader, Terico couldn't help but think the man had gone completely mad. "That is the situation in Versa," Ganto concluded. "We have achieved a peace unrivaled in all the world. You may return to wherever you are from in order to share this news with others, but I'll have to ask that you don't come back here. There is no need for outsiders in Versa. We can't risk this city getting contaminated by the troubles of the outside world." "Okay," Terico said. That was probably the most ridiculous little speech I have ever heard in my life. "Can I bash this guy's skull in?" Bawley asked, raising his fists. "I'm afraid he'll open his mouth and start talking again." Juja sighed as he unsheathed his sword. "So much for talking things through. We could have at least found out a thing or two about how his power works." Ganto frowned and raised his staff toward Terico. "So you all have a death wish, it seems. My judgment will be swift and just." He slammed the end of the staff against the ground, and his whole body became enveloped in pink and indigo light. The glow steadily grew brighter, and it quickly turned impossible to see Ganto within the light at all. The pink and indigo mass shifted, growing larger and larger. It grew several meters wide, then almost a dozen meters tall, nearly reaching the top of the building. "What's going on?" Terico asked. "He's using the power accumulated from the Ani souls via the indigo stone," Juja said, "and activating the pink stone for some kind of transformative power. He's turning into something. Some of the most powerful Ani are capable of transforming into creatures," Keto said. "But this is big." Terico and the others had to take a few steps back to put some distance between them and the steadily growing mass of light. An ear-splitting roar emanated from the glow, the roar of some terrible, giant beast. Terico had dealt with monsters before, but never one this large. The plant monster he had fought with his father Unturun was big, but the thing looming within this foreign light was even larger. Once the glow faded, Terico stared up at a massive, lumbering dragon. It was a dark blue creature with clawed, bat-winged arms and bony legs that bent at 3 points. The dragon hunched down to leer its long head toward Terico. The creature as a whole was grotesquely muscular, and a giant fin at least 3 times Terico's size grew from the beast's back, giving it a vaguely amphibious appearance. The beast's tiny red eyes leered down toward Terico. It grinned a long smile that stretched far down either side of its face, reaching back to its beefy neck. There had to be well over 100 needle-like teeth running up and down the beast's jaw. "Perish," Ganto said, his voice much deeper and louder in his dragon form. He lunged for Terico, who leaped to the side and bashed his sword against the dragon's neck. The blade bounced off the beast's tough scales, not even leaving a scratch. Ganto swung his head against Terico, flinging him back onto the table. Bally rushed for the other side of Ganto's head and landed an orange Nexi-powered punch against him. The dragon was only slightly deterred and quickly turned its giant maw toward Bally. Arya ran to Bally and pushed him out of the way just as Ganto released a massive blast of fire from his mouth. The fire scarred the floor's black, even melting part of the stone away, and blew a hole in the wall. It even scorched the wall on the opposite side of the adjacent hall. Terico pushed himself up and ran to Ganto's left leg. He took out his light blue Nexi and blasted cold air at the dragon. Ganto turned and simply flung his long, winged arm down at Terico. With only a moment to react, Terico leaped against the sharp, webbed wing and slammed his sword into it. He held onto the sword to keep from being thrown back through the air. Keto sent vines toward the dragon's snout, perhaps hoping to clasp Ganto's mouth shut, but the beast released another burst of fire, the power of the blast strong enough to send sweat rushing down Terico's body and even blind him for a moment. A brief glimpse above Ganto's shifting wing showed Terico that Juja had grabbed Keto with some vines of his own, saving the Ani boy from Ganto's fiery inferno. Terico saw Ganto was hardly even feeling the blade piercing his wing, so he forced his feet against it and pulled his blade out. Terico landed on his feet and tried shooting another gust of cold air at the dragon's feet, in hopes of freezing it to the ground. The air in the room was far too hot for it to have much effect though, and Ganto was quick to adjust his footing and face Terico again. Bally slammed a punch against Ganto's right leg, but the dragon immediately kicked him aside, knocking him back against the far wall. He slumped to the ground, groaning from the pain. While Juja shot off a jet of water from a dark blue Nexi at Ganto's neck, Arya ran up the dragon's tail and forced her claws to lengthen. The dragon leaned hard to the right and slammed back a winged arm toward her, but she slammed her claws into the dragon's back and leaned behind the other side of the tall, arcing fin of the beast. Terico ran in front of Ganto and slammed the end of his blade into the dragon's chest. The hard scales protected the dragon here as well, but Terico felt he found a weak point in the beast's armor. He ripped his sword back out and rolled away from Ganto's swinging left arm. Terico avoided the curved claws running along the top of the wing, but was bashed against the ground by the wing itself. Terico forced himself back to his feet and slammed his sword for the same point he had attacked before, hoping to penetrate the beast's insides. Ganto ran forward just as Terico swung his blade. Terico fell backward and barely managed to keep hold of his sword. Just before Ganto could trample over Terico, Juja shot a blast of water at Terico, shoving him just to the side of Ganto's giant clawed foot. His whole body bruised and beaten, Terico struggled to get to his feet. he looked up and found Ario making her way up the rest of the dragon's back. She reached the back of Ganto's neck and slammed her claws into it. The claws pierced into the beast's neck, but weren't long enough to reach through to the other side. Ganto thrashed his neck back and forth to shake Ario off. She gripped her feet hard against Ganto's scales, but her claws slipped out and she fell back, crashing onto the table and tumbling against a chair. All of their attacks were having little effect on the beast. It was only a matter of time before Ganto flattened them, or burned them into ashes. "Juja, the Elpis!" Terico yelled. "Use it now!" Ganto breathed fire toward the old man, who shot a blast of water against the fire. Walls of flame flew past Juja on either side of him, his stream of water just barely strong enough to hold back the blinding flames directly in front of him. "I can't!" Juja yelled back. "Only you can." Keto ran toward the back of the dragon and released a wide stream of vines for Ganto's back. The dragon swung his long tail against Keto before the boy could react. He rolled several meters away, losing the Nexi stone in the process. Everyone was getting beaten down, and Terico was in poor condition to fight this oversized beast. "Throw it to me, Juja! Now! It's too dangerous, boy!" Juja yelled. The dragon lunged for Juja, snapping its 100 teeth for the man's head. Juja leaped aside and jumped over the melted portions of the floor. Terico knew Juja was referring to the torture the Elpis put Terico through back in the underwater city, but he was just going to have to deal with the pain and get a firm grasp of the Elpis stone's power. "This dragon's more dangerous. Now hand it over." At last Juja relented, throwing the glowing fragment straight to Terico's open hand. Terico immediately felt the surge of energy heal his wounds, filling his entire body with an incomparable vigor. He felt his hair lengthen, his vision turn clearer, his joints loosen, and his muscles strengthen. Glancing at his hands, he saw his skin turn a light gray, and his clothes turn black with gleaming gold trimming. Swirls of glowing light enveloped him, shifting through all the colors of the Elpis. The dragon leaned its head back from Terico a bit, surprised by the power emanating from Terico's body. "These pests! Kill them all!" At Ganto's command, the 12 council members raised their daggers, split into 3 groups, and ran toward Borli, Keto, and Ario. The dragon then turned to Juja, who wearily raised his sword and a dark blue Nexi. Terico suddenly needed to be at 4 places at once. He flew to Keto, the one closest to the mindless council members. Terico raised the Elpis toward the 4 Ani and blinded them with a burst of white light. Without stopping, Terico flew on to Borli's position, and with his sword charged with dark blue energy, Terico swung a violent wave of rushing water against the 4 councillors. Terico immediately flew back toward the long council table, slamming through the 4 blinded Ani near Keto in the process. Before the 4 remaining councillors could reach Ario, Terico held the Elpis toward them and blasted a torrent of brown swamp material at them, stopping them dead in their tracks, and covering them so they couldn't use a Nexi against Ario. Terico instantly turned to Juja and shot toward him. Ganto snapped his teeth at Juja, who stepped to the side and slammed his sword into the dragon's right eye. Terico expected the beast to lean back, roaring in pain. Ganto leaned his head down and bit off Juja's head. The dragon sank his teeth all the way to Juja's chest, tearing down to his heart and severing off Juja's left arm. Screaming, Terico bashed his sword into the side of Ganto's head, charging the blade with all the orange Nexi energy he could muster. The dragon still didn't cry out in pain. Ganto thrashed his neck back and forth until he managed to throw Terico off of him. Terico kept a firm grip on his sword, and managed to keep afloat in the air. He could feel the Nexi element starting to erupt all throughout his body. At one moment it felt as if his organs were melting from a great oven, the next moment his insides felt frozen, and the next moment he felt wound up in vines forcing the very breath out of him. Terico fought back the torment and flew back down for the dragon. Most of the redrobed Ani were back on their feet, but so were Borli, Ario, and Keto, albeit shakily. Terico needed to kill Ganto immediately. This would all end with Ganto dead. I will find your weakness!" Terico screamed. He forced white sparks of light to emanate from his sword, powered by the lightning of the white Nexi. Ganto turned and exhaled a gigantic ball of fire. Terico dove beneath it, then blasted straight for Ganto's chest, his sword raised straight forward. Like a strike of lightning, Terico shot for Ganto's heart. The sword pierced through the dragon's scales, but Ganto still didn't cry out in pain. The beast clawed at Terico with his long, thin arms. Terico ripped out his sword and dodged Ganto's attacks. Have to kill him, Terico thought, his entire body engulfed with blinding, ravenous pain. Have to kill him now. Screaming, he forced his sword to turn silver. Feather markings shifted rapidly within the blade, and Terico felt the jagged tips of the feathers tearing apart his insides, slitting open his esophagus, thrashing apart his intestines, scraping against his bones, clipping his muscles into pieces. His head pounding and his eyes streaming with tears, Terico sunk the silver-charged sword into the dragon's neck. Ganto roared, but began thrashing about once again. Before Ganto could grab Terico with his decrepit clawed hands, Terico released purple Nexi energy into his sword. The blade vibrated furiously, tearing deeper and deeper into the dragon's neck. Terico shoved the blade left and right, in and out. The sword screeched against scales and released torrents of blood as it dug through layers of thick muscle. Terico avoided Ganto's swipe and continued swinging the vibrating purple sword further into the dragon's neck. With one last burst of Elpis energy, Terico reactivated the silver Nexi power while continuing to pour purple Nexi into every jab of his blade. His head felt like it was going to rip apart in an explosive headache, but Terico pushed his blade through the other side of Ganto's neck. Screaming in agony, Terico swung to the right, tearing through skin, muscle, and bone. While still powering the blade with silver and purple Nexi energy, Terico swung back to the left, slicing through the rest of the gigantic dragon head. Ganto's severed head fell to the ground, and the rest of the dragon's monstrous body fell to a heap behind it. The madman's staff slid out of the dragon's open jaw, the two Nexi stones still glowing bright. Terico fell down as well, dropping his sword but keeping a firm grip on the Elpis stone. Though the transformation he went through had dissipated, he couldn't stop shaking. Couldn't get himself to stand back up. Couldn't see. Couldn't move on his own. Couldn't even breathe. He could hear Borley, Ario, and Quito continuing to fight the Aini counselors. But why were they still fighting? With Ganto dead, they should be back to normal. At last Terico's blurry vision returned to normal, and though he was still trembling uncontrollably, he managed to get on his knees and grab the hilt of his sword, which was back to its normal color. Terico looked to Ario, finding her clawing away some vines released by one of the red-robed Aini. Quito leaped atop the back of another one, and Borley blocked the thrust of another Aini's dagger. Each of the counselors dropped to the floor simultaneously, blood rushing from their mouths. They gagged on their own blood, and in seconds turned silent and still. They all simply died, seemingly for no reason at all. The door behind Terico opened. He turned to find a tall, hooded figure in black armor stepping into the wrecked council room. The man wasn't Aini, he was human. They say imitation is the greatest form of flattery, called a familiar voice. Though I have to say, it is amusing to see you killing others with the same skills I used to kill your parents and everyone else in that shoddy cathedral. Delkel. Terico widened his eyes and leaped to his feet. He raised his sword and gripped his Elpis fragment tight. The man who murdered his parents, destroyed his village, and brought an end to everything good in Terico's life. Delkel Shire stood just a few meters in front of him. The man flipped back his hood, revealing a thin, all-knowing smile. Staring at this man replayed the entire tragedy of Edeliston in Terico's head. It all came down to this. First things first, Delkel said, raising a green Nexi stone. Vine shot across the room and into the open neck of Ganto's dragon corpse. Terico considered running over to cut apart the vines, but within seconds they squirmed through Ganto's insides and ripped out what Delkel was looking for. It was a small, golden Nexi stone, sometimes called pathfinders, thanks to their ability to lead people to what they were seeking. Terico only knew it from tales of legend. Perfect! Perfect! Delkel caused his vines to slide back into his green Nexi, zipping the gold one straight back to him. He clenched both Nexi stones and dropped them into his pocket. All those Ani, and that inner Nexi energy they mentally possess and generate. From the civilians that supply the energy, to the counselors that refine the energy, and onto my puppet dictator, who never even realized I had this gold stone growing inside his body, powered by the Ani of an entire city. He turned to Terico and grinned, unable to contain his sheer glee in the situation. Likewise, thank you for doing everything I've intended for you to do, Terico. My golden Nexi is already leading me to the remaining Elpis fragments, and in my mind I can see it as clearly as I see it now, resting right there in your clenched fist. You've been a very helpful boy, Terico. But your usefulness has finally ended. He held up an Elpis fragment, causing shifting colors of light to glow all around him. His eyes turned entirely black, save for small white pupils, staring straight at the Elpis piece Terico held. The entire council room filled with light, a glow that constantly changed color. A whirlwind engulfed the chamber, and Terico struggled to keep from falling back. Accessing the power of his Elpis fragment, Delkel transformed into a demonic personage. His skin turned light gray, while his hair and scar turned a blinding white. His clothes and armor also changed in appearance. First they turned black, then gained thin, swirling white patterns. It was an imposing sight, and Terico didn't like the idea that he looked similar to this when he used his own Elpis fragment. He was going to have to access its power once more though. This was, after all, the very reason he had gone to all the effort of finding the Elpis in the first place. It was time to use its power to destroy Delkel. It was time for Terico to have his revenge. He forced the energy of the Elpis to flow through his body. Though it strained him to access the power again so soon, Terico wasn't going to let himself back down now. In an instant, Terico felt his body shift back to the painful form he took when he fought off Ganto. It felt as if something was clawing away at his throat from inside, and for a couple seconds his body felt entirely drained of life, nearly sending him to his hands and knees. He barely managed to keep on his feet though, and to keep his sword gripped in his hand. Terico pointed his blade at Delkel, focused all his thoughts on killing the man who destroyed everything his life had entailed. Delkel laughed. You can hardly even stand, and yet you wish to oppose me? You killed them, Terico said, his voice louder than he expected it would be. My parents. You killed them right in front of me. You didn't notice, but I was there. Ah, but I did notice. Delkel yelled. I left you alive on purpose. Your father knew where the Elpis fragment in Edeliston was, so I thought perhaps you might know too. And if not, I knew that old man assigned to watch over you would probably help you find it. My Brotherhood was struggling to locate the Elpis there, so I decided to set up a little backup plan. And just as I hoped, you came straight to me as soon as you obtained it. It will only be a matter of days now before I have all 4 pieces of the Elpis. Terico swung his sword at Delkel, releasing a blast of white lightning. Delkel instantly caused a barrier of earth to emerge from his Elpis and protect himself. The lightning burst the dirt wall apart, and Delkel walked toward Terico, completely unfazed by Terico's attack. For a second it felt as if Terico's entire body had filled up with squirming worms, and he stumbled back from the strange, sudden torment. Before he could recover, his Elpis fragment began to burn his hand, as if Terico were gripping a white-hot coal from a fiery furnace. He screamed and nearly dropped the Elpis on instinct, but he forced himself to keep a firm grip on it. There was no way he was going to let Delkel steal it from him. I can make the same deal I tried to make with your father, Delkel said, continuing to walk casually toward Terico. Give me the Elpis, and there will be no need for me to kill you or your friends over there. Terico glanced back at Ario, Borley, and Quito, who had gathered a few meters behind him. They were in no condition to keep fighting, and really neither was Terico. But he couldn't just run away. He couldn't just do nothing. Not again. Ignoring the pain pulsing through his body, Terico ran toward Delcal. With the flick of his wrist, Delcal caused a long lance made of silver feathers to slide out of his Elpis stone. It launched at Terico, who accessed yellow energy from his Elpis to create a protective barrier around his body. The tip of the lance deflected off his forehead, and Terico swung his blade to erupt a wave of flames toward Delcal. Delcal immediately flew upward to avoid the fire. A large blast of water shot at him, which he barely avoided. Terico turned and realized the water came from the Nexi stone in Ball's headpiece. Delcal tilted his body and dived away from the thick jet of water, unknowingly heading straight for a formation of dirt quickly shifting into a giant hand. Delcal spun in place at the last moment and swung his silver-glowing sword through the earthen fingers encircling him. Vines from Quito's Nexi stone rushed for Delcal's feet, and for a couple seconds Delcal stumbled through them a bit before slicing them apart with silver feathers jetting out of his blade. Terico sprinted toward Delcal again, and watched as the man struggled to keep to his feet. Delcal groaned as about a dozen silver feathers tore out of his flesh at random points, releasing tiny streams of blood to flow across the pallid floor. He was suffering from the Elpis as well. For a second Terico felt as if his body was cracking apart like broken glass, and it surprised him that he didn't fall straight to the ground. But he kept pushing forward, while Delcal fell into a strange, high-pitched coughing fit. Screaming from the surge of energy emanating from his body, Terico forced his sword to glow orange, then charge with sparks of white light, just as he saw his father do. He leaped toward Delcal, flying several meters in the process, and swung his blade with all the power he could possibly contain within it. Delcal stood straight again at the last second, his eyes entirely white and searing. A sphere of dark purple energy burst in all directions from Delcal's Elpis, flipping all the chairs and the massive table behind him, and sending Terico flying back all the way to the far wall of the building, several meters past Ganto's dead dragon body. The blast knocked Terico's sword away, but he managed to keep a firm grasp on his Elpis stone. Terico fought to stand up again, but his limbs felt light, immaterial, as if his body didn't even exist. He knew he couldn't stop using the power of the Elpis as long as Delcal still wielded his own Elpis fragment, but Terico knew he would die if he went on much longer. "I'll keep going," he thought. "I can't stop now. I'll kill him, even if I have to die in the process." Ario, Bally, and Quito ran to Terico's position, while Delcal fell to his hands and knees. Delcal screamed for several seconds at a time, his body enveloped in a crackling, purple steam. Bally helped Terico to his feet, while Ario turned to Delcal and raised her tan Nexi stone. "We have to leave," she said. "The Brotherhood may already be overrunning the city and port. You can get the Elpis from Delcal later." "No!" Terico screamed. "Delcal is weakened." He shoved Bally aside and stumbled toward Delcal, raising his Elpis as best he could. His vision turned blurry, and for a moment he felt as if he would throw up all his insides at once. Terico groaned and fell to his knees, then fell to his face before he could find the strength to move his arms forward. "No, I can't stop here," Terico thought. "I have to kill him. Now!" Terico pushed himself back to his feet, and looked up to find Delcal floating in the air again. Hundreds of silver feathers circled around Delcal continuously, as if he were surrounded by a whirlwind. Thick tendrils of purple light slid out of his Elpis stone, and pockets of loose purple energy snapped at random points around him, growing considerably louder with each crack. "It's no use, Terico," Delcal said. "You may have the blood necessary to use the Elpis, but you lack the will to use it well." Quito ran past Terico, raising a staff in the air. It was the staff Ganto had used. "Quito, wait!" Ario yelled. Indigo and pink light enveloped the small boy, shrouding him completely. The mass of light shifted, growing larger and larger, a sight Terico had just witnessed when Ganto. Just as Terico realized what was happening, he found himself staring up at a massive blue-scaled dragon, much like the one Ganto had turned into. Apparently, when the right Nexi stones were involved, an Ani could turn into such a creature. And if Quito was powerful enough to fend off the power that turned the rest of the city into mindless Nexi suppliers, then it made sense the boy would be capable of this kind of transformation as well. Quito blew a torrent of fire at Delcal, who sent all his floating feathers rushing straight for the massive dragon. The fire breath melted away all the silver feathers, and Delcal fell back to sending tendrils of the vibrating purple energy flying for Quito. The dragon beat away several of the tendrils with his long, bony arms and wide, bat-like wings, but Delcal produced many more tendrils and began pummeling the giant beast with snapping strikes of energy. Quito roared and nearly fell back, forcing Terico to fly out of the way before the dragon would step backward onto him. Delcal tried creating more of the violent purple energy, but floated down to the ground, dropping his sword and clenching his head with both hands. He still held on to his Elpis fragment, but yelled uncontrollably from a terrible pain infecting his mind. Terico grabbed his sword off the ground, then rushed back through the air, flying straight for Delcal. It was too difficult to place any Nexi energy into his sword, so Terico simply swung the metal blade at Delcal. Just before Terico could connect with the man's head, Delcal forced a large wing of silver feathers to burst out the side of his sword, blocking the attack. The wing bashed Terico in the side, knocking him back several meters. Ario and Bawley ran past Terico, sending a wave of hardened dirt and blasting a jet of water at Delcal. Flying backward, Delcal avoided the attacks, then turned toward the exit when Quito leaned down and released another wave of fire. Delcal fell to the ground and ran for the exit, groaning in pain from his Elpis use. He cut off his connection to the intense power, undoing the effects of his grotesque transformation. He pocketed his Elpis fragment and ran into the hallway before Terico could get back on his feet again. No! Terico thought, fighting to stand back up. He was exhausted, far more exhausted than he had ever felt in his life. I can't give up. I have the Elpis. But it was only a fragment. It wasn't the whole thing. That was the problem, he realized. He needed more of the Elpis. The power was too difficult to control well when it was broken apart like this. That was the point. Nobody would be able to do too much damage to the world while it was still fragmented. Even Delcal struggled to use the Elpis to its full potential. It's not over, Terico thought. I will find him again. Soon. If I don't find him, then he will come to me using his golden Nexi. And I'll be ready for him. I'll have more of the Elpis than him. And I'll kill him. I'll finally kill him. At last. I will kill him. It strained Delcal to even move, but he forced himself to keep running down the glass-walled hallway through the underwater city. He hated to leave behind a piece of the Elpis stone, but there was nothing he could do about it at this point. The power of his Elpis fragment had overwhelmed him, and it was too difficult to deal with 3 fighters and a dragon under such conditions. More importantly, the Aini of the city were likely starting to awake from their mindlessness, what with Ganto dead. The city guards would realize what happened, and find Delcal's airship stationed at the dock. The airship was well armed, but it wouldn't take long for Versa defenses to at least damage it. His Brotherhood wouldn't be able to destroy Versa the way they burned Edeliston to the ground, and the Aini masses could prove useful once again sometime in the future. The last thing Delcal needed was to be stuck in this city. And now that he had the golden Nexi, it wouldn't take long to locate the other 2 Elpis fragments. Delcal could always return to Terico to retrieve his Elpis later, preferably when Delcal had 3 of the other pieces. It's only a matter of time, Delcal thought as he made his way up the spiral staircase. After so many centuries, the Elpis will finally be whole again. The King of Fiefs will have no choice but to stand down then. No. I won't even give him the choice. He and every member of that royal court must pay with their blood. They have denied me. They have denied my father. They have denied my grandfather. For hundreds of years now, they have denied every rightful heir to the throne. Denied them even the chance to speak up on the matter. Outcast us. Forced us out of their fertile country and into a pitiful wasteland. None of us have forgotten the many injustices the Shires have had to suffer. None of us will just sit idly and let the fiefs have their way forever. It's finally time for retribution to be paid. It's time for all the decay and iniquity of the Thief's kingdom to crumble beneath my power. All these years of preparation will soon pay off. And at last I will claim my rightful place as king over all the land. He let his hatred for the Thief's kingdom drive him on up the stairway. Livid with rage against the iniquities of the thieves, Delcal planned all the steps he would take to bring down every single person associated with them. In his mind, he could clearly see himself powered by the infinite Nexi energies of the full Elpis. No army in all the world could stand against him then. I wish you were still here to see me now, Father, Delcal thought. To see my rise to power. The return of the Shires in all their former glory. But with the full Elpis, the glory of the Shires would be even greater than it had ever been. With this knowledge so deeply ingrained in Delcal's heart, there was no doubt in his mind that nothing would keep him from achieving his goals. His brother Audiobook would never consider challenging him again, for one thing. The ministers of his kingdom were easy to please, as long as his brotherhood continued to bring back riches from their conquests. And that foolish boy Terico would pose little threat. Delcal acknowledged Terico's power via the Elpis, but there was little mystery to that boy's mind. Delcal reached the portion of the city above ground, and hurried straight to the dock. There were already any out and about, but most still looked tired and confused. Delcal kept behind the crudely painted buildings so the civilians wouldn't notice him. It was simplest to just avoid the attention of the masses, and therefore keep the city guards from figuring out what had happened. He soon reached the dock, and caught sight of his airship already floating a ways in the air. Just as Delcal hoped, the captain was smart enough to raise the airship as soon as it was clear the Aini were in control of their own minds once more. Delcal ran past the confused civilians gathering at the dock, and pushed past the line of Aini standing on the pier. They were speaking amongst themselves, some of them asking questions about what had happened the last couple weeks, the others having difficulty remembering specifics. Amongst them were Aini pointing up at the giant dirigible, and Delcal noticed a couple yellow-uniformed guards running amongst the crowd. Delcal shoved his way through the yelling masses, and reached the end of the pier, where his airship was lowering a rope ladder for him to climb. He leaped off the pier, and grabbed onto the ladder, which quickly began to raise back up. The Aini cried out and pointed at him, but the city defenses hadn't gathered together yet. If Ganto was even a little intelligent, he would have confiscated and hidden the city's weaponry, just in case some of the Aini regained their self-awareness somehow. Once Delcal was pulled into the ship, he walked confidently past his Brotherhood followers and onto the bridge. Release fire Nexi on all the boats, Delcal ordered. As soon as the ships are burning, we leave this city. Terico had to have come to Versa by boat, and Delcal intended to keep him from getting near any other Elpis fragments. It was never Delcal's intention for the boy to obtain more than one piece of the Elpis, and it was vital at this point for Delcal to not take any more chances. He recognized his failure to retrieve the Elpis piece from Terico, and vowed to himself to kill the boy outright the next time they'd meet. The captain skillfully guided the airship over each of the tiny boats below, while members of the Brotherhood dropped red Nexi from openings in the back of the airship. Delcal leaned his head out a side window to watch each of the ships erupt into flames, the fires guided by the Brotherhood members dropping the stones. "Good," Delcal said. "Now lead the airship away before Versa defenses can begin launching Nexi at us." He kept an eye on the scene below. The civilians ran off in their predictable panic, but the guards were too slow to organize themselves for an effective counterattack. Most of the guards were probably still underwater, hurrying up the stairways to the upper city. Once the airship was a safe distance from the city, Delcal sat down on the central chair of the bridge, a tall, red-cushioned chair made of jagged whitewood, resting on a small raised dais. He took out his golden Nexi and smiled at its brilliant glow. "Show me where another Elpis fragment is," he thought. "One other than my own. One other than Terico's." Not even needing to close his eyes, Delcal could clearly see the capital city of the Thief's kingdom in his mind. An image of the castle appeared vividly in his head, followed by a hallway leading to an underground chamber. "TCH, of course," Delcal muttered. "They have a piece of the Elpis in their very castle. I wonder if even the king knows about it, though?" He sat up and slipped the gold-colored Nexi back in his pocket. It was going to take some effort to get his hands on that Elpis fragment, Delcal knew. He had an inside man working for him in the thief's castle, who would at least be able to help Delcal sneak into the premises. He would need more firepower to act as a sufficient diversion, however. Send carrier pigeons to each of our other airships in the area, Delcal ordered his second-in-command. We'll all meet together east of Yevil. There were 3 other Brotherhood airships conducting operations in this region. It would take a day at most for them to gather and prepare for the attack, and then it was only a matter of traveling to Setar, which wouldn't take long by airship. Audiobook's ship would also have the Death Bird, which Delcal could use to fly down to the castle with. As long as Delcal used each of his pawns correctly, there would be little trouble for him in obtaining this piece of the Elpis. The thought of the power that 2 pieces would bring him filled him with confidence. What chance would the castle's royal guard have against him then? Delcal smiled at the possibilities the Elpis would further bring to him. Once in Setar, we will make clear our intentions for the thief's kingdom. Terico awoke and found a dark night sky above him. He was lying on a thin mattress, and his body felt like it had been crushed by an avalanche of boulders. A splitting headache turned his vision blurry, and for several minutes Terico simply stared at the spinning sky, half hoping to die. "Are you awake, Terico?" It was Kito's voice, but Terico couldn't bother to move his head to look at him. "Somewhat," Terico said, barely managing a whisper. Speaking was painful, filling his throat with needles. "We were worried," Kito said. "You hardly moved at all when Bally carried you up. We thought you might have used the Elpis too much." Terico didn't respond. If anything, he wished he used it a little more. If only he was a little more powerful, he would have been able to bring Delcal down. "He's gone, I'm afraid," Kito said, as if reading Terico's mind. "That man you were fighting escaped in an airship, it sounds like." "Why aren't we on the boat?" Terico said. Glancing around, he could see Annie walking around and talking with one another. "It burned down," Kito said. "All the boats in the dock were set on fire." Terico shut his eyes and gritted his teeth. He tried to clench his fists as well, but his arms were too sore to even move. "Delcal, everything you do." "The Elpis," Terico said. "Do I have it?" "Yes," Kito said. The boy knelt down beside Terico so he could see him. "I'm assuming you mean the rock glowing different colors. The one you used to gain all those strange powers." "It's a piece of the Elpis," Terico said. "But it didn't matter anymore, did it?" It would be a long time before Terico got off this island. With everything in the dock up in flames, Terico was stuck in Versa until another ship came. Juja's book on the Elpis probably burned to ashes along with Baller's ship. And even if it survived, Juja wasn't around anymore to interpret all its data. On top of this, Delcal now had a Nexi that would lead him straight to the remaining pieces of the Elpis. Delcal and his legions of Brotherhood followers would obtain 3 pieces, and then head straight back to Terico. And what would he do then? 3 pieces of the Elpis would render Delcal's power much greater and much more stable than Terico's. As determined as Terico was to kill Delcal, he knew he would be no match for Delcal under such circumstances. "Juja, why did you have to die, old man? You were the only one of us who knew what we were doing. And all this time, I always questioned what you wanted out of all this. Why? Why did it have to end like this? I never understood why you helped me with this. Why you were willing to risk your life for this, or give up your life for this. From the moment Edeliston burned down, he was there for me. Juja never turned against me. Even when he had the Elpis fragment for himself, he waited for me to come back to him. So why? Why couldn't I help him when he needed me most? Why couldn't I save him? Even with the power of the Elpis. Why are my efforts never enough? There had to be more Terico could do. He couldn't let Juja's death be for nothing. If there was a way to get off this island, he was going to find it, and he was going to act immediately. Even though he couldn't move, he was going to at least sort things out. "The city," Terico said. "Is everything back to normal?" "Yes," Keto said. "It's kind of surprising, actually. Everyone's trying to figure out what they've been doing the last couple weeks, and there is a lot of worry about the Grand Council, but otherwise everyone is just getting back to their homes, having their suppers, going to bed. This is my family's house here. My parents are lending mattresses for everyone." "Your family?" "Yes, it's just me and my parents. We're all fine, same with Borley and Ario." "Where are they?" Terico asked. He hadn't heard Borley or Ario at all since he woke up. "They're here," Keto said. He helped Terico sit up so he could see them. It made Terico wince to sit up, but he managed to keep from crying out in pain. Ario was sitting on a mattress, her legs brought up to her chest, and her arms wrapped around her legs. Borley lay on his side on another mattress, his elbow against the ground, and his head propped up in his palm. The two were staring off into opposite directions. "Something wrong with them?" Terico asked. "Well," Keto's voice rose a bit. "I think they're upset." "Yeah," Borley said. "Upset? Okay, angry then," Keto said under his breath. "I think I'm missing something," Terico said. Borley sat up straight and faced Terico with a grim expression. "Oh, you don't know?" He raised an eyebrow and frowned deeply, then leaned back and raised a rigid arm, pointing at Ario. "She's a conniving, blood-sucking vampire." Terico sighed. "Yes, she's a vampire. But she's perfectly fine. She won't bite you." Terico understood that most people didn't have much experience around vampires, and he himself had plenty of misconceptions about them until he actually went to Istal. There were plenty of bad vampires out there, of course, but there were plenty of good ones too. It now seemed a bit ridiculous for people to react in the sort of way Borley was. "I don't know," Ario said, shutting her eyes. "If he goes off on another yelling rampage, I might suck him dry to get him to shut up about it." Borley stood up and raised his arms in the air. "You lied to me. I came here for you, you know. And then, from out of nowhere, you're fighting that dragon with these long vampiric claws. All this time you were a vampire. What you did was just wrong. I was willing to fight anything for you. I did fight anything for you. I fought mindless any politicians, a dragon, and a near-invincible demon man. And did I mention the dragon?" "Yes, and you nearly died," Ario said. "We know." "And for what?" Borley yelled. "For lies. You deceived me. All this time you've been deceiving me. All this time you were just playing with me, scheming against me, and all while I was interested in you." Ario gripped her legs tighter and tilted her head farther away from Borley. "If you were so interested in me, you should have at least noticed I was a vampire. The fact I ate nothing the entire boat trip should have been a good hint. You were in the sunlight, though," Borley said. "How was I supposed to know vampires could use a Nexi stone to go into the sunlight? Regardless, you should have at least admitted you were a vampire when I was talking about them." Ario looked back at Borley and stared wide-eyed. "It was obvious you hated vampires, so why would I tell you I'm a vampire?" "Obvious?" Terico said. "What do you mean?" "I didn't tell you about this," Borley said, "but my family was killed because of a vampire. They turned my brother into a vampire, and then he killed my parents. And then I killed him. And everything ended in one giant bloody mess. That's how it always goes when vampires are involved." "Are you trying to blame all this on me?" Ario asked. "I lost my boat because of you," Borley said. "That little boat was passed down from generation to generation in my family. It was all I had left after my parents and brother died. And now it's gone. Everything's gone." Terico could understand where Borley was coming from with this, but the arguing had to stop. It made sense for Ario to keep her identity a secret, so Terico couldn't blame her for that. Bawley just needed to accept Ario was a vampire and move on, because blaming her for his situation wasn't going to help anyone. "I'm sorry for your loss, Bawley," Terico said. "But you chose to come here with us. I realize you did not know the full story behind Ario, but you have to let it go. Try putting yourself in her place, if you can. Would you admit you were a vampire under her circumstances? It's not the thing you say when someone has let you know his family was killed by vampires. It's just too much to accept," Bawley said, shaking his head. "You could put yourself in my place as well, you know. I don't care if you think Ario is nice. There's no way to be certain with vampires." "Or anyone else," Terico said. "None of us here know that much about one another, after all. But we've just been through quite a bit together, haven't we?" "Yes," Ario said. "We have gone through a lot recently. More than I ever wanted to go through," Bawley said. Terico closed his eyes and just breathed for a bit, trying to alleviate the pain in his head as best he could. When he opened his eyes, he turned to Quito and nodded. "I'm sorry you had to see so much bloodshed today." "It's okay," Quito said. "I'm just glad the city is back to normal again. It was one positive outcome of this dark series of events." Terico smiled a bit, and Quito smiled as well. Even if Terico wasn't able to defeat Delcal or retrieve the Elpis piece, at least he was able to help Quito save the city. Quito had his parents again, and life could return to how it was once more. Perhaps it was still possible for Terico's life to return to how it was once more as well. He still clung to that hope, as small as it was. "About Juja?" Terico said, not sure how to word his questions. "We've buried him," Ario said. "But we kept his sword, and the items he brought with him." Ario let go of her legs and set them down flat in front of her, then grabbed a small pouch sitting beside her. She opened it and dumped its contents onto her mattress, revealing a few gleaming Nexi stones. One of them was a color Terico had never seen before. A teal Nexi. "What does the teal one do?" he asked. Ario tossed the stone to Terico, who was too weak to catch it in the air. It bounced off his shoulder and landed on the mattress, near his right hand. "Oh, you're still recovering," Ario said. "Are you going to be okay?" "I'm doing better," Terico said. "I'm just very sore, and very tired. And I have a bad headache. It will go away eventually. But right now I need to figure out how we're going to find the remaining Elpis fragments. If this teal Nexi will help us, I'm going to use it." He picked it up and slowly raised it in front of himself. Ario and Bawley both got up to get out of the way, just in case the stone released something dangerous. "Are you sure you should try it?" Bawley asked. "I mean, we're all recovering from the fight down in the council room, and you shouldn't drain yourself even further." "I don't feel so drained," Terico said. "Beaten up and weakened, yes. But the Elpis gave me the energy I needed to wield Nexi power. I need to find out what Juja's Nexi does. He never used it around me, but it must have some purpose if he always had it with him." He activated the power of the Nexi, causing it to glow a little brighter. Nothing came out of the stone, and Terico didn't feel his body affected in any way. "Is anything happening?" Bawley asked. "No," Terico said. He tried accessing the Nexi's power again, but still nothing seemed to happen. One moment, came a woman's voice. Terico looked around, but there wasn't anyone nearby, other than Ario, Bawley, and Quito. And that wasn't Ario's voice. It sounded a bit older, though the person it belonged to probably wasn't older, of course. "Who said that?" Bawley asked. He and Ario were glancing around as well. "I don't know," Terico said. "Okay. What is your status, Juja?" the woman asked. The voice was so close, but there was nobody there. Terico looked at the teal Nexi and wondered if somehow he had summoned a spirit that was speaking to him. The spirit had mistaken him for Juja, it seemed. I'm not Juja, Terico said. I'm Terico. But who is this? Are you a spirit? There was no response for 10, 20 seconds, and for a moment Terico worried the spirit left. If she had some connection with Juja, Terico intended to figure it out. Where is Juja? The woman asked, her voice consistently terse and to the point. Terico wasn't sure where to speak to, so he simply spoke out to the empty air in front of where he sat today. He has been killed, I'm afraid. How do you know Juja? He is dead. The woman said, a hint of sadness in her voice. She didn't say anything more. He died fighting in aid of the Brotherhood, Terico said. An Aini who worked with Delkal Shire. You are still in Versa. The woman's tone made it more like a statement than a question. We are, Terico said. But I still don't know who you are, or even what you are. I'm Terico Abisius, and I've been traveling with Juja in order to find the pieces of the Elpis stone, in the hopes of bringing down Delkal and the Brotherhood. Terico decided it didn't matter at this point if Borley and Keto knew the truth about his objectives, considering how they had witnessed the power of the Elpis firsthand. I know all about you, Terico, the voice said. Juja has kept me well informed for years now. For years? Terico asked. Allow me to explain, the woman said. My name is Rilv. I am the head servant of the fief's royal court, and commander of the kingdom generals. Juja was an operative of the royal court who reported directly to me. We corresponded through the use of teal Nexi stones. The teal Nexi is very rare, and the connection between each of them is strong enough to send one's voice from one stone to another. I am currently in the royal castle of Setar. So you're not a spirit, Terico said. And you're in Setar? It was incredulous, the very notion of speaking with someone all the way in Setar, the capital of Fief's kingdom. Of course, the Nexi made the impossible a reality, but Terico had never heard of a power like this before. It really sounded as if this woman, Rilv, was right there speaking with him. Yes, she said. I relay pertinent information to the king when needs be, but I am generally left to discern on my own what actions need to be taken to ensure the safety of the kingdom. Why was Juja watching over me? Terico asked. Why would I be important to the kingdom? At first Juja was primarily assigned to keep in touch with your father, Rilv said. Your father was stationed in Edeliston for the purpose of making sure nobody would ever locate the Elpis fragment below ground. My father worked for the royal court? Not officially. But it was in our interests to always be aware of his location. He was one of the few in the world capable of accessing the power of the Elpis. And as his son, you are also one of those few. In recent months, the ruling brothers of the Shire Kingdom have been seeking the Elpis fragments, and it has been important for the court to take effort in keeping the Shires from obtaining them. It was all so much for Terico to take in all at once, but one question jumped to his mind. If you knew all this, why was it Delkal and his men were able to march straight to our village and destroy it? If you knew all about the Elpis piece there, why didn't the Fief's army help protect it? We did not believe Delkal knew of the possibility of an Elpis fragment in Emosa Helena, Rilv said. And in hindsight, it was a mistake to not station more guards in Edeliston. However, we did not wish to draw attention to the village. On top of this, our country's armed forces have had to deal with many hit-and-run attacks staged by the Brotherhood in dozens of significant locations. I imagine you would be less familiar than most with the state of our kingdom in recent months, considering how remote of a location Edeliston was situated in. Terico didn't feel any better with how the Fief's kingdom had handled the situation with Delkal, but it was true he didn't have a good understanding of the country's state of affairs. So you know we have an Elpis piece, Terico said. Delkal also has one. And now he has a golden Nexi that will lead him to the other two. Time is of the essence then, Rilv said. We will need you to come to Setar as soon as possible. Our boat has been destroyed, unfortunately, Terico said. All the ships docked here were destroyed. A ship would take too long, Rilv said. We will send an airship to pick you up, along with any of your companions who wish to assist." An airship? This was precisely the sort of thing Terico wished to hear. "How soon can it arrive?" "A couple new operatives are currently traveling by airship not far from your location," Rilv said. "I have the means to speak with them via Nexi, and can ask them to pick you up within 7 hours. "That's perfect," Terico said. "What will I do in Setar, exactly?" "We have an Elpis fragment in our possession," Rilv said. "It is hidden in an undisclosed location, but can be brought out to you upon your arrival. Once we give you the fragment, our wish for you is to use the power of the Elpis for the sake of killing Delkal Shire. Doing so could prevent a full-scale attack on the capital, which we have reason to believe may ensue within the week." I have no problem with that," Terico said. It was a little troubling to think his goal to kill Delkal was precisely what the government wished him to do. In some ways, it felt like his whole life was being orchestrated by outsiders. Terico thought of his father, then of Juja, then of this unknown woman speaking to him. Everyone was connecting Terico to the royal court, a strange premise when there had never been anything in his life, or in all of Edeliston, that would concern the outside world, let alone the fief's governing rulers. "Good, I expect to meet you by tomorrow evening," Rilv said. "If there is nothing else, I have several matters of business to attend to." "Okay," Terico said, not sure what else he could add. The teal Nexi glowed a little dimmer, and the mysterious woman didn't say anything more. Terico felt his connection with the stone dissipate, and his whole body turned numb for a few seconds. He wasn't sure if this was an effect of using that particular Nexi, if he was still recovering from the Elpis poisoning, or if his body was just reacting from the shock of so many revelations all at once. So Juja worked for the royal court. And father was connected as well. And the kingdom has held an interest in me all this time. But why? I can use the Elpis, but why? And now he was going to be ferried by airship to the capital city. Straight to the royal castle. It was strange. Incredibly strange. Even after all the chaos Terico went through that day, this was still a lot to grasp. His thoughts turned back to the Elpis. Delkal could be heading straight to the capital in order to get his hands on the Elpis fragment held there. Rilv understood this, of course, but was she prepared to hold off the Brotherhood? Setar had to be the best defended city in the kingdom, and if the Elpis fragment was in the castle, it should be especially unlikely for Delkal to reach it. But there was no telling what Delkal had planned. The man had a piece of the Elpis himself. Perhaps he could just blast apart the castle all on his own, rampaging to his heart's content. There was nothing for Terico to do now but wait. The best thing to do would be to rest and recover from the pain his Elpis fragment caused him. "So we'll be heading to Setar," Bawley said. "I'll come along, if just to get back to fiefs." "I'll come too," Ario said. "I still wish to help." "Thanks," Terico said. "There's still a chance we can work this out. But at the very least, it won't be long before the rest of the Elpis fragments are obtained." Kitoa's parents arrived shortly thereafter, and Kito was able to explain the day's events to them. Terico thought the boys' parents took everything rather well, and was a bit surprised at how unsurprised they were when Kito detailed how he managed to keep control of his mind while the rest of the city fell prey to Ganto's power. Or when Kito explained how he used a Nexi stone to turn into a giant dragon. "You have done well," Kitoa's father said. He was an Aini about Terico's height, with wiry black hair and a thin, pointed mustache. He was dressed in robes with thick, multicolored stripes running vertically. He looked to Terico and smiled. Kito has always had a vibrant connection with Nexi energy. Even before he began his schooling, he had better control of Nexi stones than most adults. Kitoa's mother tousled the boy's thick white hair and took him by the shoulder. "What you did was very brave, Kito. We're so proud of you." Kitoa's mother was as short as her husband, but had long, wavy white hair, and wore a long red coat and black trousers. "It's thanks to him we were able to find Ganto," Terico said. "And he likely saved all our lives when he turned into a dragon." Quito looked to the ground, afraid to make eye contact with anyone. He whispered a thanks, but had a nervous frown on his face. "Shy lad," Bally said. Quito's father nodded. He's always been a quiet boy, but, as you might imagine, it is difficult to live a normal life when everyone sees you the way they see Quito. Terico could imagine there would be a great weight of responsibility, and an even greater weight of expectations. The fact Quito was largely responsible for saving the city would only add to this, Terico realized. "You'll probably keep quiet about all this then," Terico said. "It's up to Quito," the boy's mother said. "It seems nobody is certain about what happened since Ganto took over, so nobody has to know if he doesn't want anyone to." Quito didn't respond, but it was assumed he didn't want to let the city know of his role in saving everyone. Terico thought it was good of the boy to not seek any praise or reward, but felt a bit bad for him. There would likely come times when his assistance would be readily noticed, and there would only be more expectations and responsibilities for him to deal with. Choosing to not help everyone would lead to disdain and derailment, while choosing to help everyone would put him in constant danger. And all the while any of all ages would envy the boy's power, or seek ways to use Quito for their own purposes. Terico wondered if Quito had any friends in this city. It seemed that a child as powerful as Quito would be either feared or shunned. And given the boy's personality, Quito would likely just accept the poor treatment, rather than fight against it. "You are all probably hungry," Quito's father said. "How about I fix up something for all of you to eat?" "It sounds like you have a lot ahead of you," Quito's mother said. "Sorry there's no room for you all to sleep inside." "No need to apologize," Terico said. "We're just glad to have somewhere to recover." Quito's box-shaped house looked just big enough for perhaps 2 small rooms, Terico realized. It was fine for him and Ario and Bally to sleep outside, though. This area was secluded, and none of the Aini passing down the road in the distance noticed them there. While Quito and his parents busied themselves inside, Terico remained sitting up, fiddling with the Nexi stones Juja left behind. It was going to be difficult without Juja, but it seemed the old man still had a way of helping Terico know where to go next. As long as Rilv was trustworthy, there was hope Terico would be able to obtain the rest of the Elpis. Ario and Bally both sat on their mattresses in silence, simply thinking to themselves. Terico realized they probably just weren't going to be able to speak to each other again. It likely wouldn't be much longer before they parted ways, though Terico did wonder if they'd be able to work together if the situation called for their cooperation. There was a chance everyone would have to fight with the Brotherhood in order to obtain the Elpis peace in Setar. Quito and his parents returned with a plate of food for Terico and another for Bally. Ario explained that she had already eaten, so after a few rounds of reassuring them she wasn't hungry, Quito's parents relented and let her sit in peace. The meal was some kind of pinkish soup with chunks of fish and papery brown things floating around in it. Stirring it with his wide white spoon, Terico saw the soup was as thick as a stew, but cold, almost icy. Terico took a bite and nearly threw it back up on reflex. He gulped it down and took a couple deep breaths. "What is this, exactly?" "Needlefin salmon, runcuan, Nephilatipi seaweed, Mevarala snapper, and Plores," Quito's mother said. "We knew humans eat these fish, so we thought it would be a safe choice. Any chance we can have the fish cooked?" Bally asked. "Not to say we don't like this, or anything." "Oh, I heard this once," Quito's father said. "Humans always cook their food over a fire before eating it. Including fish." "Well, we cook fish," Terico said. "But we don't cook everything." The fact the Aini didn't know such a simple fact seemed difficult to believe, but he realized he didn't know a lot of basic things about the Aini, either. Quito's parents likely lived in Versa their entire lives, not so different from how Terico lived in Edeliston his whole life, until recently. Terico used a red Nexi stone to heat up the fish pieces on some rocks he washed off with a blue Nexi. Once the fish was cooked, he and Bally tried the soup again. The strangely colored liquid was still difficult to swallow, but the fish had a taste that was a bit unique, a bit juicier than the fish Terico had back at home. but it had a good taste to it. Once he finished eating, Terico lay back down on his mattress. The airship would likely arrive in about 6 hours, so he asked Kito's parents if they could wake him up in 5. Kito's parents said they weren't tired at all for some reason and agreed to wake Terico, Ario, and Bally up before the airship would arrive. They were glad to help in what small way they could, considering Terico and the others helped restore things as they were to the city at large. Terico fell asleep quickly, his thoughts drifting from Kito and what would be in store for him from now on, and then to Juja and all the things the old man had given up for Terico over the years. More and more people were becoming involved in Terico's quest for revenge, and Juja's words on the subject made Terico wonder if all this fighting would truly be worth it in the end. The road toward vengeance is a bloody one, and often connects to many other bloody roads, Juja had said. That's fine, Terico thought. I will accept the consequences. Turn the road into a sea, and I will dive in if I have to. Kito's parents woke Terico up just as they said they would. Terico felt far too tired to wake up, and the sight of stars still in the sky only seemed to make him more exhausted. Aria was already up, and Terico wondered if she had even gone to sleep at all. Now that Terico thought about it, he wasn't sure if Ario even needed to sleep. Kito walked out of the house and joined his parents. I guess this is goodbye then, Terico said. Thanks for all your help, Kito. Kito looked to the ground and didn't say anything. Is something wrong? Bally asked. We spoke with Kito, the father said, and we suggested to him that he go with you. Our city has been saved thanks to the 3 of you, and to your companion who died fighting Ganto. While you go on this quest to stop the Brotherhood, you would greatly benefit from Kito's assistance. Kito has already done more than enough for us, Terico said. We couldn't ask him to go with us. We'll be traveling a dangerous road. We believe Kito was meant to help you, the mother said. It is important in our city to repay our debts. If you are taking part in events that will change the world, it feels right that Kito would be there, helping. Of course, we leave it up to him, the father said. But that is our proposition, and our suggestion. All of this was about the last thing Terico expected a child's parents to say in such a situation. Did they really think Kito would be perfectly safe out there, traveling with strangers, fighting against dangerous enemies? Most parents would do everything they could to keep their child out of danger's way, Terico thought. Well, it probably wouldn't be for too long, and we'd bring you back home afterward, Terico said. But like I said, it won't be a safe journey, and I don't feel you're obligated to help us more than you already have. But I'll go ahead and ask anyways, if that's what your parents wish. Do you want to come with us? No, Kito said, looking to the side. Why? Kito's father asked. Most boys your age would be excited to help. I'm afraid, Kito said in a soft voice. I'm sorry, Kito's mother said, placing a hand on the boy's head. If you wish to stay, that's fine. What is it you're afraid of? The father asked. Kito looked to the ground for a few seconds before responding. It will be dangerous. I'm afraid of dying. But mostly I'm afraid of myself. I turned into a monster. I don't want to have so much power. Terico could understand what the child may have been thinking. Kito saw firsthand what a terrible man could do with the power to turn into a dragon. And he also saw said dragon die a grisly death at Terico's blade. The memories of that terrible fight would never leave that boy, but the fact that Kito turned into a dragon very similar to Ganto would make the experience even more harrowing. Kito knew what it felt like to house the strength of a massive beast, and to blow fire capable of melting through everything in its path. The sheer destruction Kito could bring was more than a boy like him would ever want to be capable of. As the father implied, Kito wasn't like most boys his age. I know what you mean, Kito, Terico said. If you remember, I also transformed when we fought Ganto and Delkel. It's a frightening transformation, and the power I wielded was probably more than any one person should ever have. But I kept hold of who I was. I knew what I was fighting for. And even though I looked different and felt different. Terico motioned to his heart. I wasn't different. And I think you are stronger than you think, Quito. And I don't mean strength as in Nexi power or ability to fight. You have the will to be precisely who you want to be. Quito looked up to Terico. The boy's eyes were open wide, and Terico noticed just how weathered and beaten down the child looked. It was clear Quito hadn't been able to sleep at all. You've been through a lot, Terico said. Choose for yourself what you do next, but just know that I think you're already a commendable Ani. Don't come with us because your parents want you to, or because your society expects you to. Just do what you wish. Quito nodded, and a faint smile crept up the sides of his thin lips. Thank you, Terico. I think I'll go with you. I'd like to see if I can find a good way to help more. Terico smiled, a part of him amazed that someone that young could be that selfless. Right, then. We'll wait for you to get what things you wish to bring. Quito returned to his home, and after a couple minutes came back with a small pack. He still had a worried look on his face, and Terico wondered how certain Quito actually was about coming with them. Perhaps it was impossible for the boy to be completely sure. How often was Terico completely sure of the choices he made? Quito had just gone 2 weeks on his own and had been all right, though, so perhaps he thought he'd be fine away from home for a while. Once his parents finished their goodbyes, Quito joined Terico, Ario, and Borley and headed down the city street to the dock. There weren't many Ani walking the street at this hour, but there were some crowds looking over the burnt-down boats and working to recover items and materials lost in the water. Unfortunately, Borley's entire little ship was lost to the sea, so there wasn't much chance of finding anything left intact. Terico and his companions kept a good distance away from all the Ani at the dock. They waited in silence for the airship to arrive, and it wasn't for another hour or so before it came into view. It was a small, clunky-looking dirigible. A loud mechanism of random metal parts, none of which seemed to match each other in color or texture. Terico led Ario, Borley, and Quito down an intact pier, where they awaited a rope ladder to lower from the airship. Once the ladder was down, Terico worked his way up the creaky ropes, a long, difficult climb in his exhausted state. There was a good wind that morning, and Terico had to keep still at times to maintain a strong grip. He soon made it to the top and grabbed a hand that reached out to help him aboard. Terico stepped into the dark, torchlit room and took a few seconds to catch his breath. He looked from the thin, slender arm he held and up to the face of this operative. It was Shorin. Terico could hardly believe his eyes. Standing just in front of him, holding his hand, was Shorin. The fact she was even alive was a miracle in and of itself, but to see her now, and here, of all places. Shorin, you're alive, Terico said, almost disbelieving his own words, even with her standing right there. Ever since the attack on Edeliston, he had expected the worst for Shorin. And in light of recent events, it felt strange to have such a positive turn of events in his life. Shorin smiled and took Terico's other hand. My brother and I took a secret passage from our workshop to the caves, where we hid for a few days. We eventually went to our airship in Plyan though. My brother is on the bridge, piloting it right now. I'm glad you're all right, Terico said. He heard Ario, Borley, and Quito make their way into the ship, but didn't look back. Ah, you two know each other? Borley asked. Yes, Terico said. Go ahead and roll up the rope ladder and close the hatch. I'll be back with you in a minute. Terico led Shorin out of the room and into a dim, narrow hallway, which squeaked and vibrated with loud machinery. He stared into Shorin's bright hazel eyes, overcome with the fact she was right here with him. I never found your body, or Lanex. I was afraid the Brotherhood captured you. Shorin trembled a little, and her smile faded away. Her eyes watered a bit as she spoke. We came back to Edeliston. Once we felt it was safe, we searched the entire village. Everything was burnt down, and there was nobody there. No bodies anywhere. We searched for you, and for our parents, and for Turan, we searched for anyone. but there was nobody. We thought you had died, Terico. I'm so sorry. It was just like Shuren to apologize, though she had clearly done nothing wrong. Terico let go of one of Shuren's hands and placed it on her shoulder. I had left already. I traveled with an old man named Juja. We went to Mers, and then to an underground city below Edeliston. I had already buried everyone beforehand. Shuren frowned. Everyone? I'm sorry, Terico said. Your parents were killed by the Brotherhood. I believe everyone we knew was killed that day. The exception was Turan, of course, but Terico didn't want to bring up what happened to him right now. Tears flowed down Shuren's face, and she had to catch her breath for a few seconds. Mother and father. She looked down and sniffed a couple times. I'm sorry. Lanek told me they were most likely dead. But I had hoped. I hoped? She stepped closer to Terico and wrapped her arms around his back. Terico draped his arms over her shoulders and held her close, letting her cry on his shoulder. I understand how you feel, Terico said. He closed his eyes and could see his parents' deaths transpire right in front of him. Mother charging father's sword with Nexi energy. Father fighting off Delkel. Delkel setting father ablaze with fire, then swiftly beheading father and mother in one stroke. I'm sorry, Shuren said, looking up at Terico. You've lost your parents too. She tried to hold back her crying, but the tears still dripped from her eyes. It's just so. It's just not right. How could this happen? How could anyone do this? Terico shook his head. It's unthinkable, and yet it happens. He couldn't think of what else to say. He didn't care how Delkel and his Brotherhood could be so heartless as to eradicate an entire village. There was no legitimate reason for it, and Terico intended to make them pay with their blood. He held to Shuren until she recovered from her grieving. Terico's heart ached for her, and for a minute he wondered if he had ever truly mourned for the loss of his own parents. He had cried over the complete massacre that composed his village after the attack, but he busied himself with burying the dead right away. And all his thoughts had already turned to having his revenge on the Brotherhood. From the very onset, he latched onto the goal of killing Delkel. I can mourn for the dead later, Terico thought. Once Delkel is dead and his Brotherhood destroyed, then I can mourn. Once Shuren was feeling a little better, Terico took her back to meet Ario, Borley, and Keto. But before Terico could begin recounting what he had been through the past couple weeks, Shuren had everyone follow her to the bridge, so that Lanek would be able to hear everything as well. The airship was a small one, and it made Terico feel even more ill at ease than Borley's boat did. The high winds rocked the airship just as much as they did the boat, but the fact Terico was hundreds of meters in the air gave him a constant disconcerting feeling. The bridge was at the front of the ship, and was a small room with a metal floor and lots of dark, crooked machinery. A boy Terico's age sat in a chair overlooking a wide variety of bent levers, thin chains, and a variety of hooks and clamps. The boy was Lanek, an elf with hair as long as his sister's, though his hair was a light turquoise rather than red. Terico had a class on Nexi control with him and Shuren, and before and after class Lanek was nearly always in the middle of a group of cheerful classmates, usually composed of girls. Even in this rusty airship, Lanek presented himself in an air of elegance. He wore a dark turquoise uniform that complemented his hair, along with black trousers, gloves, and boots. Welcome aboard the 7-3, he said. Or as I prefer to call it, the finest hour. Glad to see you're okay, Terico said. Well, I'm glad you're glad, Lanek said, tilting his head and lowering his eyelids a bit. I know Shuren is glad. Terico had never spoken with Lanek too much, but each time he did Lanek always seemed a little suspicious of Terico, if that was the right word for it. Yes, it's wonderful, Shuren said, walking toward her brother. Terico has always been a good friend. Lanek grabbed Shuren's arm and pulled her close. He spun her around, wrapped an arm around her stomach, and had her lounge back on his left leg, her head resting against Lanek's right shoulder. Shuren laughed and Lanek grinned, tilting his head atop of Shuren's. Lanek turned serious and whispered in Shuren's ear. "Your eyes are bloodshot. Has he made you cry, sister? I can toss him out the window if you wish." Shuren nudged Lanek in the stomach and slipped out of his arms. "Oh, Lanek. You need to stop treating me like a little kid." "I'm sorry," Lanek said. "You're just too sweet and adorable, though." Borley leaned to Terico and whispered, "You said they are siblings, right?" Terico sighed. "Yes, they just get along really well. Or something." Lanek was just strange. Lanek crossed one leg over the other and folded his arms. He looked over Terico and his companions and smirked. "I suppose I should learn your names. A colorful little group you've assembled here, Terico." "This is Borley, Keto, and Ario," Terico said. "It's a bit of a story how I met each of them. A sailor, a powerful Aini child, and a vampire who has passed her right," Lanek said. "Yes," Terico said, raising an eyebrow. "You've met them before?" "No, of course not," Lanek muttered. "But I have eyes." "Wait a second," Borley said. "You could tell Ario was a vampire?" "Well, yes," Lanek said. "It's kind of obvious." Borley's face turned a bright red, though it was difficult to tell in the room's poor lighting. "Still, it's surprising you could tell all this from looking at them," Terico said. Lanek held an arm to the side nonchalantly. "The man's dressed like a sailor. Smells like one, too. As for the boy, well, I don't imagine you'd drag along a 9-10-year-old without good reason, and it is said the Aini have a natural connection with Nexi. He must have a particularly good connection, and is helping you find those Elpis fragments you love so much. As for the girl, well, I suppose she could be 100 years old for all I know. But at any rate she's a vampire, as evidenced by the pale skin, the pointed ears she's trying to hide, the way she keeps her fingers slightly curled, the way she keeps her mouth clamped shut, and the unseemly clothing she's wearing. And she must have passed her right if she's been able to travel with you in the daytime all this while." It was a terribly meticulous observation, which surprised Terico a bit. Lanek had never been one to stand out in class, but it seemed now that he likely just didn't hold much interest in the things the teachers taught. Borley turned to Ario and frowned. "I never did find out how old you really are. Maybe you are 100 years old." "Almost," Ario said. "Give me a few more months." "You're 99? Borley yelled. "You have to be kidding me." Lanek leaned his head back and clenched his teeth. "Not so loud, please." Borley shook his head and threw his hands up in frustration. "No need to throw a fit," Lanek said. "From what I understand, the number of years a vampire lives doesn't have much effect on her age, if you follow." He turned to Terico and leaned forward a bit, shifting to a new subject. "Fortunately, I have recently received from Rilv an overview of what you have been up to. You have a piece of the Elpis?" Terico pointed to the pouch at his belt. "I have one, and Delkel has one." Lanek tossed Terico a stone, and he caught it. "Now you have two," Lanek said slowly, raising 2 fingers. Terico looked at the small rock, and found its glow constantly shifting from one color to the next. Like the piece Terico had, this was perfectly smooth save for the end where it was broken off. It really was an Elpis fragment. "How? How did you?" "Oh, it was nothing," Lanek said, closing his eyes and holding his hands out to either side of himself. "Brother exaggerates," Shuren said. "When we went to our airship, we met with a woman named Rilv, who works for the royal court. She told us that Delkel likely destroyed Edeliston in order to find a piece of the Elpis, a powerful stone the government has tried to keep secret. She asked us if we could use our airship to go look for an Elpis piece at the ancient ruins of an island called Raypaul. Lanek was anxious to do whatever he could to stop Delkel, so we accepted the mission." "Not anxious," Lanek said. "I simply needed something to do. We searched several islands before finding the right one," Shuren continued. We eventually found one with some very tall mountains and found some old stone ruins hidden in the snow. But when we found the Elpis fragment, we were attacked. Lanek's expression grew surprisingly grim. Knight's armor, without the knights. Just collections of floating armor from some long-forgotten era of the past. Phantoms, as it were. Phantoms guarding their treasure. You fought off phantoms of knights? Terico asked, surprised Shuren was involved in such a dangerous situation. He knew she and Lanek were talented with Nexi stones, but he had never thought of them as the fighting type, especially Shuren. We had to, Shuren said. I felt bad for them, but they were trying to kill my brother. And you, Lanek added. Those foul demons slashed open your right thigh, if you remember. Spilling your precious blood across the snow, scarring your slender, beautiful leg. I'll never forgive myself. Terico looked to Shuren's leg, which was covered by her skirt, of course. I'll be fine, Shuren said with a smile. Brother bandaged me up, and I'm already well enough now to walk. He seems to forget he was the one nearly killed, though. A couple of the buffoons had the nerve to try dropping a boulder on me while I was busy fighting the others, Lanek said. Sister pulled me away with vines in time, but a chunk of the rock chipped off and bashed me in the back of the head. Knocked me out cold for hours, Shuren tells me. He rubbed the back of his head and sighed. Doubt the lump will ever go away, though. Terico stifled a laugh, but Lanek still seemed to notice Terico's amusement. Lanek glared at Terico but continued his account. So in the end, Sister finished off the knights and obtained the Elpis, then helped me back to the finest hour. Eventually, we let Rilv know of our success, and were told to just lay low for a while. She was still trying to work out where other pieces of the Elpis could be, it seems. But last night, we were told to fly over to Versa and pick you lot up. It seems you're an important part of Rilv's plans, seeing as she wants you to have the Elpis fragments. It must mean that Terico can use them, Shuren said. Isn't that right, Terico? Yes. I'm not sure why, though. All I know is that I wasn't able to use it, Lanek muttered. At any rate, that's our story. I'm guessing the government got you to search for the Elpis piece you found. In a way, Terico said, remembering Juja technically worked for the royal court. It was strange to think of him that way, though. How did you escape the Brotherhood's attack? Lanek asked. Terico recalled Delkal's words of how Delkal intended to leave Terico alive. It was a terrible fact, knowing Delkal had used him for the sake of locating a piece of the Elpis. That Terico was spared by the man who killed Terico's parents. I fought the Brotherhood, Terico said, but I eventually got hurt and fell to a place that kept me hidden. After they finished destroying the town, I searched for any survivors. There was only Juja, a man who helped me find the Elpis piece I obtained. He has since died, however. Nobody else survived then, Lanek said, stating the fact more than asking about it. No, Terico said. I'm sorry, but your parents were killed. Lanek shut his eyes and clasped his hands together. I assumed as much. We didn't find any sign of their survival when we searched the village. He didn't say any more, but kept very still. The silence lasted for what seemed half a minute. We'll keep working on their airships for them, Shuren said in a quiet voice. And build new ones they would be proud of. Lanek opened his eyes and smiled. Yes. We'll stick together, through times of joy, through times of pain. And through times of pain we'll turn into joy. He stood up, gave his sister a hug, and sighed. His expression turned very tired, very worried. This world we live in. We'll make it better, Shuren said, her voice turning weak. We'll make it a place where we can all smile again. At Shuren's insistence, Lanek agreed to show Ario, Borli, and Kito around the airship, including their quarters where they could rest over the course of the journey. Lanek set the ship to continue on its own, but asked Shuren to remain on the bridge while she spoke with Terico. I'm sorry about my brother, she said once everyone was out. He's overprotective at times, and is still upset from when I got injured. It's nothing, Terico said. I'm happy you're both all right. And a little amazed with all you've been through since we separated. I am too, Shorin said. It's a little hard to believe. I never expected to go on an adventure like this. It's all so strange. And you've been through so much, too. Mers, Emosa Helena, Istel, and Versa. And with so much danger in such a short period of time. And it's not over yet, Terico said. But once we reach Setar, I'll have 3 pieces of the Elpis to Delkul's 1. Once I'm finished with him, I'll have the full Elpis, and the Shire armies should call off their attack. What will you do then? Shorin asked. I'm not sure, Terico said. He had been so focused on killing Delkul that he hadn't thought much about what he'd do afterward. He just wanted to live a calm, simple life for a while. He remembered Turan, though. If Terico could find Turan, he would want to try using the Elpis to heal him somehow. With the full Elpis, it was said anything was possible, and Terico felt he'd be able to undo the effects of Orguk's experimentation on Turan. But you're sure about the Elpis, Shorin said. And about Delkul? What do you mean? Terico asked. Shorin glanced away. I know you wish to kill him. And I don't know how to feel. He destroyed the village, Terico said. He killed our parents. I saw him slaughter the weak, the defenseless, the ill, the elderly, the young. Even children and infants. He took pleasure in this, Shorin. He enjoyed killing everyone. I understand, Shorin said. She looked up to Terico with a frown, slightly trembling. I just worry. I worry he will kill you. And I worry you will kill him, and you'll change. You've already changed, and I'm afraid. I don't know where this will all lead. Terico felt his heart start to beat a little faster, a little harder. Had he changed? How had he changed? Perhaps he did change, but it only made sense he would. Who wouldn't change after watching his entire hometown go up in flames? After watching nearly everyone he knew die right before him? A part of Terico was upset with Shorin's words, but he understood she was just concerned. Terico couldn't let his quest for revenge consume him, it seemed like an obvious thing to say. But what else could he focus on right now? He had to bring Delkul down. It was likely he was the only one who could. I'll be okay, Terico said. I promise. I'll get the 3rd piece, wait for Delkul to come to me, and I'll defeat him. Once I have the full Elpis, I'll threaten the Shire armies, and they will return to their kingdom. Then I'll leave the Elpis to Rilv, who will probably want it broken apart again and hidden at new locations. And then, we can do what we wish. We can live somewhere safe, quiet. We? Shorin asked. Terico hadn't even realized what he had been saying. I mean, in a general sense. Us and whoever else would be with us. Shorin smiled. It sounded like you meant something else there. Ah. Terico said, glancing away. He looked at all the controls of the ship, a little surprised at just how many there were. Hanging above some of the controls were thin white ropes, which Terico assumed were meant to be pulled for certain tasks. You and Lanik must have worked a long time on this airship. We only helped our parents with some of the parts, Shorin said. There were workers in Plyan who put the ship together. When Lanik and I went there, there wasn't much left we had to do to get it airborne. And as you can see, it was a really quick job. Terico turned back toward Shorin and smiled. I think you did great. You've always been a hard worker. And everything you do, it's always for others. Oh, that's not true, Shorin said, blushing slightly. I do things for myself. Hardly, Terico said. He felt nervous to go on, but knew it might be a while before he could let Shorin know how he felt about her. But that's one of the many things I've always liked about you, Shorin. She looked to Terico's eyes a few seconds, a little confused. Oh, thank you. I wanted to tell you some important things that day, Terico said. Back before we were separated. After defeating a monster plant, I came home with my father and Turan, and you were there cooking food for us. You had brought my mother some herbs to help treat some patients at the clinic. I remember, Shuren said. When you were heading to your workshop, I spoke with you, Terico said. I wanted to ask you to go with me to the Long Shadow Festival. Oh, the festival, Shuren said. That would have been a while ago. Yes, Terico said. But I was hoping to tell you more. I wanted to tell you how much I liked you. Shuren's eyes widened a bit, but she didn't say anything. I still like you, Terico said. Seeing you again, alive and well, I can't keep this to myself anymore. I like you very much, Shuren. Shuren stood there in silence, just staring at Terico for several seconds. She then glanced around a bit, her blush turning a little redder. I'm surprised, Terico. I mean, I've always been your friend, but I never realized. I didn't know you liked me that way before. Terico chuckled, though a strange mix of emotions were building up inside him. That's why I'm telling you now. I've always been nervous about letting you know. Oh, I see, Shuren said. Thank you, Terico. But I don't know. I'm just still so confused. Until now I didn't even know you were alive, and can I think about what you said? Of course, Terico said, suddenly feeling a bit foolish for everything he said. Perhaps it was all far too soon to say anything. But he still felt it was important to say. The door to the bridge opened, and Lanik walked back in. All caught up on things, are we? I hope all is as it should be. Yes, Shuren said, still blushing. I'll be back in a minute. She walked to the hallway in a jittery, nervous way. Lanik sat down in his chair and frowned deeply. He pointed to his eyes and glared at Terico. I'm watching you, boy. Which Terico thought was pretentious of him, considering they were the same age. Time passed, and Terico spent much of his time going over details of his travels with Shuren and Lanik, and hearing more from them about how they'd been keeping things running on the airship. The vehicle apparently required constant attention, and there were still things they were working to improve in various ways. Terico had trouble following it all. He had never understood much about mechanics, with all its gears, steam, and latches. It just wasn't something he was exposed to, like Shuren and Lanik were. As the hours passed, Terico noticed that Ario and Bawley would never stay in the same room as one another. Perhaps it was pointless to try working something out between the two, since they were likely going to separate as soon as the airship reached Setar. Terico was curious to find out if either of them had worked out what they wished to do once at the capital city. Perhaps Bawley would go find some work at the riverside port, and perhaps Ario would go off to travel on her own. Terico found Ario in the quarters Lanik had lent to everyone to rest in. She was sitting on one of the small cots that filled up most of the room, leaving only thin slots for people to walk between. There was a strained look on Ario's face, which she hid shortly after Terico walked in. Good day, she said. You looked troubled, Terico said. Not that I blame you. We may be facing the Brotherhood some more. I'm only contemplating a few things, Ario said, turning to the far metal wall. Terico sat down on a cot opposite of Ario, so she was looking at him again. What about? Just some things Juja said, Ario replied. He said a lot of things, Terico said. And I was never too sure if many of the things he said were true. He was a bit mysterious, Ario said. I only knew him for a short period of time, but I'm glad I met him. Juja was a good man, and a friend of my father. I wish I could have known him sooner. It's strange, Terico said. Juja lived in my town my whole life, but I don't think I ever really spoke with him until the day it was destroyed. And now I feel he really was an important part of my life. I wish I could have known him better. You never know when people will die, Ario said. It's something my mentor always made clear. You can't assume you will still be alive the next day. You have to live each day to the fullest. Terico placed his elbows on his knees and clasped his hands together. That's a harsh way to live. I had a harsh mentor, Ario said, still straight-faced. You'd know, you met him. I remember. Terico said. You were thinking about some things Juja said, though. I'm trying to decide what to do, Ario said. My father was killed, and I knew I couldn't just do nothing. After so many years of training to pass the rite, I was looking forward to seeing father again. To be honest, I was hoping to get advice from him. I wanted to know what to do with my life in general. I wanted to leave Istal, to travel the world for a while. But then what? I didn't know, and I still don't know. I'll never hear father's voice again, for as long as I live. It's what Juja said about revenge, Terico said. You're still trying to decide if you want to seek out the one who killed your father. Yes, Ario said, sitting up a little straighter. My master said to avoid seeking revenge. And Juja's words implied that revenge wasn't worth the trouble. And it's something I've been thinking about quite a bit lately. I imagine myself killing that masked boy, and I feel nothing. I don't think killing him would satisfy me. No amount of blood can replace my father. I wish to do something, but I feel that whatever I do would be meaningless. Terico let each of Ario's words sink in. He immediately disagreed with each of her statements. In Terico's point of view, killing Delkel would relieve him of immeasurable pain. Obviously, revenge wouldn't bring Terico his parents back, or restore the village. Terico wasn't so naive to believe that killing Delkel would erase all of Terico's sadness, or even all his hate. But there would be justice. Terico could imagine killing Delkel, and obtaining that reassuring feeling that an unspeakable wrong had been avenged. Terico thought of sharing this with Ario, but he knew to hold back. It was Turan that Ario would need to kill if she desired revenge. And Terico was still determined to find a way to save Turan. It wasn't Turan's fault that he killed Febraz, he only acted in accordance with the experimentation Audiobook performed on him. If Terico could keep Ario from killing Turan, then all the better. It's difficult to know what to do sometimes, Terico said. If you can help us keep Delkel from obtaining the Elpis, then I think you will have dealt a greater blow to the Brotherhood than killing one boy would. I believe Febraz would be pleased with any effort you make on his behalf. I just hope to keep the Brotherhood from making more people suffer as I have, Ario said. But regarding my father, he would be pleased with me no matter what I did. I don't think there was a time he was ever truly upset with me. Terico smiled a little. My parents were that way too. I mean, they didn't approve of many of the things I did growing up. I tended to sneak off and throw myself into danger on a pretty regular basis. But they were the type of parents who could never be really angry at me. I can tell, Ario said. You have a good heart. Thanks, Terico said. I think everyone on this ship has a good heart. Ario frowned, surely thinking of Borley. I know a lot of the things Borley said were uncalled for, Terico said, but I'm sure you understand the reasoning behind his words. Of course I understand, Ario said. It doesn't make any of them right, though. Indeed, Terico said. And I'm sure he will work that out as well. He stood up and walked to the door, while Ario simply sat still and quiet. When Terico opened the door to leave, she spoke up. It's ridiculous how he's handled himself. Borley acts like an idiot, but there is more to him. There's more to everybody, it seems, Terico replied. He shut the door behind him and found his own words haunting him. More to myself as well? He thought. She says I have a good heart. But would a good heart seek to kill? At the end of the hallway, Terico found the room he and the others had entered when first boarding the airship. There were thin, rectangular windows looking out to the distant fields below, but Terico didn't wish to look out them like Borley was. It was unnerving enough as it was just walking around in this airship, knowing the fragile structure was being held up by an even more fragile balloon. He trusted in Shuren and Lanek's ability to finish putting the ship together, but the fact they had to rush through things at the end was an ever-present thought in Terico's mind. He stood about a meter from Borley and looked back toward the hallway. An interesting view? Pretty intense, Borley said. Really makes you feel like a bird, seeing things from this vantage point. I've been up in tall crow's nests at the top of ship masts, which I think is a bit more worrisome at times. At least when there's a good storm. Then again, I wouldn't want to be in this airship in a big storm, either. Terico hadn't thought of that. What if a lightning storm erupted around the airship? The balloon would surely explode and send everyone in the airship all the way to the landscape below. Certain death for everyone. He tried to not think about the possibilities any further. Hopefully the weather stays clear, Terico said. There were some clouds out, but there wasn't anything too menacing looking. Hopefully, Borley said. He turned around to face Terico. Anything you needed me for? I just wondered how you were doing, Terico said. You've been dragged into a lot more than you bargained for, I imagine. It's strange how things can just not go the way you want them to, Borley said. He forced a weary smile. I mean, it wasn't so long ago that I was thinking I had found myself a nice little adventure, some interesting travel companions, and a chance with a beautiful woman. Instead, I lose my boat and all my belongings, the old man I was just getting to know ends up dead, and the woman turns out to be a vampire. Borley kept smiling, but shook his head solemnly. I mean, how does that happen? The feeling is just... It's like you meet up with a friend you haven't seen in ages, and instead of shaking your hand, he punches you in the stomach. As hard as he can. I know what you mean, Terico said, a little amused by Borley's analogy. I mean, with things not going the way you want them to. But you know, things can get better. I get that you've been through a lot, Borley said, but you've got to understand. That boat was everything to me. That was like my family to me. All I had left to connect myself to them. There's still yourself, Terico said. Well, I guess it's not much comfort to say, at least you're still alive in a situation like this. But I'm sure you'll figure out where to go from here. I know, Borley said. I can't help but be frustrated, though. Normally I just hit a pub for a few hours, but Lanek's told me there isn't a drop of liquor in this airship. You can get a drink when we're at Setar, Terico said. Is that what you like to do though when not sailing the sea? Never a dull moment at the pub, Borley said. Usually a few games of chance for me to jump in on every time I visit. Luck might not be on my side outside the pub, but more often than not I've got a gift once I'm inside. And whether I win or lose, I always meet some interesting people. It was certainly a different sort of life than Terico was used to, but he could understand Borley's need to spend time having fun with people whenever he had the chance. If Borley transported cargo for most of his living, that would mean lots of long, lonely treks on his small ship. I suppose you've met some interesting people here too, at least, Terico said. I'm sorry luck hasn't been on your side, though. I'll live, Borley said. And I intend to bounce back once I get to Setar. I can make Ario pay me back for my boat, and then be on my way. Terico felt he should have seen this development coming, but it still sounded absolutely ridiculous. You're going to make Ario pay you for your boat? She deceived me, Borley said. It seems reasonable to me. You've got to get over it, Borley, Terico said. Vampires have to keep their identity hidden as best they can. People just don't trust them. For good reason, Borley said. No, Terico said. I disagree. And even knowing your family was killed by vampires, I think you shouldn't be judging Ario based on what others have done to you. You don't get it. Borley yelled, holding his hands out to the sides. He stared at Terico with his eyes wide and his teeth clenched for several seconds before continuing. A vampire turned my brother into a vampire, and my brother killed my parents. And then I killed my brother. You can't understand what that's like. You understand the pain of death, but you can never understand the pain of having the blood of your own brother on your hands. And it's all because of vampires that this endless torment has been forced upon me. Borley took a couple deep breaths before continuing. You think I should just get over it? You think I should just let go of this past and pretend everything's fine? It's not so simple. Every time I look at Ario now, I remember my brother. I see my brother as a vampire. I see myself shoving a blunt fishing knife into my brother's heart. Again and again and again. It took several long seconds of silence for Terico to believe Borley was finished. The man stood up tall and turned back to the window he had been looking out of before. You're right, Terico said. I don't know how you feel. I never will, since I've never had any siblings. But the thing is, I don't need to understand what you're going through. I can't fix these problems for you, so there isn't much use in trying. But the fact is there's nothing wrong with Ario, and you know it. You'll just have to let that settle in your head for a bit. Terico turned and left, leaving Borley to decide how long he'd consider Terico's words. Time was drawing near. It wouldn't be long before the airship reached Setar, Lanik explained. Terico's thoughts constantly turned to the Elpis stone, and he repeatedly found himself shifting the two pieces he had in his hands. Even without accessing the power of the Elpis, Terico could feel something strong in the stones. They carried a weight in them that didn't exist in regular Nexi stones. They weren't heavier, really, but there was something more to them. Terico walked around the bridge, past the two seats occupied by Lanik and Shuren. In the far back corner of the room, Terico found Quito sitting on the hard metal floor. The boy sat cross-legged and had a scared look on his face. Every now and then Quito would glance around when the airship shook a little more than usual, then take a deep breath once things returned to normal. You going to make it? Terico asked. Quito looked up and nodded slowly. I hope so. You'll probably be fine if the airship falls apart, Terico said. You can turn into a dragon and fly down to safety. Quito looked down to the ground and held his breath. He looked absolutely terrified. Are you afraid of heights? Terico asked. I am myself, I admit. It's not that, Quito said, his voice so soft Terico had to lean down a bit to hear him better. I don't want to turn into a dragon again. I see. It must be. Terico struggled to find the right word. Bloody amazing. Lanik spun his chair around so he was facing them. If I could turn into a dragon, I'd probably fly around and burn things every day. Which is probably why you don't have that power and Quito does, Terico said under his breath. I have to say, Lanik went on, that you're not what I expected from an Aini boy who could turn into a dragon. But I suppose this only makes you all the more endearing. Shuren turned her chair so she was facing Terico and Quito as well. She glanced to Lanik. I doubt turning into a dragon is a simple matter. It might be painful. And it might be frightening. Dragons have no need to be frightened, Lanik said. They're huge. They can fly. They breathe fire. They're not invincible, either, Terico said. He did see that Lanik had a point, but there was obviously more to Quito's worries than the mere physical danger involved of fighting in general. I'm not worried about dying, Quito said, still looking to the ground. Or getting hurt. Then what's wrong? Lanik asked. It's the fact I can turn into a dragon, Quito said. I shouldn't be able to. Why? Terico asked. From what he understood, Quito was one of the most powerful Aini in Versa, and certainly the most powerful one his age. And the fact Quito was the only one who fended off Ganto's Nexi power was proof enough of his superior capabilities. Very few Aini can do it, Quito said. And those that can, they're all very powerful, very experienced adults. It's not right that I should be able to do this much. It's wrong. Terico wasn't sure what he could say that would actually help Quito. The boy didn't really want to be here in the first place. And Terico didn't think there was anything Quito could really do other than accept the fact the boy had a great deal of power and use it as he deemed best. Shuren walked over to Quito and sat down beside him. I don't really think this is a matter of right and wrong. Whether or not you have any great power, you can choose to do whatever you wish. But the fact you have a great power doesn't mean anything about who you are. My brother and I are good with machinery, but that doesn't define who we are. And even though we're siblings, our personalities are actually rather different. Thankfully, Terico said. There's nothing wrong with being good at machinery, Quito said. As a dragon, I can hurt lots of people. I'm afraid. That's good, Lanek said. There are grown men out there who have power, but don't truly understand what that means. They have power and think that means they can do whatever they want. Shuren wrapped an arm around the back of Quito's shoulders and smiled. It's okay to be afraid. I think we've all been worried lately. That's perfectly normal. I don't know if I'll be able to fight, Quito said. Everyone's expecting me to, but I don't know if I can do it. It's all right, Shuren said. When the time comes, I'm sure you'll find the courage you'll need. Terico weighed his own feelings in his heart. He was deeply concerned for what was to come, of course. There was no telling what the Brotherhood was planning at the moment. We'll all have to find that courage when the time comes, Terico said. Terico felt he should be well past the stage of overcoming his fear of fighting Delcal and the Brotherhood. And yet there was still a piece of fear lodged deep in his heart. Perhaps it was just a sliver, but it was still there.